ऑन टाइम स्ट्रीमर बोलते, चेडी खोलते, कैमरा को क्या हो गया बोलते। हाँ। Headlows, what is up, Headlows? गेजे हो सब लोग, गेजे। एड्स ऑफ करने दो, ठीक है, ऑफ है, ठीक है। एक्सक्यूज मी, आज तेरे भाई ने ट्वीट्स किया है यार। हाँ, फाइनली पावर्स इन गुड यूज वाला ट्वीट्स किया है यार। आज अगर टैलन हार गया ना, मेरा हो गया। लग रहा है प्रीमी बाई देंगे। जर्सी की नहीं पता, फाइनल्स यार। जर्सी की वजह से जिंक्स नहीं करना मेरे को। तुम लोग ने सच्ची बोल बोल के ऐसा लगा दिया है कि मैं हूँ, लेकिन मैं नहीं हूँ, लेकिन मैं हूँ करके लगा दिया।
Buff Lev because of coming out with a new comp that had some good ideas behind it.
And
they also had a great performance from Primi. I think they again need both those things to beat Vitality today. And I think they really have to shake them. Because Vitality, when they're playing at their normal form, has really good fundamentals to shut that kind of stuff down.
Yeah, you're 100% right. And if they can shake them, that's where the win condition is. Because we saw that Vitality already has a problem in adapting. Right? But you don't know. Maybe it was just an off day for them.
Yeah, and we also have to bring up both these teams have a lot
पहले
of
जैसे
rookies
स्ट्रीम
on
कभी
that
होगी लेट
stage.
नाइट पबजी वगैरह, एक बार
Having the
तबीयत
mental
ठीक होने दो।
resiliency to like stay in it if you get shaken like that is a big part of it.
आज ये स्ट्रीम के बाद एक शूट है मेरा,
It's gotta be Talon.
तो मोस्टली आज रेस्ट ले लूंगा।
He's pretty hard.
कल से बैक टू लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम्स।
Yeah, I mean, you know, he's a tough coach.
Bit of tough love.
Yeah, and sometimes look, they say the pressure can turn rocks into diamonds, but sometimes I also think when you have a lot of young players on that stage, that could also backfire. The pressure could be a little too much for them.
Very true, but something about him that's very unique is that he takes a lot of that pressure off of them by being that guy that, is like the dark knight.
बोल दो आज फुट जीतेगा, तन्मय भाई फुट जीतेगा आज।
Like actually though, so him taking a lot of the fire kind of relieves pressure off the players, and also they actually buy into the system. Like they like it. They have a good team environment. It might seem like he's really hard on them, but they buy into it. They like it.
I think it really depends on the players, right?
Yeah.
Like some players respond really well to that, like kind of harsher, I guess like more like traditional sporty kind of coaching, and some players don't. But if it works for them, it works for them.
Yeah,
exactly.
Indeed. All right, well, let's go ahead and get a quick word
Finally,
from Governor about
bro
the
learned to use his
Talon
powers
as we get ready for the match on that stage in this Omen player moment.
मस्ती मेरे।
My name's PRX, but most of you probably know me as Governor.
यार तुम लोग ने मेरे को सच्ची यार, तुम लोग ने मेरे को सच्ची ये बिलीव करवा ही दिया यार। हाँ, सारे कमेंट्स वैसी है, सारे कमेंट्स यार। क्या है ये? एक कमेंट अच्छा नहीं है, सारे जिंक्स। हराम जादो।
But Joseph has been
मोबाइल चार्जिंग पे लगा क्या है? मेरा
things that are like kind of outside of the game, like staying consistent and like how to deal with certain pressure, and also just in-game stuff. I think Joseph is very intelligent. I think his time on T1 really accelerated and improved his gameplay from when we last met, which was 2 years ago when we were on a team. Now after meeting him again on Talon, he's become someone who's gotten so much better and has become my mentor.
So we do want to inform everyone we're experiencing a small delay, but while we
मेरा
wait,
तो
we'll continue the conversation here, and let's go
बात।
ahead and dive into some more of the individuals on the side of Vitality and talk about, Sender, right? Another player in this team that, again, you're really just looking to see every one of these guys bring it today, baby bay. But Sender in that controller role is certainly going to have his work cut out for him with this very unique Talon lineup.
आपका prediction सही हो गया तो क्या करोगे?
around smokes. He's been
आज
great
तक तो नहीं हुआ।
all year on the Omen. And he's special. I mean, a lot of these
अगर
players
हुआ
on
तो
Vitality
this will
are
be
very
my
special, and
first
that's why
tweet
they went
in
on
the
the run they
history
went
जो
on.
right हुआ है।
Otherwise, they wouldn't have been here.
For sure.
Yeah, Sender as well, the IGL. It's hard to know how good the inner workings of a team are, but I feel like their macro and besides that game at Champions, in the end, at least their adaptations tended to be really good, and you definitely have to give some of the credit to this guy as the squad's leader.
Yeah, I'm actually quite curious to see what we end up going with
11,
the maps. That is going to be
10,
very
9,
interesting. We'll find out
8,
just a little bit, but it's all on the line today. Talon versus Vitality, PRX versus FUT. Day 8 of Champions Tour starts right now.
1 नेड फेंको, नर्फ कर दो रेस को. Talon जीतेगा लग रहा है. I love Save by, but I am a Primi fan now.
G2 13-8.
मैं किसने बोल रहा हूँ?
13-9. They were the better team here today.
मैं कुछ नहीं बोल रहा.
Winning everything in life, so you just need to
Mazy
stay
replied,
calm.
हाँ क्या?
Can't feel like forever, so you just gotta bounce back and move
क्या
on.
किया? मेजी भी जिंक्स है ना चैट?
A 2-0 finish
हाँ?
for their opening game of
चैट मेजी भी जिंक्स है क्या?
O yüzden şu an aldığımız ilk yenilgi beklediğimiz bir sonuç değildi.
डिली क्यों हो रहा है? नहीं चालू अभी.
Bitmedi. O yüzden üstüne koyarak devam.
ये मूवी हुई के बाद सीधा चालू होगा.
PRX bence geçen sene oynadığımız PRX.
Why not Twitter link in the description? यार mods, shame on you.
O yüzden bir önceki Champions kadar
हाँ वो BGMI का है.
tutmuyor bence.
We realize there
Patch.
is a problem in our team we need to fix, and I hope it's gonna work.
O yüzden
मैं तो भाई मेरे को टेस्ट भी नहीं करने के. एक मैच देखा था मैंने.
We are meeting again.
पैंच ऐसे टोल बाहर हो गया. 4 जन जिंदा थे बे. हाँ 4 जन. 4 गाड़ियां थी, सब कुछ था. कर भी था जोन में. अचानक से एक स्क्वाड आके मार के.
VCT 2024 Champion.
Şampiyon
सीनेट बोलते हैं.
Against Lev, it was disappointing, even despite being underdogs and being expected to lose. It was a close game.
I think we came in
एसिटल में ही 2 है, एक हाफ और एक स्पीड बाइक.
But this squad, Talon, they've impressed.
We keep beating ourselves with like these tiny little mistakes that have nothing to do with how good we are. Champs, now that I've made it here, I definitely got the sense that I belong.
Trace Esports take down Vitality.
It's a hard loss for us.
कल डेडली दिन है. सन वर्सेस एनजी, फनेटिक वर्सेस ट्रू. Yeah.
I wanted to go to players at least.
I told them like you earned your right to be here now. You got to take every second in.
मस्त दवाई लिया है मैंने आज.
So use it.
आज मैंने दवाई लिया तो कौन जीतेगा चैट?
I wanted to show Thai players are able to shine on the bigger stage.
फुट. आज मैं PRX बोलने नहीं वाला, चाहे कुछ भी हो. Which is your favorite team? Foot.
ผมคิดว่าเป็นบทพิสูจน์ให้ทีมไทยแล้วก็ผู้เล่นไทยนะครับ
Mark Young. Foot is my favorite team. आज रेस्ट डे बोला था. हाँ इसके बाद शूट है, उसके बाद रेस्ट है मोस्टली. आज शायद रात को स्ट्रीम ना करूँ.
Talon Sports.
मॉस्पिट लेके घूम रहा है क्या वो?
And here we go.
Save by text भी मारता है यार, सेंटर भी मारता है, टिक्स भी मारता है, बट चिट बॉयज भी मारता है, प्रिमी भी मारता है. प्रिमी ज्यादा मारता है.
done.
And your year, both these teams have made great runs in their regions, but have yet to show up.
बारिश चालू है स्पेशल दवाई स्पॉन्सर करो लास्ट टाइम हम किया तो स्पेशल दवाई पता नहीं
about prepping a veto against Talon is that there is so much variety in what they're willing to play. In Pacific, a lot of maps they're playing multiple comps, and even when they've shown up here to Champions, they're willing to do the same. So I think for Vitality, the day is going to be about adaptation if they get thrown a change-up.
Yeah, you got to be able to call on the fly. It's going to be a lot on Sender right now. We talked about him earlier about how special he actually is.
आज पहला दिन है फाइनल्स का। एक दिन मेरे को देखने दो। मैं सच्ची मैं एसिटोल को नहीं करूंगा सपोर्ट। एक और टीम मेरे नजर में है। हाँ, मैं उसको सपोर्ट करूंगा। क्या बोलते चैट? हाँ, एक और टीम मेरे नजर में है। हाँ, once a legendary guy said Binks is harami. भाई बहन से मेरा पीठ दर्द होता है हंसते वक्त भाई। हाँ, क्या बोलते हैं? आज हो जाए, आज हो जाए। रचित भाई हाइड खाओगे? बीच
But this is the stomping ground for these EMEA teams. Vitality has played a lot of Lotus against some of the best teams in the world here. And as we look at the comps, we get Primi on the Clove again.
Yeah.
That should be sick to watch.
It's actually the same compositions the last 4 matches these teams have played. Or well, I guess the first
GB qualified again.
Right?
Sure.
Second one for them. But Vitality have played this comp the last 4 times, and they beat Heretics on it.
They did.
And it's not easy to beat Heretics on this map. We saw them go crazy.
And I think the deadlock implementation from Dan honestly looked pretty solid. They had some good ideas on their defense, but they are definitely feeling the lack of Cypher at times. I would imagine Vitality is going to look to play a pretty slow game, and Runner is going to try and find those gaps that
मैंने ऋषि सर को मैसेज किया चैट। आज मुझे फील आ रहा है जी अच्छा करेगा BMPS में। कांग्रेट्स।
In a trap where it's like, oh, we have a breach, we got to play fast, but they're not have to do that.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute barn burner. Let's go ahead and dive into map 1. Send it over to your casters who are also facing elimination today. Here's Brandon's sideshow.
ग्रीन कोला और सीधा जी मारा। अरे डीले में हो यस भाई।
That's a lot of pressure, dude.
अरे लाइव पे क्लिक करो।
You better perform today.
Me?
You better perform.
I'm under the fire line.
No, I mean we both are. If you don't.
Well, listen, don't worry, I got you. Don't worry, I got you.
It's just tough love. I've been learning from Frost.
From Frost himself. Yeah, I mean, I might be just crumbling under the pressure myself, though.
यस भाई, फ्रेंडशिप के लिए इतना नहीं करोगे यार। एक टीम को जीतना है तो एक को तो हारना पड़ेगा ना यारो। हाँ, फ्रेंडशिप के लिए इतना नहीं करोगे। टीम बड़ी है या फ्रेंडशिप? यस भाई, आज हो जाए, आज हो जाए। BGMI का प्लेयर कोई नहीं आया था रैंक पुश के टाइम पे, याद रखना। मैं था।
Losing that opening matchup that they had.
Remember, there are huge amounts of rookies on the stage right now. You might have watched these teams throughout this year, and even remember some of the cores into the previous year as well, but they haven't been on big stages very often. These are 2 teams that have done a great job of earning their spot this year at Champions. But one of the big narratives that we're about to watch the pistol is what the desk mentioned about Primi. Talon only needed to win 1 game to get them to champs after they'd earned that spot in playoffs. They brought in Primi. He got a 4K on both sides of Lotus in the match they played
there is a price.
Pistols. He literally won the map just through that impact. Whereas Vitality on the other side, winning nearly 60% of their pistol rounds, 60% of their bonuses.
Talon
they
are
used to get
VIT.
off the hot
beginnings
in these maps. Only one narrative can prevail here.
Let's see if that raw firepower of Primi enough to carry them over the line, or will it be those set ideas that Vitality have coming into it? Early on, you're seeing it.
Last time, 1 point say.
Posture over towards the B side here with a nice and early haunt. Doesn't reveal too much. No, perfectly willing to slow it all down.
Sender's going to want to be looking to bait out this barrier mesh.
Players को भरते हो कि नहीं? आपको देख के ऐसा लगता नहीं है आप भरते हो?
Through B, looks like they're thinking about it. It's in the back of their minds, and they do
भरने का तो मुझे बुला लो.
Runner needs to put his best foot forward.
You can hire me for 1 day. I get full booba. मेरा T69 में मैं famous था.
So they break the barrier mesh, force out all of the utility from ban. No deadlock util left around, and this trip kind of stops Jit Boys in his tracks.
Good nade from Governor Note. plays almost inevitable.
Look how well Vitality are bleeding out utility here, and they still have nearly full breach util and paranoia and horn and boombot. Vitality are winning the utility game right now.
The map control game. Jitpoise though. Jiggle Peak gets the info, needs to back away here with a paranoia. The swing himself. Tacked up a few stray bullets. Does need to play for his life here though. And Trex has been isolated, calling for the retreat as well, and regroup back up to just 20 seconds left. This is going into the stack of the Talon players. I feel like there's danger online here, but with Primi dropped, it's all navigated. Big pair of hands. Runner himself leading the charge for the rest of his team with that 3-piece. Now it comes down to these individual moments. Jitpoise, classic game is looking sharp today, but not going to be enough. Bans left to do quite a lot. A lot of damage done. Kicks and Trex, but you've got to think that discipline. Vitality, yeah, contact from Trex, and if he didn't win it out, there's plenty more players where that came from. So, pistol round, keeping it going here. Vitality, the statistics, leading the charts with it.
And I think you can see in that pistol why they've been so successful. They approach these rounds extremely seriously. They're trying to work out every piece of that defensive utility before they go into the site exec. Was it slightly worrying because they had little time left on the clock? Yes. But if you're comfortable in that position, then it's still going to be very successful for Vitality. That raw individualism, not able to find the value there for Talon. Vitality, big weaponry, Vandal, looking to bring that into their bonus round. Another reason why Vitality have got off to such incredible beginnings in their hearts. Over a third of the hearts they start up 4-0 just by winning that pistol, follow-up, bonus, follow-up.
It's a big deal. Not just for the economy, obviously. I mean, it's good to have the weaponry, but ult's built up.
I think the Sender's calling's very strong on this map too. So Talon, while this map has been good for them since adding Primi, and Primi on the Clove will give you big moments. You just have to wait and watch. He's much better, in my opinion, in that second in position rather than the entry, where he can trade out his teammates so consistently. So Talon are going to feel comfortable here, but Sender's calling on attack side. He's going to look to pick him to pieces.
It shouldn't be too much danger here for them. Stack of Talon did not pay off. Compositions as well. It's odd for both teams. They're not playing meta stuff. These are the usual compositions that they will play on these maps, but they are, you know, you think that they play out differently, I suppose. The usual flowchart that we would go into, I think, talking about the Lotus, you're talking about, maybe that lurk control over towards A. I
mean, the showstopper is still going to be a really big tool that both teams rely on their attack side, but for Vitality, we have actually seen quite a few teams lean into this double initiator look on Lotus. Where it's supposed to succeed on the defense side is by playing a lot of these heavy retakes. Use plant denial and then retakes to be able to build up strong defense sides. That's an area that Vitality have struggled with. So when the sides swap, then it's anybody's game.
200%
look at that.
Guys, settings में जाके वो करो.
Output volume, ना? Input.
For Talon to make sure
input.
Not snowball out of control. This is a big round for Talon to try to win, so that they can.
तुझे मेरा volume बढ़ाना पड़ेगा.
वो बढ़ाया मैंने 200 पे.
मेरा भी full ही है.
Input full है.
Input output दोनों full है.
कौन सा mic है ये?
ये गरीब माइक है। Razer V2 Sharp।
नहीं वो अच्छा है, वो अच्छा माइक है, अच्छा माइक है। बेस्ट माइक है। आ रहा है, फुल आवाज आ रहा है। सही है।
मेरे को तो आ रहा है।
Nice pick up from Cruz, good positioning too. We see that from quite a few teams. But you're right, doesn't normally end in a kill. Vandal, not wasted. Safe gets that one back.
Talon.
Very, very far away from a showstopper. Not even a single point gain for Safe there on that attack side. So it's going to be looking like
आपको मेरे को 150 गिफ्टेड देने का ना अभी
instead. Prioritizing the orb. He's got the one with the spike as well.
He's been straight past the barrier mesh, but it's bursted down at a moment's notice. They do have this insert. Now a nade over towards B as well. Occurring, trying to pull these players away to potentially
last
get a cheeky kill, but he's just holding space for now and takes the speed. I mean, that peak timing is beautiful. Ban had the Utilan in his hands.
It's fantastic calling from Sender. That insert, go and pressure B.
Take another fight. Oh, it's Primi. So alone taking that one, and spam through the smoke will do most of the job.
Bet नहीं कर रहे हम लोग
predict कर रहे हैं before it even begins.
And this is what I'm talking about, the Vitality bonuses. They are just so good. You see that could be set, could have been called on the fly. Either way, a bit of sea pressure, break the barrier mesh as soon as it's placed and get Sender deep. Talon don't really have that protocol to re-clear through water. It's just there perfectly. There's not much that Ban can do to think about that.
Yeah.
Unless he's got teammates with him that are willing to flush that out. Both teams should start to get ideas about this kind of stuff, and maybe it'll force Talon to sit back a little more on the C side. Either that or push super aggro. But you don't want to be stuck in the middle ground where you're worried about people infiltrating.
These guns need to be held into the necks if you are Talon. What is the danger? Safe.
So only the Odin saved. That was a 4v5 as well. Lest we forget, that was with Runner dying at the start to Odin spam straight off the rip. No value gain from his death, just a straight up 4v5. This is the kind of stuff that people were expecting to see from Vitality coming into the tournament.
Yeah, right out again.
Heavy down to earth. Clean
if they can sustain this, then they will start to flip people's perspective of how the team's performing. Because it was a big shock to a lot of people that they ended up going down to Trace early.
And of course, you know, I mean, they were peaking at the right times in EMEA regionally, making all the way to the finals.
Even with a role change too.
Yeah.
They had to recover their season. A lot of people thinking that Vitality would be a great team, really good rookie signings. They didn't do much for the first half of the year, and they recovered that by putting Safe back on swapping up a few of their roles, making a coaching change. And for them to go out in groups today would be devastating for these guys.
No, truly. The expectations are much higher. But for both teams as well, I think the expectations that they've set for themselves are quite high, as we were talking about, you know, that willpower and nerves coming into effect. Frost has very high expectations. He felt like that he should have won that map or match against Leviathan initially.
And I don't think it's completely unreasonable. There was certainly, 80% of the game where Talon were playing very close to left.
Cruise uncleared. All good. Okay, still peeks out into the open though.
And this Odin's pretty far away. Watching the way the Governor's playing, he doesn't want to lose the Odin. He's playing it in quite a safe, passive spot in that BC connector. He may get a chance to have some damage as Vitality NB.
Incredibly cautious by them. I mean, only again at the 20-second mark, they're making sure they use full usage of the time. And they have sniffed out the successful A stack, so get the plant down safely over towards B as well. If they can string together a couple of more of these kills, it'll be ideal for them. Ban's still alive and kicking. Off to the side here, but
fundamentals बहुत अच्छा था, लेकिन वो
very aware, of course.
aim duels हारते थे.
Propped up in front of him. This should be a very standard job just to clean up these last players.
कोई भी ऐसा shots होता clean वाला नहीं.
I think saving the Odin would be a priority, but he's got no chance.
No chance.
The breach util comes flooding into that connector. And so far, it's Sender's calling that's pushing them over the line. Vitality are playing like a very disciplined, well-oiled machine. Talent with an incredibly early tactile.
I was about to wonder, when was it going to come out? Because as you mentioned, it's Yellow, despite the fact that Vitality coming into some of these rounds, losing a player first death on their side. Still managed to navigate their way through all these scenarios.
Talent need to be disruptive. You're losing
हर
the
region से
straight up
चार
game if you just sit back and play passively and try to read where Vitality are going. You're clearly getting out cold on the macro in these first couple of
So
I'd like to see Talon try to challenge a little more. Look to go for some of these 2 or 3 person reclears. Yes, work on the pistol. You're down to runner, but that can't dissuade you from going from it entirely. Maybe take a big fight over towards C now. If they pressure you, all right. Figure out what happens when you take the fight to Vitality. You already know what happens when you just sit back passively. Got to change something up.
Get a little bit active. Just to switch things up a little bit here.
I get players like Primi and Governor yet to find a kill. We've been talking a lot about nerves. It's an elimination game. And the Talon leadership of Frost and Cruz, who are the ones that are going to be having that input there during the attack timeout, they do hold their team to a standard. And they said that they fail to meet it fairly often, which is
with inexperienced players sometimes, listen, doesn't go amiss. But here we're going to see a bit of an explosive fight over towards A Rubble. Both of these teams gearing up like they want to try and clash here with a fault line. signaling quite a lot with the TP across. Sees, connects, and that is beautiful timing.
Hat. Combo hat.
Laid out one after another here by Talon with the C's and an aid. It's a big opener with Sender now gone. And a re-acceleration out towards C Mound. Doubled up Talon. This is Primi and Ban side by side, going to be catching Runner. Unaware, shoulder to the side still. Runner almost adjusting in time, but this is a massive advantage now for Talon. It's all about not squandering it and letting it slip, because Vitality already making calls to their own. The contact plays creeping and crawling up through and around here. Governor spotting it. Satchel is nice on either side, pushing them back. But already with crews falling, Jitboy's forced to retreat in through the back of the site, and he needs some help and support. Governor up and over the shoulder from that high ground. Trex with a beautiful shot, lands it, nails it, and he wants even more, but a showstopper earned and will get a kill.
Next round
Trex in the process kicks that last one left.
ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है यार? ऐसे कैसे हो सकता है?
Now we'll get the ult online.
यार.
Another spot where Ban and Primi probably need to be getting a little active, pushing forwards, catching kicks as he goes for the plant.
This time committing to it. He's seen no signs of life, and already right from behind, there's the backstab. Talon. They don't want to let that one slip. The beginning of that round, when they get off to such a good start with those 2 opening kills.
That's a very solid tack timeout and good adjustment coming off the back of it. It's exactly what we were talking about. Instead of sitting passively on the sites, go out, get that information. Seize nade, well timed together to be able to punish Sender off the rip, but then the double push coming out through C, catching onto Runner, opening up the map massively and forcing Vitality's hand. They had to go for the react into A because they had no info left. Take the cipher down. We'll wait for both of these race players to get off the blocks. It's Governor, who had 0 kills, goes up to 3 in that round. Big part of why his team was able to get across the line.
Find you.
Probably going to see more of that proactivity from Talon. I mean, the rubble fight worked out massively in their favor. It was a really good idea.
You see Sender not going for the same teleport this time. There is some luck involved. Saves in.
Through the B side. I mean, Governor's stunned up as well, so he can't really supplement the defense. Hold it against Nade, barrel down to the feet. Safe is in so much danger here. And a bullet spraying away. Governor is fully aware of the positioning here, but an ult earned up. This one a prior round, so Kicks is holding on to this roll in front with the plant down, and Sender is going walkabouts. Wrapping all the way around, Talon unaware of this, and this is the danger when you're running that deadlock. You don't have a passive map control. Ban, unlikely contender, still wants a tango. The paranoia is good, excellent impact, and the kills are being primed up for the taking. TP for the reposition now, rolling thunder, pushing them back and away to defuse. Will not be able to be stuck. Miracles across the map, making it so damn uncertain. Still down now. Just to the one player, it's Kicks, time running so damn short, it's got to be on his side. The shorty out, but already the round is won. Luckily for him, and Governor cannot play towards it.
That's a 3v5 recovery from Vitality. Another situation where the Talon leadership will be kicking themselves. Losing their minds at what happened there. Safe goes down early on, but they secure the B site, and this play from Sender's marvellous. Talon, you can see, are not as aware of some of the other teams about the shortfalls of the deadlock. Love this sinking the Omen ult with the Fade ult, so there's no noise cues. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah, perfect kill, bro.
Sender again, the playmaker, the one that's understanding the flaws of how Talon are playing their defense side.
Getting to the point now of Vitality looking so damn in control of the rest of this game.
Double controller में मेरे को anytime Viper अच्छा
needs to go Talon's way. Sunset for Vitality.
Viper
in my opinion, one of their best maps, if not the best map.
Wall smoke big.
And kind of low down in Talon's map pool as well.
One-way smoke भी होता है.
The choices for Talon today to ban were Icebox or Sunset. They went for Icebox. So if Talon are able to win here and win on Bind, it's a very winnable series for them. It really is. But at the moment, underperforming their expectations, their standard.
And going for that re-peek. Wide, it wasn't really set up with too much more util, but still plucks Sender out of that picture. You need to make plays like that when the weaponry is low. Going for the stack over towards C.
Yeah, they already cleared Sender from this spot. They didn't see anybody else, and yet the rotate still comes through to 5-stack on C, leaving all the rest of the map open. I think that's a mistake, but they'll be rewarded.
You're talking about mistakes, man. Safe is almost getting crushed in the hydraulics of the map.
And he's played a really bad game so far. I'm not just talking about the scoreboard. There have been so many moments where Safe is getting caught out. Not what I expected at all for a top 5 duelist.
Flustered. Opportunities Can't squander them here. Trex is hearing all sorts of footsteps. What is going on with the macro play here? The fast flank of Talon is committed with all 5 of them. They have, I mean, listen, understatement to say that they've lost all map control here. To plant down onto the B site. Flanks on flanks.
Both teams here will be wondering what the hell the other is doing.
Yeah, there's so much unknown. With the Nightfall committed as well, you've got to be aware, obviously, of the one position, but it's fully avoided out wide.
Alan's like, okay, there's nobody on B. They planted B, there's no one here.
Yeah. And who's going to be playing this one for the post? What do they've got for it? Sees, flying, but dodged. Aftershock, and one of their own as well. That util combo is nasty. No kill annihilation now popped off Talon. Going for the stick here and covering through these smokes as well. A bit of spam will save the... Oh, goodness. Damage done. Talon have got to bring this might with the ring. The weaponry too strong. Vitality once more.
ये लोग का 3-5.
I mean, dude. They are getting away with so much here.
Yeah, I think the adjustment to try to fight more in the early round is actually working for Talon. It's another round, I think, where they got up 5v3 again, didn't they? They picked off Sender, they picked off Safe. Yeah, it was a 5v3 again. And yeah, the weaponry's not that great. And the plant position is awkward to deal with. But the decision-making is leaving me scratching my head.
It's real strange. Again, another at least clash over towards the rubber ankle. Last time Vitality were not favoured in this. So it very early on. Can't get that space. Pivot.
Vitality का map
potential there. He's just trying to catch players.
नहीं वो production है वो गलत.
Trying to make as much noise on B as possible, make himself feel big as Vitality flood into C instead. Talon have not known where Vitality are trying to plant at any point in this match.
Be playing for that retake. Mistiming here with a flash and a peek, but he's playing together at the moment. Kicks. He's gone for that plant. Spam down straight through the wall. Primi off angle is nice. Still being hunted. Down! Straight down. Sender. That was a messy one. Still granted that kill. They need a few more where that came from. Still sitting with that player disadvantage. Governor with a showstopper, but he's going to be dropped, and that's no longer a problem. Now for the reflank. Jit boys. Off round. Trex is so damn aware. Dropped them before a moment's notice. Cruise and ban. A lot to do in this spot. Time ticking away. You can hear it, the spike, and this is going to become a problem.
ये लोग में 3 बंदे जिंदा तो extra powers मिलता
है. Save some of these guns, but this is a brutal beginning for Talon. As we've already mentioned, the map pull, when you zoom out, the sunset, it's not one what they're favoured on. If they go down early into this series,
वापिस 3v5, वापिस तीसरा round.
I mean, this is tragic. The way that it's slipping away from Talon. It's another 5v3
problem.
Another one. That's 3 in a row.
The player advantages, you cannot be dropping them like this.
Especially when Safe is not winning his duels. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard, 2-4. Keeks died getting the plant down. Safe dies taking a duel that's pretty reasonable. He just can't get it. And you fumble the 5v3 retake. Doesn't matter what kind of macro ideas you've got if you're losing advantage spots like that.
Just fumbling it here. Bullets are flying forward towards these Vitality players. Safe's almost dropped.
Another round where Safe's very weak and is going to struggle to get value. Another team flash from Vitality.
It flustered from both of these teams, but now there's going to be a fight taken with the showstopper in the hands of Governor. No kills to be found. Any sort of damage as well, but it might be supplemented at least. Primi. The rest of his squad going to be alongside it. Full stack of these players.
Yeah. Give them another one and then win the 3v5 again. Apparently there need to be 2 sacrifices in order for Vitality to win the rounds. Blood for the Blood God. Going back over towards C here. This is where the barrier mesh was laid down early on.
team देखा नहीं जो defense में और advantage में deadlock
Ban's trying to keep that timing in the back of his head. He can hear the shots now too.
Attacks में तो
probably the first time that Vitality are looking to end C.
Gravitas going to be held.
कोई भी
team actually have opportunities to go back to runner. You know, they're not full committed to C right now.
Might be soon. Sensors at their back. Kicks needs to be careful of overstepping himself. He's pulled out a lot of that util from the Talon players. And players
they're looking to go B. Look at the spot that Runner's got himself into.
Okay.
It's difficult though for Safe to get in here, even with Showstopper. He's so weak.
There's a spam could make all the difference. Trex is firing. This guy light him up. Primi, chance potentially there with the ult. Not dead yet, but doesn't offer to use it here. Sitting into the fight now. Damage still done to these Vitality players, but at least they're into the post plant themselves. And the Neural Theft lighting up most of them. Talon feeling uncertain, shaky territory. Even with the Nightfall as well, catching noise cut away from Jit boys. One broken as well. A battle on multiple fronts. Trex is locking it down fully, entirely. Attack from Governor, but now looking this way, that way, 180 direction. Not enough eyes available for him to even know which way to play it around it.
Round Talon. Round advantage with Talon.
And I said that Vitality's defense was not
yes,
amazing, and Talon only good on the attack. It doesn't matter if you end up losing this half to this kind of degree. The second half, it's not even really going to get played.
I know. It's, at this point, money's not good for the next round as well for Talon. Spoiler alert. You figure that one out yourself.
They need somebody to go huge on this eco to get them back in. They need an 8-4 half here. I mean, could they maybe do it with a 9-3 and a pistol? Like, you're stretching at that point. You are really stretching. And if they lose this, the series is looking so tough to win, almost impossible. And that's champs on the line for Talon, a team that did a great job of even getting here in the first place. They want to use this opportunity.
Absolutely, you don't want to just let it drop and slip away. Another exit, 2 matches played, and that's it. That's all you've got to showcase on the big stage. I think back to the beginning, we're talking about the nerves, at play, at work. This match, big portion of it feels like who is going to be able to get more comfortable on the stage faster. For Vitality right now, they're in large amounts of control, safe. Opportunities for him to get onto the board of a couple of these eco kills. Door open wide, Ban can only do so much. Primi, let's return that fire now into the 2. This is 2.
There are chances.
Yeah,
there are definitely chances here, but they can't deny the plant. And there's 2 massive ultimates available for Vitality. Primi's got a couple of lives available to him, but massive advantage still in favor of Vitality here.
Talon are just so, I think, scared right now. The player could have lurked behind. Contact him most of the way into this fight. Kicks is going to be taking that contact with just the jiggle, the jump up as well. That's a punish. Primi, what a peek. Trying to make this one workable. Playable. Smoke shot down from Jit Boys as well. Heads barely popped up and over safe. You have an ult to play with as well. The nade up and over 2. Satchel through. Paranoia. Blinded. Oh, not quite. Avoided. Jit Boys, though, sticking this one. What is the play right now? Fight to be won. Ult. Bounded. Up against the wall. But it's already stuck. Talon. Steal that one away.
Nice.
Can I even be happy with it still? I suppose so. Listen, every single round is going to count at this point.
And that was the round where they had the weak economy. So it is still possible for them to get that 8-4 half up. Safe was banking there on the fact that Jit Boys was just fake tapping on that first one, scared of the ultimate. Overthinking things maybe slightly. I mean, based on what we've seen so far today, it's not like it's perfect Valorant. It's not like your opponents are going to be thinking about every single piece that's available to them. But Jit Boys was super happy to just stay on that until the ult itself was popped. And we are straight back in here. Talon looking
the tempo increase here with the Paranoia Swat. Not a connection on Descender. He's got to try and drop some of the players, but only himself. Return to Descender. Ban up and over here. Rolling Thunder will be sending them sky high. Trex to follow up as well. The TP from behind Jit Boys. Only the one before the trade comes through. 2v3 damage done to Governor. A scrappy affair.
But a spot now where even with the player advantage, Talon can't cover the entire map. You can't really spread out 1-1-1. You're just going to give Vitality too many opportunities. And they found a player.
And a peek by Runner, man. He has ripped Crew's head off.
And now
lock that down. This
reset.
These moments when they're just slowing it down into the mid round, contacting a lot, is throwing Talon for such a loop.
Yeah, I really love the attack macro.
लोग को मारने के बाद अल्ट मिला
The whole of Vitality
सो जाओ
drilled into them
पहले से अल्ट था
Talon,
नहीं लेकिन साइड हट जाता
one of
था
these
अगर
players
अल्ट
left alive to come up
30
with the
seconds
play.
left.
और बाद में क्लो मार देते
Just come down to these timings with 24 seconds left once more. Double tap here, Primi. Peak timing. Just misses it. Stray shots going wide here. Kicks, I'm not too sure. He's low. Kicks. Still going to be going for the plant. Satchel through and across, but the damage done there is Governor dropped into that 1v1. Aftershock pushes back Primi. Only for a moment here. Down to it. Which player will spot each other first? And with the damage done to Kicks, Primi might just be favored. Repositions, rotating around. Smoke props up. Just spotting each other. Bodies passing by, and Premier with the tap as well. But kicks, the issue is not forced out of him. This guy is cold with it!
Oh,
cold with
it!
Really beautifully read there from Kicks. I don't think anybody is sticking that diffuse. When both players see each other and you dip into a smoke, Kicks has got the perfect read on what's happening there. Not even worried.
Best game of their lives.
And that's a round where Talon would have been hoping that their new acquisition was able to skill things across the line. Take down runner, take down Kicks, and yet the rookies on Vitality prevail.
Wallah, your eyes cold. Best Estonian player in Champions.
That's true. Estonian Player of the Week, again,
of course,
for 92 weeks running or
winning
whatever.
these awards, man. He's racking them up. It's unreal.
भाई क्या hype करते हैं ये लोग यार.
हाँ ना.
Beyond dire at this point for Talon.
भाई 4 round
looking at 9-3, and even then you've got to do it with barely any ultimates, barely any weaponry.
And playing against one of the best pistol round teams we have at the tournament.
So it's even unlikely into the second half.
एक kill पे भी हो फिर भी उसको लगेगा कि हाँ भाई मैं ही best हूँ.
Looking for that info so that they can land it in maybe an unexpected spot for the retake. If they break this trip, of course, though, eyes are going to be looking backwards. People like Runner, people like Trex.
9-3 होगा 9-3.
There it is. Trip's going to be broken already. Side control. Giving up an over. Vitality. Into that one. Needs to get this plant down and active. Just a slight tap as well, seeing if there's some of that utility.
You don't know how many are on the flank here.
You really don't. There's a TP as well for Rubble, just to clear that one. Talon looking to try and take this one purely from the flank and buying time and space. Cruz, Jip boys, maybe to do some work and some damage, but Runner's going to be catching the contact here alongside the boom bot. The horn is beautiful. Annihilation, though. It's going to be trading it. Bit of post-mortem, not to be saved from this outcome. Doors opened up, sees as well. Giving this one up into that 4v4. Now another TP here, but Jip boy sticking this all the way. Diffuse is sticking! Running through, shot into the face. The 10th round.
My God.
Dropped in the lab of Vitality. And with how good they've been on these pistol rounds, Josh, man, as we've been saying, it just feels inevitable.
It certainly does. This is the Vitality that people were looking for. The #2 seed from EMEA. Looking almost unstoppable in their region since they swapped Safe over to Duelist. They went missing at the beginning of their group, but they're back with a vengeance. And Talon have got to pull out something unbelievable, something special to get back into this.
They really do, but for now as well, we'll send it down to the floor for a nice little interview at the halftime.
Hello everyone, it's Bella back with the halftime interviews. I'm joined by a very special NA Game Changers player star. Hello. 안녕하세요.
Hello.
이제 오늘 이번 챔스의 탈론 경기마다 이렇게 매번 방문하고 계신다고 들었는데 이번 서울 챔피언스 좀 어떻게 즐기고 계신지 먼저 묻도록 하겠습니다. Heard you're here every day for all Talon matches. How are you enjoying Seoul Champions?
Very nice.
I love it. I love watching the matches. I like feeling the vibe of like the stadium. It's really fun.
현장에 와서 경기도 보고 이 현장 분위기에 심취하는 게 가장 재밌게 즐기고 계시다고 하네요. 그리고 이제 벤 선수를 응원하기 위해서 이렇게 매일 방문하면서 좀 응원도 많이 해주고 그리고 가장 중요한 건 오늘 경기 어땠는지 이야기를 좀 들었을 수 있을 것 같아요. 먼저 물어보도록 하겠습니다. You're here every day for Ban, and I'm sure he really appreciates that. Can you tell me what was his mindset going in before today's match?
I think he was just really excited to play. I mean, making champs was definitely one of his goals for the year, and he definitely met that. And now I think he's just hungry to win. So.
이제 정말 이제 그냥 신났고 경기를 할 수 있음에 너무 즐거움을 느끼고 있고요. 그리고 챔스를 얼마나 간절히 원했는지 알기 때문에 이제는 챔스 진출했으니 승리만 가져가면 된다고 합니다. 그리고 이제 스타리 씨도 NA 게임 체인저스 선수시잖아요. 이제 탈론이 컴백을 하기 위해서 좀 어떤 변화를 주면 좋을지 물어보고 싶습니다. You're also a game changers player. What do you think Talon needs to do to make a comeback?
Honestly, I think they all just need to step it up. They look like they're sleeping on the stage a little bit. Like, this is not how they usually play. They're a lot better than this. So.
원래 하던 대로 지금 못 보여주고 있으니 좀 잠에서
맞대,
깨서 원래
Talon
탈론의 맛을
game
보여주면 된다고 하네요. 그럼 저희는 다시 로터스로 돌아가겠습니다. Back to Lotus.
कुछ ने तो मारते तो है, भले हारेंगे लेकिन
कोच मुझे बहुत पसंद है
कौन पसंद है? Too flustered as well as we were talking about near the beginning. This pistol round We always highlight the importance of them. This time, it's a necessary win for Talon, but they're up against Vitality. They have been clean with it.
And it looks like Vitality are setting up for a push out through Mound here. But it might also have a component that pushes B. Kicks and Trex in that position. Two players that have been firing. They decide not to go for the aggression, though. Purely setting up Sender and Safe. Now anchoring the B site.
Mention these players, are they going to try and pivot this one? Okay, there's Paranoia primed with the door opened wide, but they don't spot any players. So
Talon avoid giving away information, but then throw smokes out. So now Jitboys doesn't have any smokes for another 5 seconds. So they can't go for any kind of exec just now.
Yeah, it's not like they're running a Viper either.
Another situation where Vitality have got a lot of info and Talon haven't contested them for it or made them pay in any way.
Setup is quite nice. It's a kill trip to play off out through A.
Heavy read.
Down close to the floor. Prowler will not be clearing it. Kicks with a jump spot as well. Not too sure if he got that information, but it seems likely, at least with the smoke now up in their face. Cruz, couple of knives away. Gives Safe that time to prime that nade. Still runner out through the back of the site and he's got to do quite a bit. He's lucky not to be dead. Governor just did not clear the corner properly, even though he's inside the camera. Allows the shot, pushing him back and away. Prowler in the face. Kicks. He's already in there. Gets stuck straight into the fight. Players flooding all the way through. Vitality. And another one to the tally. This pistol round win rate is going through the bloody roof. And the map is just being stolen away right now from Talon.
Talon have never had ownership of it. That would be a prerequisite for any kind of theft to have occurred. And it's the same two players, Trex and Kicks, doing such a great job. They were anchoring B when it looked like Talon were going to be heading there. And then as they make the pivot, using those clove smokes to supplement the Omen smokes there on C, it's again Trex and Kicks anchoring, getting those kills, playing incredibly for the team. They've got 30 kills between them.
Uh-oh. Rubble fight here and a force up as well. Sender it's right into their faces. Damage done to him, but he's still alive here. With the Paranoia flying forwards as well as team to play off all the little bits and pieces. Util down, drop in, and maybe feeding away. Primi has done so much into that spot. The last one left. They weren't expecting that.
A slight overheat from Vitality there, and Primi's happy to collect. Runner's healthy, the others aren't.
And they're holding for this push as well. Runner maybe even expecting that they were already going to be up onto that site. With the slightest amount of discipline, and Talon are granted the tiniest of lifelines.
It will be a long, long road back. This is the side, though, again, where you get that big impact out of Premier. He likes using the aggression of other players to be able to trade off them. He is top of the scoreboard, but far away from being top when you consider the players on the other side.
Trex has just been a monster this entire map. He had very high peaks as well during EMEA playoffs.
He certainly did.
Showcasing very similar form, at least so far. For now, Vitality down to those weaker buys as well. I mean, Kicks has managed to get some sort of gun as well, just because the way that Vitality manage their economy off the back of pistol rounds. They usually keep one player just so they can buy rifles. But I doubt they'll be able to
on both sides.
too much damage done just with the Spectre in hands. A tap from Governor. He's very scared at a trap play potential because, listen, every round counts. You can't afford to let anyone slip.
It actually looks like a trap play on the other side of the map. You see the cam inside tree here. Potential for a long-range stun coming from Kicks. There is a chance that players inside tree could get caught. Talon don't appear to be drifting in that direction.
Doesn't get broken for Vitality. Flying out towards B. To fake though, and now they're going straight back into A. Ban only the one before the trade comes through. Now Talon might just want to commit fully into this B side as well, but going walkabouts is the danger zone, especially when you're up against the eco, but still, Spectre in hand.
30 seconds left.
Movement ajar, they take it in another direction entirely. Pivot over towards C will be that free plant.
3v4 where two of the players actually have some weaponry to work with. Talon still have to be disciplined in this spot.
Plan for Mound, they're all going to be played back there.
They've got a couple of weapons that are good for them. Obviously, Governors isn't that great, but the rest should be able to play this map quite nicely. Primi, however, though, with the outlet.
बाकी कोई sentinel से walk in नहीं कर सकता है. ये sentinel से walk in
It's a strange angle.
He has to not get caught.
Usually backstab
FUPernova, but as soon as the cage has popped up as well, realizes there's some danger there. Runner taps it, forcing out the spam. Now realizing nobody's quite on this one. Again, the gun should sail them through quite nicely. Through most of it. If the guns don't, the time pressure certainly will. And nice bit of precision at the end there on display by Primi.
Snappy shot. Yeah, one away from the ult as well.
Huh?
And now we get to see a rifle round to some degree. I mean, Talon are going to have all right weaponry heading into their bonus. The economy tends to be a bit better for the team that breaks the pistol.
clear नहीं हो सकता. अरे लेकिन wall डाल दिया तो तेरे को मालूम है ना इतना टाइम नहीं आ सकता. हाँ?
Feel much more like a rifle round.
पूरा weekend बढ़िया है. दोपहर से
Talon keep this momentum going up just a little longer.
FRX has got an ode. Spam's going to be incoming here with a rebel fight. Doing most of this.
मेरा बस वो रात वाला
part missing spam though. Doors open wide as well. He's going to be under a lot of pressure.
What a flick.
Yeah, bullet tagged up. Governor just shrugs it off. Lands the bullet anyway. Beautiful first kill now for Talon, but it's all about how push past that point. Got the advantage. It's all about not dropping it.
Remember how many 5v3s they lost in that first half. 3 in a row.
तो deadlock का भी तो E-wall है, land agent deadlock.
Vitality looking to try to equalize this by taking a risk. Safe and kicks doubled up, pushing out through B. It's where the spike is, but I think they'll just miss the timing.
It's an awkward one. Runner jump spotting. Is the horn.
आज शाम को Valor stream होगी क्या entertainment by idea नहीं है.
Don't want anything to do with that one, but you're going to be making a call for the team. Talon don't give up A rubble control this whole time, still locking it down just in case they do want to drift back into that direction. Safe is also going on re-exploration.
अगर 11-13 comeback मारा क्या मजा आएगा.
30 seconds left.
जाएगा अगर comeback होगा.
30 seconds left.
Ultimate round
That's an unusual one.
Strange angle to be fighting on. Yeah, actually from both of those players, Safe and Jim Boys.
Reach,
20 health though, and now doesn't feel like it's over towards A, but you can see this door rotating. Guns exchange once more. Time is running short here. There's no way Sender's going to be playing spoiler. Surely not. Haunts broken. TP up and over. Dodging most of the nade as well. He wants to make a go of this one. This is getting cheeky. But Governor's watchful eye is on all of it. It's ruling that sight with a nice iron fist. And so runners once more left to do quite a bit into this spot, but unplayable really at this point in the 1v4.
Talon have done a great job here. They had that opportunity to bonus up. They decided to actually invest into Vandals. They got rid of the Guardian, got rid of the Spectre. They still had the economy flourishing. And they've knocked Vitality down. When Vitality won the pistol, that pretty much should have been game over. Straight through to sunset.
11-6 doable
map pick, close things out easily. Textbook Valorant.
Comeback doable.
Talon are fighting. They're not just going quietly.
Yeah, whatever hidden reserves are left, honestly. Not willing to give up because the whole year's building up to even just make this event. You do not want to be going out early.
Yeah, impossible.
The weakest teams at the event. It's just not where their expectations are going to be leveled. Doesn't matter about anybody else's.
हाँ क्या?
And Talon took a huge risk just signing Primi in the first place.
Oh,
they had a team that was making it to that playoffs level, and they chose to take a gamble to try to push it over the line. And it worked. I think prior to signing Primi, they did actually look a little weaker than Team Secret. Got Primi in. They just needed that one win against their rivals. They beat Team Secret. Primi having really huge impact in that game. They get to champs. I mean, they double their take. If you want to talk about what that actually does for you, just making it to champs too. Doubling their take from the champ skins.
Oh yeah.
That's huge already for any organization.
Money
should already be considered a win, but they're competitors. They're here to try to win some of these games too.
Exactly. The money is just almost like, I mean, it's a secondary objective. You're not even worried about it.
कितना है पैसा champs का?
Your hopes and dreams rest on lifting a trophy.
$1 million.
No trophy bigger.
नहीं मतलब जो last आएगा उसको भी अच्छा खासा ही है शायद.
Vitality are going to have to take a chance.
$1 million.
Also taking their first tactical timeout of the match. They were running away with the game. It was very comfortable. It was the first time that they really had to adjust everything.
और को क्या मिलता है?
One of the things that's
last आएगा $30,000.
तो किसका है $1 million?
From Champion Skins. Last time $12 million था. सब में divide हुआ था 50%.
सब टीम्स में
जो चैम्प्स होती है, चैम्प जाती है वो।
ओ ऐसा फंडा है क्या?
Yes.
और इस बार
That's why making it to champs is 3, मतलब your revenue goes 3x for the whole year if you make it to champs.
ओ प्रोड्स ब्रांड्स ये सब अलग।
हाँ, मतलब ब्रांड्स तो आप सीजन के स्टार्ट पे ही साइन करते हो, यू कैन barely sign after when the
Reaching
season is
champs.
ending.
Oh,
Yeah. But
Talon,
most of the deals you have to do before the
Jitboys
season
needs to
starts.
not overheat in this spot. He can't afford to die.
Okay, that's a lovely adjustment. Just snaps
G
to the
का
head
वो
of
एक
runner.
चीज मुझे अच्छा ही लगता है
Moves
कि
him from the fight, but the
they have
rifle
such
will
a
be
big
reclaimed
opportunity, they
into the
should
hands
be
of safe
working
now.
with both
Orbs
sides.
farmed up. Talon trying to play towards some of these key pieces of util ultimates.
इस हिसाब से मुझे कितना मिलेगा?
The door opened. They could be going in either direction. Nice jump spotting from Trex.
Yeah.
He's pretty confident now that this is going to be a C hit.
Smoke fades though, he's going to have to back off here. Still, they hear this one. Do they have any sort of protocols? Yes, they do. Satchel away. Trex, he's spamming, praying that he survives here, but a C's off into the back as well. Safe over the shoulder, but he has been cleaned up. Damage definitely done with that ghost in hand. Still, it's Talon who've barreled their way over most of this one here. Now, Cruiser the plant will not be stuck. Primi defends though. He's pretty certain he knows what that last player is. Jitboys.
God.
Make sure the death isn't in vain.
What an important round for Jitboys to be coming online.
If
he takes that fight towards B and he loses it, that's probably the round.
Did
Massively important that he
Seoul
won
ever
that fight.
apply for franchise?
I'm not sure he should have been taking it in the first place, to be honest, but they really wanted to apply that B pressure. They did. He brought things back into a 4v4.
मतलब FPX की क्या टीम थी, कुछ टीम
But let's see what that Vitality tag timeout was looking to accomplish. They're one away from Showstopper, from Rolling Thunder.
It's another
massive
fight as well. Yeah, massive ultimates. Barely there, and kills will do it. Granted, earn it. Governors up and over as well with a TP. That's a reveal. Want to save. They still want to take this fight straight up into their face. TP's around center. He's cutting up ankles and potentially cutting up players too. Rolling Thunder to set this play up. Governor had nowhere to run. Hopping down into the same spot here. It's barely 20 seconds into the round. A pivot. It's been played now by Talon. We can see this straight into his face. Kicks is also holding it.
क्योंकि रोहित की first team
missed the timing though. Primi's passed it and he's squaring up for the fight, but not going to be given it.
वो पतला सा कोई लड़का था.
Steady by Vitality.
वाली टीम थी Wimp और
realizing that they were playing.
मतलब अच्छी टीम नहीं थी basically.
Got them relatively surrounded. There is that towards heaven. Barrier mesh up.
रोहित को भी पता है वो. रोहित ने
deciding not to break it, waiting for reinforcements first.
Back through here. He's trying to take point and contact. Still kicks. You cannot be dominating this. My God, a 6-piece available, and here and now.
ये क्या ये 6 बंदे मारे.
What an unbelievable play. Not
First
just the
ever
ace,
in champs
the 6-piece on top. This rookie player has never aced in VCT before, and he's just brought that out at Champions.
That's a hell of a way to do it.
बोलते हाथ से गए इसने हमारे 6 बंदे मार दिए.
My goodness, man.
What a beautiful setup with the Rolling Thunder as well. Re-clearing through that position after Safe got caught in the grab net. These peaks are abominable from Talon. Let's just put it as it should be. Not playing around Primi's ultimate, not swinging together. They fed the kicks, but he was there. He delivered for all 6.
का util भाई unbelievable है. हर एक को उसका assist है.
He's got 20 kills.
Yeah, that is composure in the moment as well. You're being swarmed by bodies, and as you mentioned, listen, the peak wasn't great from Talon. It was very individualistic. It was all over the place.
They had so many things they could have synced up there. I mean, Primi is ulted. They can try to double swing the other 2 players. They can try to wait until Primi comes out of ult and swing with that.
Yeah.
They can have Primi swing first as well, so that he actually tries to get some value from the ult itself. He's going very lost in that moment, but playing perfectly into Vitality's hands.
Next map 100% close जाएगा. 100%
capitalizes.
Yeah.
Genji Heretics में मैंने pick में मैंने Heretics
was saving it for a rainy day, which happens to be now.
Genji Sentinels में
pretty unfair, but
Genji
6 rounds difference, and it would have to be perfect from here.
Genji Sen में Genji नहीं. No.
Yes.
Fully grouped up again with 5 of them.
उस पे तो मतलब
set the sights over towards C-bound. Just the one objective they want to fight over. Means they're going to be lacking a lot of this
2-0 भी
well
बोल
off the
सकता
rip
हूँ.
here.
2-0
Vitality.
उसका भी कुछ अगर तो मुझे बोनस देना चाहता है तो दे सकते.
ठीक है और 100 subs.
got a full setup over towards the seaside.
100 सबसे कि 2-0 होगा, मैं बोल रहा हूँ नहीं होगा। और एक है
2-0 होगा तो तुझे मुझे थोड़ा एक्स्ट्रा सब
तो उसका अलग 100 सब्स है ना।
100 सब 2-0 और 100 सब विन।
हाँ विन बराबर।
वन भी हुआ मतलब जैन का हारना तो जंजी का हारना तो इम्पॉसिबल है। या 0 है या 2
हो जाए मैं रेडी हूँ।
A clean sweep unless Ban has something to say about it.
चलो GG हो गया ये तो मैप।
All broken, but I know where Ban is. Prowler towards his back, running him down, racing him down. Individual fights earned and utilized, but Vitality in the end with that discipline, doubling up to seal up the map.
क्या किया Talon ने?
A huge one for Vitality to take. In control the entire time. We got highlight moments.
Next match मजा आएगा PRX वाला।
हाँ मैं नाम नहीं ले रहा। फुट जीतेगा। फुट जीतेगा 2-0।
I don't think so, but
हाँ
PRX is not their usual self.
नहीं वो लोग करेंगे लेकिन क्वालिफाई तो हो जाएंगे। क्वालिफाई होने के लिए उनको सेल्फ का जरूरत नहीं, क्वालिफाई हो जाएगा।
क्योंकि अगर वो फुट के सामने जीतते हैं फिर भी EDG है भाई, कांग है, मतलब मजाक नहीं।
घर पे कांग।
कल भी अच्छे मैचेस है, सेन और जेनजी और फनाटिक और
कल तो बाप मैच है, बाप मैच है कल। मेरे को पता नहीं ऐसा क्यों स्मेल आ रहा है कि फनाटिक का लेफ्ट राइट होने वाला है। केसनट्स भाई अगर अचानक से फॉर्म में आ गए ना,
अल्फा ईयर ब्रो, अल्फा ईयर, डोंट डाउट हिम।
केस भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 5 गिफ्टेड, मेरी जान की टोट्स द गोट्स। गाइस जिस जिसको भी मिला लाइक कर दो, मजा आएगा। और स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो, बाद में बोलना नहीं गिफ्टेड नहीं मिल रहा है करके। हाँ बोलना नहीं फिर।
मतलब कि अगर कोई ऐसा मेंबरशिप देता है तो कोई भी सब्सक्राइबर को मेंबरशिप गिफ्ट हो जाएगा क्या?
हाँ रैंडम, वो लोग को वो अलाउ गिफ्ट करना पड़ता है लेकिन आपके चैनल पे वैसा ये अलाउ गिफ्ट करना पड़ता है। और अगर एफ के भी रहेगा, चैट पे नहीं रहेगा तो भी मिल जाता है रैंडमली।
बढ़िया।
एक बंदे ने गिफ्टेड किया था, उसको खुद को मिला था खुद का गिफ्टेड। 5 गिफ्ट भेजे थे, एक उसको खुद को मिला था।
पिकम्स बता दे रहे पिकम्स।
मेरा लॉगिन नहीं हो रहा
वैलो पे कैसे पिकम्स करता है? मैं तो VLR पे करता हूँ।
नहीं वैलो के अंदर ऑप्शन दिया है वो लोग ने इस बार।
हाँ पिकम्स का।
हाँ उसमें वो भी था रिवॉर्ड्स।
फक, मतलब मेरे को तो कुछ भी नहीं मिलेगा।
नहीं उसमें अगर हर पिकम्स बराबर है तो 100% का टाइटल था, जो कि सबसे रेयरेस्ट टाइटल एवर होएगा अभी।
मुझे तो नहीं लगता है कोई भी है जिसने एक्सपेक्ट किया रहेगा कि जेनजी ट्रेस से हार जाएगा।
किनको मिलेगा मालूम है?
लेवाइथन ट्रेस से हार जाएगा।
लेजिट किसको मिलेगा मालूम है? जिसको गेम का हल्का सा भी नॉलेज नहीं है और उसके फ्रेंड ने बोला रहेगा भाई पिकम्स का लास्ट 1 घंटा बचा है, रिवॉर्ड मिल रहा है, कर दे कुछ भी, और उसने ऐसा रैंडमली कुछ भी किया रहेगा, उसमें से कोई एक बंदा रहेगा जिसको मिले।
फीफा वर्ल्ड कप में पता है अक्टूबर।
यस भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड।
कौन सा एनिमल था जब
वो करता था ना, बताता था कौन जीतता है,
कौन जीतने वाला है, और उससे फाइनल तक बताया था कौन
जीतने वाला है। मैं भी ऑक्टोपस को लग रहा है ऑक्टोपस को
फनाटिक हारेगा DRX से, किसने सोचा था? जेनजी हेरेटिक्स से हारेगा, किसने सोचा?
वो सब लेकिन एटलीस्ट 1% चांस था। ट्रेस कहां से?
वाइटलिटी को हराया, लेवाइथन को हराया। मतलब
एक ने चैट मिला था, ट्रेस ने खुद के पिकम्स में लेव को डाला था। कहां से?
ओ भाई EDG।
आपके साथ कौन है? यस भाई।
Foot has to go home today bro।
फुट जीतेगा 2-0।
सीनियर भाई अगर कुछ चमत्कार करे तो हो सकता है, वरना
केस भाई थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 15 गिफ्टेड यार, थैंक यू फॉर बीइंग अ कांस्टेंट सपोर्ट यार, लव यू यार केस भाई, लव यू यार। चैट जिसको भी मिला केस भाई का पकड़े और थैंक्स बोले, ठीक है। अंडी बंडी व्हाट इज बिकेम प्रेडिक्शंस, कौन जीतेगा कौन नहीं।
चाइना में 6 टीम्स है, पता है तुझे, पूरे उनके लीग में।
वो लोग में तो अभी भी आया ना 1-1.5 साल, लेकिन अभी आगे जाके और आएंगे टीम।
Was a dream start for Team Vitality.
6 teams तो बहुत कम है।
Head coach Gorilla. Now that comp on Lotus is something we never see in EMEA. You would have not had a lot of practice against. So what was the plan coming into this? Did you manage to find a good counter for this composition?
And then what 12
I mean, we practiced against quite a lot of deadlocks, especially whilst we've been over here in Pacific, and especially also Tier 2 EMEA play a lot of deadlocks. So. And for us, we also practiced deadlock for a while, so we have a really good idea on how to play against it. Obviously, it couldn't convert in the trace game, but here it definitely did.
Yeah. And how are you feeling about that next one?
The next map? I mean, we're feeling pretty good. the mood in the team's really good at the moment, so yeah, we hope we can translate it.
I can't wait to see it. Good luck on the map too.
ये कोच 18 साल का कोच है क्या?
Vitality pick up the win on Lotus, and we were talking about before how important this particular map of Lotus is going to be for Talon. They had a composition that was very unique to them. This was their pick. Unfortunately, Mimi, it just did not work out in their favor. Round after round, it just kept falling apart.
ऐसा लग रहा है
I think Team Vitality came in with a really good plan to exploit the lack of a sentinel on defense on this attacking side. They found so many gaps in the setup. This round was a great example where we're going to see Sender just take full advantage of some of the weaknesses of this deadlock. The wall gets put down, and because that solo anchor player is in this cross, doesn't hear that teleport. Sender gets through, then the team does a great job of finding some pressure for him over on B to activate this and get the opening kill that wins them the bonus.
इज्जत चाहिए बा।
This was a big masterclass from Sender in the beginning of the map, honestly. He had such big
वो legit 2.5 साल तक हमारे साथ था और आज तक players
great playmaking ability, and then obviously he enabled, you know, Trax to just step up and go.
यार मजा आएगा लेकिन बीजे में देखते
the last time that he played.
And you know a match is rough when a team is losing 8 out of 11
मैं इंस्टा पे आपको
of their
मैसेज कर दूंगा जब कर
situations.
कौन सा मैच कर रहा हूँ।
3-3v5.
कोई ऐसा फाइनल जोन में 5-6 टीम रहेगा ना तभी सुमड़ी में एक मैसेज करूंगा।
Just the fundamental mistakes in the positions where they had advantages. Look how many players in these clips are dominating.
एक गेम किया मैंने कान पकड़ा बस, अभी भी याद है
These things
एक
cannot be
गेम
happening
किया
if you
था।
want to win against the best teams in the world.
लगा भाई वो बहुत मारते हैं।
To back, it's just brutal. It feels terrible in the server.
It has to crush the mental.
Yeah, it wasn't even a 5v4, 5v3s. They were losing 5v3s in these situations.
With utility, with a deadlock all one of the times, and they just couldn't do anything.
And we even saw in the second half once they started to rally, put a couple rounds together. The game got
एरेंगल में ना क्वेरी के पीछे साइड पे तो स्क्वाड आउट में बैठा था मस्त। मैं बोला यार मस्त फाइनल जोन भी है, चारों जिंदा है। जैसे बोला टीम हारा और पिंकी ने गाली दिया मेरे को। मैं बोला पिंकी ये गेम में भी कैसे चिल्ला रही है मेरे पे, मत देख, क्यों देख रहा है, मत
on your own. That ace was all about it, but credit to Kicks, he capitalized with some lovely
BGMS तो यार Binks में क्या बताओ
यार
हमारे साथ।
What, this is full mine?
This team is known for their like
Thank you.
EMEA style, but they really do have
You
some
have
sick
no
individuals
idea
on this roster that I think a lot of the global audience doesn't give them enough credit for.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this game definitely illustrated that as well, because one of the players that we wanted to see continue his good run from what we saw in the previous series that he played was Trex. And Trex did just that. He gave us our HyperX reflex moment with this gorgeous 3K that he managed to nab himself in. Overall, it's definitely just been the trend here for Vitality, right? They're a little beaten down, but those guys, it was a big thing coming into this event. How these guys always had each other's back. back. It was like the power of friendship practically with these boys. And you can definitely see they have each other's back here. It's showing in the server, it's showing on stage, and it's showing Baby Bay in their stats.
3 KDA is absolutely absurd at the scope that we're at right now. We're at Champions, right?
Yeah.
People shouldn't be able to just take over like this on a game of all roles. You think duelist players like Aspas dropping 30s, maybe on Icebox. But an initiator player on Lotus to do this.
He was getting so many impactful ults too.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I mean, the 2 fade ults he had back to back. I think he had 2 in 8 rounds.
Yeah.
And then one of them, Sender was able to basically cheese around one where he had that late lurk.
Parmesan cheese or cheddar cheese?
Into Broken Door and just get another kill because the fade ult had everybody silenced. They didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, no, a lot of great ideas across the board for sure. But let's go ahead though and see what's going on with Frost. Coach Frost, as a matter of fact, because we are going to have some words with him ahead of map 2.
I've got Coach Frost here from Talon. Now, you've shared your concerns in the past about situations where your boys don't capitalize on advantageous situations. So when they are losing those 5v3s, what do you do to say to them to get them back on track?
Well, they're professional players that get paid a salary to actually close those. So I'll just say this. The silver lining is we can get leads. Around in that game. So that's a good thing. Bad thing is we're not closing out those rounds. So for them, I think they just need to take their time. They had a lot of time on either those post plants or those retakes, and they're just rushing. They slow it down, they might have better chances. The fact that we have leads is good.
Well, best of luck on map 2.
And that was basically what we were saying up here as well, right? This is a team that has been struggling with the closeout, and Mimi, I mean, that they gotta fix it if they want to win this.
I'm just saying Frost would make a great little league coach. I feel like he has the dad who cares so much energy.
Seriously.
Why did you remove him? That's not important right now. What's important is we're going into map 2 of this series. Talon series on the line, and they're making another composition switch here, going into the deadlock on Sunset.
Yeah, very, very interesting. And Premi, I think this might be his debut on Raze as well. I don't think we've seen him play Raze yet in VCT in general.
Yeah, no, this also is pretty unique, and obviously for Team Vitality, it's going to have to come down to the adaptation, like we've been talking about all day. They can't have prepped for this.
Yeah, we've seen what Vitality are capable of when they are in that adaptation phase, when they are thinking ahead of what their opponents are putting out there. That being said, Talon backs against the wall. It's either put up or shut up. You got to deliver here and force them at 3. Let's send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
You got to make it happen here and now. There's not much time to really delve into this one because we're going to be getting into the best round momentarily with time ticking down already. Vitality, we'll see if they can continue that getting onto hot starts. Governor really overextended himself. You can tell how badly he wanted that first kill, and maybe a bit of a read into the minds of these players. Gives it up though. Ban's now going to be under all that pressure with a dart to his back. He does deal with it nicely, and still a smoke to play in and out of. Weaving through, but kicks. He just dominates it, overwhelms it. Prowler up into his face, can't be played up off, and everybody's trading, coming through and out. It's a 3v1. This is what Primi's been delivered here. I'm asked to do so much in this spot. Man down, but already catching the contact. Another one for Vitality.
And another spot where Talon taking more individual kind of fights.
Yeah. Yo, how's life? Yuvraj bhai, life is Gucci.
So this is a move away from that. But it's still that individualism. Governor overstretching himself a little there, just opened the door massively for Vitality to come in, pick off players at their leisure. It is an interesting composition that we're getting from Talon, but it rotates around some similar ideas that Vitality have proven they understand. They know how to play, I guess, in theory, against the deadlock. One could look back at the game against Trace and argue that they didn't do so well, but that's just another piece of learning data. They definitely went back in a heavy VOD if they lost to Trace.
Bit of an understatement, I think, to say that this is going to be an uphill battle for Talon. It's got Ganchuan at that, because Vitality, they're very comfortable on this map. You look at Talon's comp, you see a lot of trap play potential, I think, with C's, nades, Gravnets, Cam to take the contact to set up most of it, but Vitality Playing her own game.
ये लोग एक जगह पूरा
fully conceded up here.
Mutant stack में करके दूसरी जगह भी खेल जाते हैं. Double Sentinel बहुत कुछ कर सकता है.
Previous rounds on Lotus.
मजा आएगा देखने को.
They've actually managed to get the stack right this time, though. This could be different.
And this could be dangerous.
So
sort of tags, not too sure. That one still, the wall's going to be up. Grab net down. They rebounds alongside the Paranoia. Safe, you cannot get out of there. Movement ability going to be saving you from that onslaught. Now forced to back away. Vitality, 34 seconds. They have none of that prior map control here. It's Sender who's going to be tested. Up through, there's a smoke towards him. Plenty of targets lying in wait. It's all about how you overcome it, and with the Bulldog in hand,
Talon is known for weird
swats down. Any players that might be just trying to offset him. He's even going walkabouts himself. He could donate a gun. And with the noise made, Ban, yep, responds by taking him out. Kicks though, still with that plant down, and it has landed themselves into a 3 versus 3.
Jit Boys is going to run back to pick up the Spectre. So they're going to be a little late to start this retake, but they've actually got the weapon advantage.
Deadlock की क्या मजबूरी है? Double Sentinel चले गए. Single Sentinel problem.
Back. Jit Boys alongside him, holding it. Runner with a jump spot, just seeing them. Now knows these players are walking out here, running away. In the danger zone. Certainly yet still shot to the dome. Jit Boys dropped and away. Primi sidestepping. Knows that there's players there, but needs to wait for his teammates backup as well. But Ban is just getting, he needs to get a move on, to be honest. Time is of the essence. Primi! Let's put a few bullets back into them. Still that turret. I mean, the circle's going to be retreating. It's already done.
The time?
The round's lost.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say in that spot there.
I think Primi and Ban could have played that a bit quicker to actually play for the win in the round instead of just trying to do economical damage. That is a weird one.
Yeah.
Technically, a Red Bull clutch.
Technically. Sponsors will be happy.
Yeah.
But
do they want to be associated with a round like that? I don't know.
Yeah.
Don't tell anyone at Red Bull that just happened. But yeah, that's a big round from Kicks, I guess, surviving in that spot.
Economical damage, at least.
Yes, it is. It's only Sender, though, that's buying up in this round. The rest still taking it as a bonus.
It's Paranoia held here, Talon. Seeking to fight off of this one. Again, they've got the counter to take that contact. The shock dart into the corner. Grab net through with the swing, Jit Boys. Finally rewarded.
Nice.
Play that's cooked up. Talon.
That's
the second round in a row that the grab net's been followed up on beautifully as well towards B main.
Yep, but it's all about converting it. Default into these contact plays once more. Cruz, perfect timing with the peak there. Send it. They're not quite trained properly. Rifle retrieved. Kicks up through the gut.
Oh my god.
Laying siege here. This guy underhanded with the flashes. Dodged in time, but he can't survive the bullets. Cruz with him falling. Massive gaps into the play. 50 seconds to play with if you are Vitality. Once more, they could slow this down. They're going to need to if they want to reclaim the spike, but it's again contact where he clears. Talon are side by side. It's all about who wins this first fight out. Governor! He's there. Steady with the aim.
Good movement as well. Governor making sure that that's not another 5v3 that falls away from Talon. But could I say that I was confident they were going to close it out? Not at all.
I'm holding my breath in those spots from what we've seen.
But the early round is really nice. I think it's actually even better than what we were seeing on Lotus. The early round, yes, they actually got first kills in 12 of those rounds. The first kill, again, was 12-7. In favor of Talon on Lotus. They lost 13-6. So
it's unheard of.
Yeah, truly unbelievable
Black Olives.
But Talon doing a great job here of making sure that they get those advantages in the early rounds, and they do actually close one out. Like I said, it was Sender that forced in the previous round, so he's now got a stinger. And we're getting more aggression out of Talon. Trying not to sit passively and let Sender just have his run over the game.
Sender's just holding this area down, just with the stinger. He doesn't know on the other side of things what might be laying in wait. Primi, good to take that first contact with Trek's going to be dropped as well. That's a seize out and through as well. Plenty of players left to be dropped here, and lovely work indeed. The knife just a little bit too delayed there, not enough to remove the rocket in time, and Primi will not be budged from this spot. That is lovely work. The reactions of this guy, the young gun that they brought in to shore up a bit of firepower, paying off. Vitality not getting away with the same funny business. The contact plays that were just completely opening up rounds that they should not have been winning. in theory, shut down, but Kix does have the spike in his back pocket at an open side to play with.
He knows where roughly all three of the players are. These are not bad situations to play.
Hear the sound. Crix knows they're going to be coming towards him. Haunt is dropped here up and over the top as well. Governor playing for his life, and beautiful peaks. Beautiful spam damage just to supplement that. Making sure that he doesn't give his life away unnecessarily.
What a round from Primi too. It's not something that I got the opportunity to mention early on, but he's never played Raze in a professional setting.
Right.
I mean, I assume he's been spamming it in ranked. I haven't looked at his tracker recently. He's a bit of a all-star, can pick up seemingly any agent and still play it to a really high level. He's got tons of that ranked experience. You watch around like this and he looks very comfortable in terms of how he's using his utility, the ult, picking a nice time to go for that recon. And remember that this is a map where you look at all the stats, every metric you could possibly call tells you Vitality are way better than Talon on this map. The teams they've beaten, the attack win rates, the defense win rates, everything. And yet,
here we are. That is some tricky business to try and overcome here for the Talon players. Still, Governor stands strong, kicks. Sheriff in his hands, he makes it sing, only for the 2 kills before the trade is out and through here. And with a spike drop down, Safer's got to just try and wrap this one all the way behind them.
It's not bad, he's put pressure on to get a Vandal into his hand just as his ult was running out.
Or a Theft and Runner as well, they're going to know what these players are. Spots them out.
So many disadvantaged positions that we've seen already on Sunset. We were seeing tons of them on Lotus.
email ID का चाहिए तो ID पास उसका चेंज करो, वालों का ID पास चेंज करो, लेकिन कोई भी मेल्स के लिंक्स पे मत क्लिक करो.
Trip's going to be placed as well. It's going to be alerting Jit Boys.
Yeah, I mean, breaking that instantly might have been the better angle there for Jit Boys, but he's worried.
में जब एक के लिंक पे क्लिक करने का.
Backside control is going to be played.
मेरे YouTube पे. Love you यार guys.
Biding his time here, Jit Boys, even with the ult as well, to get that information up top onto the market box. Clears it, another save is here. He wants to try and take the fight too, but the Annihilation just trades it out equally. Still Runner is there. He's taking a fight. Could potentially break it out. No, wants to try and take this fight one-on-one. No, okay, Save is alive and kicking.
Oh my god.
Still on the back of the site now. Jit Boys already sends it flying with the Paranoia. Smoke up into his face. Wins that first one. Needs the second time against him and just presses it forwards. Out of the smoke. MasterCard Thrifty sealed up, locked up Vitality. Winning that one.
And not just a Thrifty, but another situation in which they were down players in a 2v3. Kix doing a great job with the Sheriff early on, and Safe also provided them opportunities to win the round by getting that Vandal in mid. Runner contributes excellently as well. I think Runner actually played the situation beautifully. He's caught between dealing with Jit Boys, pushing him away, trying to break the ult.
Deadlock ulti thoda broken hai yaar.
You can see there in the reaction from Safe.
1v1 mein theek hai, but
happy with how that one turned around, but also at a bit of a loss as to how they keep being able to win and kind of like clutch out these situations.
Absurd,
down players.
It's truly absurd. We keep harping on about it.
Because it's so unusual.
Yeah. Ban tagged up. We'll have to give it that space now. No command. Be emanating out as well, pushing Talon back and away, but it does orchestrate pretty nicely.
एक अल्टी क्या होना चाहिए मालूम है?
Smokes dissipating. Plant now finally down. You could
player
keep back into this B main angle.
उनमें का एक अल्टी कॉपी कर सकते हैं. क्या मजा आएगा?
Situations.
मतलब select कर रहे हैं अल्टी मार के कि कौन सा.
No push down mid.
हाँ. जितने लोग बंदे जिंदा हैं या फिर जितने लोग बंदे मर गए उनमें से.
These spots are incredibly tough for the retakers to deal with.
So Talon, they've saved most of their util for this one here. Still knife against the back wall. There's a grab net into it, along with the nade into the corner. Cruz, he's sticking the diffuser. He's already got that half. Hunter's Fury has to be uploaded here. And needs to find value. Kills, lighting these players up, and still a bound of damage is done. Primi already with that half, but spam down, sprayed down, and the gunplay doing the work. But not able to do it at the end either.
Impossible.
Spam war में हमेशा attack जीतते हैं spam war में.
Our first time seeing what is normally an extremely standard situation for teams to get into. Talon didn't really have a great answer there, but they were good at least in terms of getting onto the spike as quickly as possible. But like I said, it's such a tough spot to get through. Safe gets 3, just spamming through smokes into that position where he knows people are going to be diffusing.
Yeah.
And Talon didn't find an opportunity to push aggro into B main, couldn't really apply any util pressure, couldn't get the flank down mid. And now, look, tides turned, economy damage for Talon.
But I hope you are fine. Nuksan baad mein.
The default early on by Vitality. Sender's going to be
I
trying to
hope
catch
you are
contact
fine.
most
I
of
hope
the
he's
time
fine.
here. It's against the eco of Talon, but they are stacking this with enough players.
Time waste.
Worried about the danger. Once more, Primi catching that contact and still swinging through. And wide, he does just find the two, still safe. Wrangles the beast that is his rifle and just swiftly deals with any opportunity, any opponent. So, Bats here. Does find runner up through mid into that 1v2, and
that's going to give him a gun.
Claimed a gun.
TBS.
A chance.
Yeah, he's got the info. He's going to know where these players are going to be trying to play.
Trying to be quiet, threatening, like he could have flanked, could be coming A main.
But discipline from Vitality here. It's going to be steadying their hand.
Crazy.
No one actually decided to take the contact on this one, so Ban dropping the cage. The dart. Placed one. Okay, at least nicely here once more. Another tap, Ban. He has forced that fight out into the wide open here. Safe, a lot to do. Ban sticking already. He's earned himself half, and that builds him. Wincon's time earned as well with the damage done to Safe. Surely, inevitability save. My goodness.
In time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10
edge there.
Headshot lagna.
Safe also would have died to a single bullet, health down to 32, damage from the bundle 40, playing things on the finest of margins. But he was required here after Primi hit a collat with the Guardian. Safe was needed for the cleanup and the clutch. Hasn't been a great tournament yet for Safe, actually. For somebody that, again, I would have in my top 5 duelists in the entire world. Safe's been slow to get going. He played pretty well in one of the maps to open up against Trace, but I mentioned it at the end of the first map. He said one of his biggest things that he was surprised by, or biggest learning moments from this year, was learning that he can rely on his teammates, that he's got the people there by his side. They've built up bonds within this Vitality team, and Safe's a player that's been talking a lot about the mental struggles that he's been going through for years now, actually, but especially this year while he's dealing with grief, bereavement, and pushed himself and the rest of his team to champs despite that. He's struggled a little individually on this stage, not quite up to my expectations, his own expectations of him. Other people around him rallied, and then he's finding his moments here, like in that final round.
Absolutely. It's not required that he has these superstar performances for Vitality to be a winning team and roster.
It might do as you get later through the tournament.
Sure, I think it's going to be necessary. I think the tighter the competition gets, the harder the teams are. For now, at least, you know, he can lean on his teammates back and have a safety net there. But for now, at least, in this map here and now, he is showcasing a real strong performance. He's 11-4. He's our kill leader.
A few of them were ecos and a few of them were through smokes, and he might be getting caught here by an ult play.
Made it back to the bullets through. Listen, a little bit of damage was necessary, I think, just to top them over.
They're doing a great job of following up on these groundnets. Everyone has been perfect from Governor on defense. Combo there with the Raze nade. Again, Primi hasn't been playing Raze in pro. Cruz looking for a re-clear.
Yep, and Sender also just contacting most of this way. Bando, it's an off angle to be played here, and Cruz lovely with the movement. Survives but a moment to at least survive that fight and take it further forwards. Runner up through mid. Clearance.
Runner's been going for that same thing every time.
Yeah. Kicks up and over. That flash. Very orchestrated and easy enough to dodge here. So finally, Talon not letting rounds like that slip when they get that opening kill.
Learning a little about the tendencies of Vitality.
They
didn't even have to burn the showstopper there.
I think he's coming for PRX.
Safe's got to be worried about those. B main is looking deadly. Talon managing that space very nicely. And of course, they could be trying something aggressive in the next round with showstopper online. You can see people double blast pack down mid or something, go and take tiles control. Tons you can do with this ult on this map.
Flex खेलता है, duelist भी
How are you two connected? Two headphones together?
For now.
Telepathy.
Same old, really.
It is. But another spot where Primi can look to try to take contact, defend the ult orb, and if he gets pressured, try to take one, back up, use that ult. Very similar defensive protocols that we've seen before.
Yeah, it's not entirely safe when there's a KO on the other side of things, but it takes a bit of coordination, I think, as well to make sure he doesn't have any options. There's no way. Primi is going for the peak.
Bait
Spams, and it makes him think that it's only the one play in there.
Yeah, getting baited in. Vitality were one step ahead.
Hey, tu stream se mat kar rahe
I think
caster.
rearing its head, it doesn't matter about your mechanical ability. Those are the kind of plays that tiny in the micro, and that give you that advantage.
At the same time, though, and Frost was talking about this in the press conference, Primi's so good he can sometimes break those rules and just decide, I might get a 1v1 here if I play the angle well enough. Here comes Vitality through market.
And still, it's Cruz looking to lock this one down as well. Plenty more players where that came from with a dart. Drop down as well. He's going to try and deal with this one because Ban was hyper-committed. Up onto the corner. Vitality have barreled over these players now. Through the back of the site, and Norofef reveal quite a lot in terms of these defensive setups.
The flank?
Yeah, it's being spotted. I mean, they know Governor's here as well. Trex is going to be able to spot that because of that Norofef from earlier.
I don't think anything is happening.
Boys, 45 health.
in hand,
but
a long shot away from trying to win this round out. Precisely against the wall. Could create openings for him, but the amount of plays he's got to get through with the flank already occurring as well. Trex is hotly on his tail. Can't even spam down a trip. 3 bullets left. Doesn't even want to commit to that reload. Backs himself away around the corner. Again, Vitality not willing to really fight, but they'll take it anyway as time was running short. That's a 6th round now that they've built up.
And looking strong. Talon came out with a pretty powerful opening.
7-5, I believe. 7-5.
Made it look like they might be able to challenge Vitality on this map, despite all of the numbers.
You believe 7-5? Chat, jaldi batao.
Yet,
Talon 7.
As we get deeper, it's
नहीं हो
looking more
सकता है,
and more
पता है.
Too much pressure,
favorites
bro.
are taking
VIT
control.
7, Talon 5.
On elimination.
Premi's yet to offload this showstopper.
Players के दिमाग में तो चलते रहता
It's
है
his
कि
second one,
अरे what if
and
this
now
is
he's
my
probably
last
not going to
match?
get another.
ये वो ये.
नहीं एक बार गेम
moment
के
to get
अंदर
the most
जाता तो
value
ये
out
सब
of
नहीं चलता रहेगा.
You do have to be worried to a degree
नहीं
as
यार,
well.
Until अंदर हारने के बहुत close
He's
हो.
good on this map, but their attacks
हाँ,
are
मतलब अभी
defensive,
elimination
holding a knife just in
matches
case
होते हैं,
there
last
is a
map होता है ना, तो अभी.
Yeah. Here you can see that Kix uses it in B main. The question is, are
9-3?
Talon a Primi
Elimination
thinking about
matches
that
होते
kind
हैं
of
ना,
stuff?
उसमें
कद्दू की गांड
उसके
दे.
दिमाग में
Yeah,
बहुत
throwing the
चलता है.
paranoia through to tiles.
The nades. My goodness, I mean, a few stray bullets right through the box is enough to get the job done at least there. No command through and out, dropping players, Kicks down to his knees. Aldo overdrive, and Governor! Perfect timing. Pre-aims it onto the corner as well. Safe just ran straight into him, Trex. Bit of a bait and switch, taps it. Trying to pull these players wide out into the open because he knows he needs that chance and advantage, and it will not be there. Talon still fighting back, still battling back, and a chance really for them to equalize at the half.
Another kind of sick Gravnet nade combo.
Talon
Talon now have all 5 ults online, ready to go. And these set plays have not actually been around ultimates. They've been around Gravnet nades all across the map.
बोल रहा था.
Changing up the position that Governor and
Welcome to
Primi are
the
playing
army.
really fluidly, very nicely, and catching someone almost
Governor
every
भी मस्त.
single time.
Governor का neon मस्त लगता था.
Still, they lag by 2.
ये लोग change.
Looks like Vitality are trying to go into the showstopper.
A real vital round at that. Round 11.
Neon का एक problem है लेकिन.
Getting here, Vitality like they want to try.
कोई trade नहीं ले सकता.
Fight over towards the A site.
Cleared out immediately by the
और
Prowler.
Cypher उसका एकदम वो है ना,
Now
मतलब
Vitality have to go and make more space in that direction.
counter है यार.
Through the top section of mid. Primi, drone in his face. Paranoia 2 will push him back and away here. This is Talon trying to make a play happen as an annihilation, but it's wasted rebound off the back wall. Cruz has somehow grabbed himself 2 kills in the mix of all of that, just crossing up through mid. It was an open angle that wasn't smoked through the top of it.
Vitality looking there to try to punish on the annihilation. Didn't realize perhaps that Talon had 3 players facing, and like you said, 2 go down. Another 5v3. Talon can't keep losing them.
Yeah. Not sure when, but Primi did offload that at some point.
Yeah, looking to try to deny the space that the drone was taking, I would imagine.
Grouping up by Vitality.
This is looking like a very tough round for Vitality to win. They're going straight into the stack.
Mara
Three players here looking to defend. Surely this is a win for Talon.
Shotgun only removes a portion of it. The grab net is beautiful, pushing past and away. Governor trying to set themselves up for the fight. Doubled up, taking it. It's traded. Ban is there, leaving it down to just run it. Trying to isolate those fights out. But even if he won that one, the time was against him entirely. So Talon now, just one more step is all they have to take here to even it up 6-6.
I've never seen such good grab nets.
Come back.
Another one there. Re-clear through mid. Here we're watching the way that Cruz was able to pick up two. That was after the annihilation.
Come back.
Net is catching safe all the time.
Yeah.
He's throwing it pretty consistently into these neon walls, but he's also just catching the timing perfectly on the trap plays, the space creation. People from Vitality falling into it very often. And as we were praising Safe for being 11-4 earlier, he's now 11-8. Hasn't been able to find any kills after that eco round and the clutch.
The
entries are really going missing for Vitality today.
Is there anything to set Safe up here? Up on all sorts of angles here. Cruz, the Prowler catching that contact. He knows that there's players up through the top section of mid, dodging most of the util, coming his way alongside that Seize. It's a Nightfall. Enough to offset potentially there. It's got the decay damage kicking in with the Hunter's Fury in the back pocket. Trex letting it loose. Talon going for the play. And you know what? Primi will happily make you pay. This guy unleashed now and flips them out, takes the spike control now, granted it over towards them. It's Vitality that are going to try and fight their way past this one, at least with the player advantage. There's three of them there. Cage up in their face. Hearing the footsteps. Runner just about scurries away.
Governor and Ban haven't taken too much space off the back of this. They're playing very cautiously through mid. They do not want to get caught by a lurk, but it's given Vitality a ton of room to go and get that spike and get the plant down. It's an advantage, sure, but they haven't really turned those kills into a one round. And they're really not close yet. No. They're just playing with so much caution, trying not to overheat, trying not to make those same mistakes, but giving a ton of respect and a ton of space to Vitality.
Times. Beat your own dismay, Jit boys. No way you commit that. He does indeed. The ult is straight there and through, and a player not into position to really play off of that one. Still, the grab net is beautiful and good, but there's no follow-up. Still time. Kix is going to be able to just pull that tag right out of him. Shorty in to try and clear these angles. 3 versus 3. Util abound. Cage to get themselves in along with the barrier mesh as well, seeking to lock these players out and away. Governor, it's a tap. Forcing out wide once more, still alternating. Primi with 3. 4 he's dropped. Governor sticking half onto him. Beat down. Ban delivers that final blow. Necessary onto the last 2. That's a 6-6 finish here on a map that was, listen, by all metrics, as we've already said, it should have been a slam dunk for Vitality.
Coming out here and winning the pistol off the beginning too. What a recovery for Talon. Looked like they were going to get it done early on, and I'm very, very impressed with their util usage. Sloppy towards the end, but it's been good for the majority of the time.
Yeah, listen, casters love it when we've got a game in our hands, and I think we've got one right here, right now.
Must come back, Mara.
Seoul is very competitive.
Primi क्यों fuck? Rank game बोलते. पर मैं VCT में surrender नहीं कर सकते और से चटक सकते डायरेक्ट बैन पड़ सकता लाइफ टाइम. बेटी सेंस पे बोला एक राउंड ने जीता फिर. एक्सक्यूज मी. ठीक है. ये लाइन के लिए आप स्पॉन्सर दीजिए यार. लव यू. अचानक से पहले म्यूजिक स्लो. ये कौन है? टैलेंट. फिर
Astonishing recovery, really, for Talon here. This is with them losing the pistol round on Sunset, still bringing it 6-6. And really off the back of some stellar coordinated plays. I mean, the grab-net combos were beautiful, as you mentioned, Josh. You know, they were always making sure to play off of most of that here. And I want to know, how deep does this play run as well? We haven't really seen too much. We haven't seen it at all, to be honest, with this composition that they're playing. But it's all about what happens here and now on the next half of Sunset.
You're getting that big performance coming out from Primi. So many spots where he's pushed into an aggressive angle, clearing out A main or B main, and does a great job. Not all of it with utility, plenty of it with his rifling as well. He's really been a player on Vitality that stepped up in the same way that we saw on Lotus from Kicks and from Trex, where we were getting massive individual rounds from Vitality to bail them out. The clash looks like it could be occurring B main here. Nobody on Talon getting caught by that knife.
Chat, हम लड़के यार.
Right up behind this one. Alongside got teammates in space. Still a stunner connected onto himself. From the nade rebounding. How the hell did you get out of there? What are you doing, Safe?
Safe एकदम safely फटा.
Composure in sight. He just sits on it like a bloody egg.
I mean, there's not much he could have done in that spot. The nade was pretty perfect to lock him into a corner. It's the stun that was bad, and Vitality losing a player through mid as well and couldn't respond. Sender, he takes the space.
This is a little bit all over the place. I think Sender's looking for a noise cue now.
यार अगर जाता तो kills ही kills थे बे.
But he's sitting at 3 and 11 right now. Dire Straits.
जाता तो kills ही kills थे.
And Tim and Runner are going to be asked to bail them out of this spot to keep that stellar pistol record intact.
If Sender finds a good timing here, Talon are thinking that it's a normal B retake coming from Boba, coming from Market.
Significant chances. Chip Boys is so damn low. One shot would do him in. Sender spotted him out here, and a lot of util to play with, but he's still going to be holding on to the corner, and he's landed it onto Primi. With him gone and dusted, the last two players are weak enough himself. Sender could just do this single-handedly. I said it needed to be big, and big it is. Cruz, though, enough to bring it back to that 1v1. Smoke in his face, 25 health, and Spike still planted for him. Time, pressure against him, and Sender just holding. Steady hand, spamming away, Ghost in play, needs to make the most of this spot here with a horn to reveal. And Sender lit up like a beacon, weaving in and out. The time is played to perfection. Cruz is tying with him. And finally, it's Talon who earn a pistol round.
The first of the match, and that's what experience looks like there. The oldest, most experienced Talon member, a small smile he allows to grace his face. And Talon take the lead for what's got to be the first time in this entire series, I think. Don't quote me on that exactly, but the first match was a bit of a blowout. Vitality have been winning all the pistol rounds. They won the bonus as well. Talon look like they've got those opportunities for the first time in this match, an opportunity similar to when they played against Leviathan, and it looked like they were in the game and had a shot to win it. Now they did end up choking that away a little bit. They lost all 4 rounds at the end of both maps, but they could see the finish line.
Hopefully learning from that experience. Not wanting to make the same mistakes twice, because it's elimination. It's a tournament life on the line. A trap play with great success. It's offloaded here by Vitality. Earns them to kill.
Last round का redemption क्या?
Should have done. I mean,
crazy round though, crazy.
So there should be something for Ban to pick up, but he's nowhere near. Look, he's exploring through mid now with Jip Boys, finding good timing onto Runner.
Yep.
But also dangerous positioning.
Yeah, as well, just spotting it out. Still, Ban to try and recover. Bloody hell, Ban. He's on an absolute worldie right now. Still, it's going to be dropped by Kicks.
And also,
from behind,
huge weaponry drop, right? There's a weapon down over towards A main, unless they've juggled that away somehow. And there's also a weapon up there in Connector, which Sender's quickly going to grab.
Kicks is trying to get ahead of this one. He's going to hear these footsteps as well as an off angle, but it needs to be first shot accuracy on display. And it is. Vitality, recovery, inbound with a knife tagging. Primi's position noted, spotted. Vitality defaulting back into that discipline. Doubled up into the high-low. The tap forces them now creep in ever so closer to potentially that round win. Damage done, and Primi just not aware that they were playing that one together.
Reaction है ना लेकिन.
Mastercard thrifty. And for all who singing the praises to Talon, we're finally getting that pistol round under their belt. That's going to flip it directly on its head.
So brutal in these kind of spots.
Crazy.
So bad that Jim Boys go to try to make the play out through mid. It was Kicks that really cleaned up. Ban survived on 1 HP until that Sheriff shot came through, and that's a crucial duel that happened over towards B main.
Nice, boys. Nice.
That's what they've been waiting for. Kicks once more up towards the top of the scoreboard, having vast impact for Vitality today.
He's been dominating.
With the Sheriff too, he's had some big moments. He was part of how they managed to win a 50 round with a player disadvantage in the first half.
तो किस क्वेश्चन में कैमरा इधर-उधर घुमाते रहते हैं?
Fortunate in these clutches too.
चुप रहो.
Trying to re-clear up through mid here. Right about that, I mean, Primi in the clutch. Maybe just again, you know, kind of that inexperience rearing itself onto the big stage, because it's very different.
वो round नहीं देना
the way you play them in ranked versus
पहला round भी वो लोग को
actual
नहीं
tier 1
जीतना
play.
चाहिए था. पिट्टूस हो गया वो.
It is different. It's the reason the pro players are here.
But it's also, in some sense, you know, unfair.
दोनों teams ऐसे round जीतते हैं तो नहीं
Oh, for sure. Talon and all the Talon fan base expect Primi to be dropping like 30 every single map.
Yeah, the community narratives is like this guy is just God incarnate.
And of course, he's very talented. He's exceptionally talented.
I must wait a moment.
But he's a ranked superstar that is still getting his feet wet in the pro scene.
Yeah.
He has to clutch every round.
Exactly. Got to pump the brake with the expectations every now and then. Here, Talon thinking that they might have got themselves a free and open sight. Shock darts flying forwards as well. That rifle phantom play runner is looking nice with it. There's no ace in sight though. Ban could look to do a bit more damage as well. Just against the economy, time running short as well. Will need to open himself up. That's unfortunate.
Shot.
Vitality are going to be
क्या लगता है comeback या नहीं आएगा?
They're almost going to have their own bonus round coming up. Round 16. Their economy's looking good. They saved a bunch of rifles. Only one got dropped. So now they've got a bit of a freebie round to throw in here. And Talon are the ones that could get plunged down into another eco. Or at least another round where you're scrapping together a buy at the very best. Primi 1 away from getting the showstopper. Is that what Talon are looking to play towards over here on A?
A lot of pings. Try and brute force their way past the initial A fight here. Primi just satchels all the way through. He's got the horn, at least to back him up. Gives him a bit of that peace of mind. So they earn the orb for now, picks it up.
I like the stun that they placed down as well, making it more difficult for Vitality to re-clear through elbow. Remember that this comp on the attack side has quite a little amount of initiator utility to work with. They don't have those flashes that you would normally see from KO.
Last time भी उसने पूरा side wet रखा था.
All over the place.
Just waiting in case Vitality go for a reclear.
Yeah, Neighbor's good though. Just from the boombot and the paranoia, so it's going to be wasting that util and pulling it out of Talon.
Knife held, anticipating a showstopper. Kicks is not going to let Primi get away with that.
But this is all the right protocols right now for Vitality.
I love this wall though. Look at this wall that's blocking off saves. Rotate at this point. Making it feel like they could try to pivot into an A split.
It's a showstopper and a fight as well. Looking to split their way through. Knife collected, and that's why he had to see the showstopper with an early release here, yet still failing. With the gunplay and weaponry, util out of the hands, Kicks unable to land that punish. Underhanded with the nade as well. At least a flash still. Collects the one before the trade is online by Primi. Still with that plant as well. Talon, they get that extension now into round 16. Slowing it down, you can take a pause and a breather, but Vitality now pushing forwards. They've got that dart, the timing taken by Primi. He's pushed past it, the util unexpected, and the spray transfer not hit. Leaves it down to Trex, unaware by Governor. But does he know that Primi's placed himself here towards the back of the site to clear this one? Fully unexpected, and there's those mechanics on display.
Clean one.
No sitting duck from Primi.
Had to dodge a couple of bullets coming through. I don't know that that's the cleanest kill I've ever seen from Primi though.
But the movement got him through it.
20 and 10, he sits at the top of the scoreboard for Talon. He's on pace for that 30 bomb that the community expects from him in every one of the Talon matches. But it's 8-8 the score, as you said.
Pro में 30 मारा मतलब बहुत बड़ी बात है.
Got a little too aggressive there, trying to clear back through market. As soon as they shut down the showstopper, they wanted to capitalize on that, hoping that they caught Talon unawares. But Safe once more shut down, trying to get the entry on a big team fight. Governor's one away from getting the annihilation. It is a tool that you can use to open up.
Yeah, if you know the angles, right?
एकदम ही शाय बंदा है, पता है? एकदम ही शाय बंदा.
sitting there. I'm going to be picking it up. So
Stream sniper
the spike drop down into the middle of nowhere. Paints us a nice little picture.
Talon
going to be trying to go into this one nice and slow.
It's a good cam break as well. Runner's cam is good for re-clearing B main, good for retake situations as well. So Talon remove that. Now Vitality don't actually have too much information around the map. It's only A main.
Sender, you got to get the hell out of there, man. Still Annihilation rebounds. Nobody to be caught. On that little web here. Ban up through mid. Breaks the drone as well. It's going to be sowing a bit of misinformation, and it does at least keep these Vitality players a little bit tethered. Now to Nightfall. Collides and clashes into a multitude of players here. Vitality
they're leaving.
Going to have many sound cues. They don't want anything to do with it. Maybe just off the back of the trails, even connected. But Vitality didn't shift away from these sites. They still have a bit of control up through top section of mid and onto B. It's kill trips to be played off of once more. Ult stuck, committed, Sender. That's reinforcements that are now arriving onto this side. Pyromesh is here. There's the kill trips and Runner happy to oblige. Plays off it beautifully. Sender's there still spraying away. The Phantom in play. Out through main. Nobody can hold a candle to these players right now, but still Talon might be able to battle their way through anyway. 8 seconds left, but they are all gonna fall in the end.
And that's a messy one from Talon's attack side calling. They hadn't even broken the market door when they decided to take that pivot back through B. I'm not sure exactly what it was that spooked them so much, but they did not like the idea of ending A. Even after throwing in the Nightfall. Scramble, spacing all over the place as Talon desperately made their way back over to the side. Hadn't accounted, I think, probably for Sender's ultimate, which reinforced Runner's position and allowed them to shut that down kind of easily. Talon are broken again.
Money's just never feeling like it's in a good enough spot.
Ever since they lost the follow-up to the pistol. I mean, that is the thing that ruined their economy.
रोटेशंस कुछ नहीं था वो लोग का एक सोआ था जो एकदम पीछे था जो हेल्प भी नहीं कर पाता था साइफर को टाइम पे
solo player to really do the most. If Talon are able to pave their way at any portion of this round, silver lining for them is that they're close, at least the showstopper 2 away.
दिख रहा था ना ऐसा नहीं है कि
but how many more chances are you going to get?
हाँ लेकिन उसका किधर अल्ट मारेगा कैसा बैकअप देगा वो थोड़ी मालूम उनको.
Sender's going to be pressured. Oh, that's a huge knife.
Maybe only tagging onto the one, not too sure. Grab that, Sender.
Heavy.
Paranoia is good as well. Alongside a nade, TPs have to be used to try and evacuate this space. He's got backup here. Kicks. Side it, safe. Going to be throwing all sorts of util into the face of these players from Talon. Stunting them. Can't take a step forwards as well with that spike drop down, but it is going to be recovered.
Well played by Sender in that spot. There's another good grab net. But he avoided it. Played in his teammates nicely. And Safe's going to take contact over here towards A.
Needs to be the big player now. His team's going to be swinging off of that contact, making sure that they just turn them into mincemeat. 2-round lead for Vitality. They're looking to keep that going.
Now.
And Kicks has generated up the null command, which is going to be great for shutting down the showstopper on the other side. Primmy's getting close to that one. It's another ultimate that he's just got to think so hard around when he can even find that timing. Talon take a timeout. It's feeling a little like Talon's game against Lev, where you believe that they can do it. They've found some really good moments. 8-8, and it's starting to slip away from them.
Yeah, you can't afford to let that happen.
Against Leviathan, second map, they were 8-9, lost 4 in a row. They lose 13-8. The first map, they were up 11-9, lost 4 in a row. Lost 11-13. These end moments, maybe it's the strap book running out. Maybe it's the rookie players getting a little nervous as they can see the finish line. Maybe it's just luck. Maybe it's a coincidence. But it feels real in this kind of moment, real enough for Frost to hit the panic button, use his final tactical timeout. Vitality haven't even used one yet.
Which is strange, I was just thinking that. I mean, it's like getting tested for all of this map, but
I think the reason, though, is that they lost the final 3 rounds of the half. And so, you know, if you use the tag timeout at that point, you're already, sure. You've already played the majority of that half. You get to talk to the team at the halfback break anyway. They probably just didn't anticipate how much Talon winning those final 3 would push them.
This is one that Talon have to win. Round 19, enough money in the back pocket. scramble to give it a buys, even if it is on the half armor. One away from the big ultimate of the showstopper. This is Vitality. Looking to take that early A main control in space.
Yehi hai round.
Flash to set it up. One way now for Sender, so he's going to just maintain control of that one. It's good protocols from Vitality. We saw how easily basically Sender dealt with the grab that combo that was supposed to be clearing out of that spot. And in through mid, Ban going exploring, but as the gun sticks barely out, Safe is just trying to hunt him down and shut him down still. This is the danger zone. Surely you don't overextend right into this one. Shorty in the hands. 5 bullets left. He is hard committed, and Ban still gets out with one.
Incredible from Ban there that he got that one to work with. Talon get reset. They're worried about mid now. Vitality have shown presence in that area. Realize that all is safe, all is empty.
He did pull Sender away.
Leading Renand will win Ascension, qualify for VCT
Now the Kicks is
Pacific.
dead. No null command.
Realistically, I don't think so.
So this showstopper,
There are very,
he can
very,
rip it
very
whenever
good
he likes.
teams.
We'll see if
But
Talon
I
can
hope
hold
they
on to it
prove
as
me
well.
wrong. Especially for
It's an
Rossi.
open
I
side,
want
they
them
don't
to
know
do
that. They're
good.
going to be using it just to make sure it's fully cleared out. A lot of util alongside it. You know, the horn didn't get broken. It's paranoia too. The fuse is going to be running short. Not too many options available. Here onto the flank. This is an important one. Safe just with the adjustment. First shot accuracy not quite there from Cruz. Didn't land it to the dome. So Safe finding that opener in the midway part of this round. Going for exploration in through the back of the site. Very wide with the face and the movement. Lovely still, but sprayed down nevertheless. Grouped up enough for Vitality to win this one. And now at least Primi has to lock this one down. Overdrive. Damage done and still. Yeah. Baits out the initial shots. Primi just couldn't stand still and hold his ground.
Another 1v2 that's asked of him. I like the play from Talon as well. They choose to get aggressive in the post-plan. But they didn't realize they were going to be facing there into 4 players. They're expecting the retake to split up a little more than that. Talon, they hit their shots at the start. The safe skill on the flank and then the clean up towards the end was very nice from him and Sender. Safe finding another round to have his value.
बुखार था ना और अभी भी कोल्ड ड्रिंक
11-8.
ये भी ठीक है नहीं मेरे को बुखार सिर्फ रात को आ रहा है
Unfortunately, looking
रात को जब भी
Talon
स्ट्रीम करता हूँ
again
ना
with elimination on the line. If they lose 2 more rounds,
वो
they're
भी
gone from
आज
champ.
स्ट्रीम के बाद
And that's your year finished. A scenario that no team ever wants here. It's all about pulling yourself back up when you get knocked down, and Talon have struggled with that aspect of their game. Going for the reclear now though. Grab net just from the Prowler being broken. Paranoia, it's almost beautiful. In fact, it is. Was safe. The kill collected onto him.
They're really nice. They knew that the grab net was going to be good on the right side, but before they got punished by people from A-Link. This time, that flash comes through from Jip Boys and allows Talon to follow up very nicely. They are adapting. The players are making adjustments. Is it too late?
डेंगू हो सकता है डेंगू में कमर दर्द कहाँ से बे वो भी पीठ का अपराफ
Ban here in the footsteps, he's given away another kill. So 4 versus 4. That's where we stand so far here into this round. As an ult online for Jip Boys, going to be able to use this to get some information through into the back of the site. Big reveal, ult's going to be broken. They know that they're anchoring in, but it's going in pound for pound. Sender, he's also going to be reinforcing this site up. This with a Nightfall scans through. My goodness, Sender delivers that death blow. Jip Boys, surely too much to overcome, and the timing couldn't be better from that one. Vitality.
GG.
Hard facing, swinging into him, gets him up to that 12.
Another 4 in a row at the finish line that Talon have lost. And Sender with a second Omen ult to go and reinforce the opposite side. Both rounds massively important that he got that one through. Picks up Ban over towards A, and he's still winning rounds over towards B.
Yeah.
3 more kills defending. Super similar to when he did this in the past as Talon had that scrambled pivot.
And it's do or die now for Talon. This is it. Do you survive in a tournament? Or is it all curtains for Vitality? They can taste it. Victory. It's on the precipice. A lot of noise made here by Talon. Not much of a slow default being held. They are heavily grouped up now. Almost like they're going for the one last hurrah here.
Headlock ulti hai.
Yeah, not even any information on the other sides of the map apart from that trip, which admittedly has not been broken. It looks like Cruz here is going to try to put some pressure on Sender, drag these players in the middle of the map over towards A so that they can make that B split easier.
Up for mid as well, safe. That's composure. The steady hand with the Phantom in play. 2 bullets does the job and drops Governor. First kill here for Vitality. Might be the beginning of the end here for Talon.
They're
left wandering, man.
The recon as well. Finding ban. Talon still committed to this B split.
Players to meet them. We've seen rounds like this, but this could be the tournament life of Talon just ending in the blink of an eye. It all comes down to this fight here. Contact to be caught by Safe. Out through market. Maybe it up already. Horn up and over. Stun. Lay it down. All intended just to slow this one to a crawl. Kicks already with a no command. It's waving out. It's emanating. Nobody to deal with a dart. And only 2 left to stun. Ban holds strong, but only for a moment before the nade removes him. And Chip Boys has to do the ultimate. It's all in his hands. It's all in his shoulders. And he is not long for this world.
Oh my God.
To finish this match, Vitality survive.
Yeah.
Survive being an important word there.
Next 2-0.
He lost 0-2 in groups last year with Team Liquid. They were the number 1 seed. He was determined not to make that happen again.
Close गया था लेकिन वो ओमेन अल्ट राउंड के बाद जो हुआ है प्रीमियम MVP मैच.
A good run from Talon, honestly. Good that they pushed Vitality all the way on Sunset. Good that they were even here in the first place with how many rookies they had in that team, but they've fallen short of that high standard. Yeah. That Cruz and Frost set for them. Their year has ended. They'll be back to the drawing board thinking about 2025. You can see it in the body language. They hope for more from themselves today.
Leviathan versus Vitality.
They can take a bow, I think.
Yeah, घर पे.
They'll walk away from this, probably not in the here and now, but at least later on.
कल भी जो टीम जीती थी वो भी घर पे थी, आज भी जो टीम जीती वो भी घर पे. क्या फायदा जीतने का पता नहीं.
At least in terms of the calling and the way that they're operating, definitely things that went wrong.
पर अच्छे मैचअप्स है यार सब.
हाँ अच्छे मैच है. अपसेट होएगा तो मजा आएगा वाला मैच है.
But the way that they recovered in those moments, winning so many of the 3v5s, their attack side calling, the way that they navigated the threats on
It's my birthday today. Where's the party tonight? पलक जी many हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डे. मेरे को अभी भी याद है जब भी 3rd स्टैंडर्ड में आपका बर्थडे था और हमने 15 स्टूडेंट्स लोग ने केक लाया था. याद है मेरे को अभी भी याद है. हाँ स्कूल फ्रेंड. हैप्पी बर्थडे यार फलक जी. हैप्पी बर्थडे. देख
We've had a massive upset in this group.
चलो मैं FK होता हूँ मैं.
The Safe doesn't think it's an upset in the press conference. Trace being able to explode out as the number 3 seed from China and go straight through to playoffs.
पलक जी आप मेरे साथ बर्थडे मनाने चलोगे डायनासोर भाई शर्म करो. हैशटैग के साथ मेरी
भेड़ की. That's just an insane outcome as well, as you said. I mean, nobody's going to be expecting that at all. The question is, have Vitality showed up enough? Have they learnt enough as well to tangle and contest up with a Leviathan team in that lower of their group? One of them's got to go home, which is just a ludicrous statement.
Yeah. I said that Save lost 0-2 in groups with Team Liquid last year at Champs. That's the only top 2 seed from EMEA that's ever been grouped at Champs. Vitality still have another game that they need to win against the number 1 seed of Americas to avoid that fate.
Oh, we'll see how Safe's feeling about it as well. Let's send it down to the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
It's Bella with the post-match interviews. I'm joined by Vitality Safe. Congratulations on you win, Safe.
Thank you.
네, 바이탈리티의 세이프 선수 만나보겠습니다. 원래 고릴라 코치가 탈론 상대하기 쉽지 않을 것 같다라고 이야기를 했었는데 그 말과 반대로 오늘 정말 손쉽게 탈론을 상대한 바이탈리티였습니다. 디사이더 경기를 앞둔 중요한 경기였던 만큼 오늘 승리 소감 먼저 들어봐야 될 것 같습니다. You know, Coach Gorilla said facing Talon might be a challenge, but your game today proved otherwise. With the decider match on hold, like as your next step, tell me, how does it feel to win today?
Feels pretty good, obviously. I don't think I've ever won on a champion stage before. think this is my first win on a champion stage, so obviously it's extra special. But obviously, you know, after facing Trace, the emotional part of the team was like, oh, are we like, what's happening right now? Are we like disconnected? What's going on? So we worked a lot in the past few days with like just synergy in general and how are we going to get ourselves back on the page. And I feel like we showed that today.
이제 쉐이프 선수는 챔스 경기에서 우승한 게 오늘이 처음이라고 합니다. 이전에 트레이스 e스포츠의 경기 이후에 우리 팀 원래 되게 강했는데 대체 어떤 점들 때문에 이렇게 실패를 하게 됐을까 그런 이야기를 많이 했고 준비를 엄청 많이 한 다음에 오늘 승리를 끝내 가져갈 수 있었다고 하네요. 안 그래도 트레이스 e스포츠 경기 이후에 좀 어떤 식으로 이야기를 나눴는지 좀 더 자세하게 들어보고 싶었는데 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Speaking of Trace, I wanted to ask you guys like how did you make that recovery so swift? Because you know you said you practiced a lot, but today like practice, like it's important.
I mean, we have staff that work with us to help us with these specific things, whether it's in like getting the team back together, working on our synergy, working on our like the micro things or macro, doesn't really matter. We have people around us, staff that are provided by Vitality, that are amazing at what they do, and yeah, no, they really helped us.
이제 이런 거를 주로 도움 주는 스태프분들이 있었기 때문에 이제 짧은 시간이었지만 바이탈리티가 다시 똘똘 뭉쳐서 오늘 제대로 된 경기력을 보여줄 수 있었다고 합니다. 다음 상대 레비아탄을 만나게 되는데 얼마나 자신 있을지 한번 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Next, you're facing Leviathan. How confident are you?
I'm feeling pretty confident. I feel like the way we were on the server with each other today, the way I heard people speak to each other, and just the general work ethic we've had all around the board, I feel like it's leading into a good pattern. I feel like I'm very confident with the way we've been doing. Yeah, the energy is there. The energy is there.
이제 오늘 경기 흐름 같은 거 보고 오늘 커뮤니케이션을 토대로 생각을 해봤을 때 되게 좋은 방향으로 레비아탄의 경기를 끝낼 수 있을 것 같다고 하네요. 그러면은 바이탈리티의 세이프 선수 인터뷰 만나봤습니다. We'll be back after the break to see PRX versus FUT Esports. Bye.
Red Bull gives you wings.
see what he loves about you. You're so perfect. Hope you know that you got everything. I messed up and I'm haunted. And if I'm being honest, I see what he loves about you. You're so perfect. Hope you know that you got everything. I messed up and I'm haunted. And if I'm being honest, I messed up and I'm haunted.
Hey guys, Mika here, and I have some special guests with me. I have Forsaken, Devi, and Mindfreak from PRX, and we're gonna be playing a little game. Very curious, who is the best artist among the three of you?
Probably Mindfreak.
He can stay over there because we're going to be playing a popular drawing game in which I will be given a word and then I'm going to draw what I think, my interpretation, my special interpretation of that word, show it then to Forsaken, who will then have his own interpretation of my interpretation, who will then show it to Devi, and then eventually we will get to Mindfreak, who will try and guess what it is. Let's have our first word. Are you guys ready?
Yep, let's go.
Yeah, are you artists ready? All right. Face the side of the room. Okay. All right, are you ready? You have 10 seconds to complete this drawing. All right.
Okay.
2, 1. All right, time's up.
Oh my
You
goodness.
should show it
I think it's so
to
deep.
the audience.
Okay.
And now, Devi, are you ready?
Yep.
Take a look at Jason's drawing. And your time starts now.
Oh, I think I messed it up actually. I don't know what you... I don't know.
2 and 1. Boards up, please show the audience.
I
What
don't
do you
know.
Can I see? What is
I
it?
don't know. He drew like this.
Okay, Mindfreak, can you take a look at this? What is it? What have we done?
My team, PRX.
Oh my gosh!
Oh.
Can we accept that? Yes? Yes? Do we have that? Yes! Oh my gosh,
Oh.
it made it! It made it! It was the PRX
It
logo.
was PRX? Ah,
Hey,
that's
my,
easy,
my
right?
start was pretty good.
At least we got the RX part.
Yeah. That's important. That's important. All right.
Not too
Next word. Are you guys ready?
Next word? Okay.
All right. Are you
Ready.
ready? Please draw. Please still let me keep my job. All right. Forsaken,
Yeah.
please draw this.
Oh.
Your timer starts now. 3, 2, 1. All right.
Okay.
Devi, please draw this.
Ah, okay.
3, 2, 1. Please show the audience. What can I see? And
think it's
Mindfreak, please take a look at this. What is it?
Come on, man. Trophy. Champions Trophy.
Okay, Champions Trophy. See, we're connecting. We're connecting here. Even though I'm trying to troll them. What is this?
I can't draw, man. Baseball bat.
All right, we have our
Okay.
final word. Final word. Okay, let's have it. Are you ready, gentlemen?
Hi. Arimasu.
Okay. All right. Jason.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Uh-oh. I think I already know.
5, 4,
I think I already
3,
know.
2, 1.
No way. No way you get this right. Oh.
All right. Devi, are you prepared?
Yep. I drew too late.
10 seconds on the clock. 5, 4, 3,
I don't know, man. What is
2, 1. All right. Please show the
No,
audience.
man. They
Please
drew this.
please show our viewers. What is?
I don't know.
What is it?
Some seaweed. Like, I
What
don't know.
is that?
I don't know.
Aaron.
They drew this.
Aaron, I'm
Was a me, man.
I'm giving you the answer.
Leaf.
What?
I don't know what the fuck is this. Wait, one more guess. Home.
Home?
House. I don't know.
House? Okay, so the answer was wingman.
Oh,
That's-
man.
Wait,
what is this?
I don't know what that is. What is that?
You drew also.
It was a spike. It's the spike. Melina, it's a spike.
I thought it was some flag or
He's
something.
carrying. He's happy to carry it.
Okay.
Well,
look at this. It looks like a snail, bro.
yeah.
or something.
Okay, this is a really terrible team, but the good news is that these guys are even better on that stage. So best of luck to you guys. We fail at this game, but you guys will fail in the other.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to Day 8 of Champions Seoul and our second elimination match of the day. It's going to be PRX taking on FUT Esports. Of course, Golden Boy here alongside Baby Bay and Mimi as we break everything down. But before we dive into that real quick, I just want to, give, of course, the flowers of Vitality. That was just beautifully done from them. Shut down, even when things looked like it was going to take a turn for the worse, maybe. Vitality managed to dig deep.
Yeah, Primi had a great showing already for the first time. It was the anchoring that was insane.
Yeah, incredible stuff. But let's go ahead and talk about what we see
Pehla
here,
जीता
right here and now. PRX took on G2, and Mimi, this is crazy to think that PRX could be in a position. Our champions finalists last year might not be able to make it because of just some weird gameplay, honestly. It didn't really feel like we were seeing
I think they played the way that PRX has played all year, but I don't think that's good enough to beat a team like G2. I think they got stylistically outmatched in this game, and PRX obviously have aspirations to be much better than that. The last time they were on a champion stage was in the finals. They thought it was going to be Jing's last game, and they come back, they get him back in the roster for this
Hey,
with
bro.
very high
2-0 तो
expectations.
मुश्किल लग रहा है
And now is a chance to show
2-0.
it at a global. They've only won 2 global matches this year, one against EDG, one against Loud, but they have aspirations of
50
going
subs,
on another
2-0.
run like they did at Champions last year. But they have to win this elimination match to even have a chance to start that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team of absolutely phenomenal players. Guys who should be lifting a trophy over their head, Baby Bay, but it just has not happened for them.
Some of the most mechanically talented players we've seen in this game of Valorant. I mean, if
FUT
not
को
the
support कर रहा हूँ,
best
FUT को.
currently. Honestly, they're ridiculous. Osboss is up
FUT
there with
2-0.
them. But they have a good chance now. They struggle against teams that have really good macro. FUT this year, I feel like
we saw against G2.
Exactly. FUT this year, I feel like I've taken a little bit of a step back. So this is a really good opportunity to keep their foot in the door in this tournament.
Yeah, well, we'll see, of course, how this all plays out. Let's send it over to Yinsu. Actually, had an opportunity to get a quick word with Divai ahead of today's matchup.
I am honored to be here with the one and only David, or some of you might know him as Divai. I wanted to ask you, what do you think about that nickname? And also, this is your 10th global event. You've been here many times. So
white
how do you
screen
feel
क्यों
about the
दिखा रही है
growing
iPad का?
support as well, and having a lot of streamers being super
दिख रहा
excited
है.
about your
Brightness कम
performance?
करो.
I mean, it's great to have
अरे
because
कहाँ लिखना चाहती हो?
also, I mean, now I'm known as David. I mean, thanks to
हाँ.
Pujan, and I mean, I'm
Yinsu ना?
loving it a lot. And yeah, I mean, our 10th time, hopefully this time, right?
You got it. 10 times the lucky. Trophies coming home?
Nah.
No, good luck today, Divai. Good luck.
सीधा ना बोलते हैं बे.
Okay, so definitely the
Alex भाई देख रहे हो जर्रा इच्छा नहीं है लोगों.
Nah.
To be fair, when they went on their run in Champions, it's not like they were going around saying they were going to make a run happen.
That's true.
They've never been that team to boast.
It feels like every single time they go on a run, it's always the same thing. So, maybe that's what they're trying to do. A little reverse, good luck if you will.
Relieve some of that pressure, because it's a lot of pressure right now. You're in the lower bracket elimination. You have such high expectations. Everyone knows you're a beast, but I mean, FUT, they ran into a different beast of EDG. And
indeed they did. It was not pretty for FUT. I mean, look, don't get me wrong. FUT had moments where it looked like they could very well keep competitive in this one. But, I mean, look, Baby Bay, they're going to need to step up. CNATE especially.
Yeah, not only CNATE, but it was the defensive side.
Oh, yes.
That was the biggest struggle. They only got 4 rounds on each map on defense against EDG. And yeah, they slowly crawled their way back in on the attacking side. But you cannot be doing that in a tournament like this where the stakes are this high.
Yeah, you absolutely can't. I think that FUT had opportunities in that game. They actually did pretty well in the gun rounds, but they lost every single pistol in that game. And I mean, you can't really win series doing that when you're against a closely matched opponent.
Yeah, not a game like Valorant where it's so snowbally. It matters so much. And if you give those rounds to PRX, who will get confidence from them.
And I think that is something kind of similar between EDG and PRX. Both these teams are real confidence teams that once they get that ball rolling, the momentum can be huge, especially when some of these star players on PRX start to heat up.
Yeah, no, 100%. Well, here's cracks on what went wrong in that matchup for FUT in this Omen player moment.
है 5
Ben
मिनट है
Krax, Volkan Krax var.
अभी मूवी चलेगा उसके बाद वॉक इन फिर
O yüzden şu an aldığımız beklediğimiz bir sonuç değildi ama şu anda her şey bitmedi. O yüzden üstüne koyarak devam etmeye çalışacağız. Yani büyük konuşmayı sevmem ama büyük ihtimalle kırılma anını veya pistol alsaydık kazanabileceğimizi düşünüyorum. Oynadığımız oyunda neyleri yanlış yaptığımızı gördük. Küçük hataları değiştirirsek ve özgüvenli bir şekilde oynarsak yenebileceğimizi düşünüyorum. Çünkü bizim takım olarak günümüz diye bir kavramımız var. Ve günümüzde olduğu zaman kimse karşımda duramıyor ama diğer türlü biraz daha geride kalıyor takım. Sadece
UK ve Sined
know exactly where Sined is. Can support up, shoot up. They spied a trap, fall in a bit of danger. The paranoia is good though with that connection after stroke. He's going to be dodged. He needs some help from the rest of his team and the overdrive is just swatted away.
Dediğim gibi büyük konuşmayı sevmiyorum. Sahnede görüşelim. Destekleriniz için çok teşekkürler. Champions'a şu an istediğimiz gibi başlayamadık ama yani çok çalıştığımızdan ötürü ben ilerleyebileceğimizi düşünüyorum. Ve sizin desteklerinizle desteklemeye devam edin.
Be safe.
Of course, for this FUT team, right, not only are they playing for themselves, they also play for the Turkish region of Valorant as well. Let's not forget about that. But one player, Cracks, I mean, he was certainly a bright spot for this team. He had some moments, on the initiator role where he was bringing some value to the FUT boys that were keeping them in this matchup against EDG, baby.
Yeah, it was insane. I mean, he had pop-off moments left and right. First bloods aplenty for the side of FUT. And the problem was they couldn't convert. They had 26 first bloods in 2 maps, and they couldn't win.
Yeah, that's rough.
It's insane. I think that the fundamentals in some of those late rounds were really causing them problems, and the EDG individuals were taking those risky plays that I think they became known for, but largely they were finding that success. I think when I think of FUT, I feel like they're a pretty inflexible team. They have their set ideas, they have their set comps. A lot of time it's unique. They're like the only team in the event only playing Jet and Raze in that duelist slot. And I feel like when they get hit by these teams who have a more chaotic style like EDG and like who they're going to play in PRX today, they can struggle sometimes. So they're really going to have to be on their A game if they want a chance against this PRX roster today.
We've seen this FUT team dig deep in the past. We've seen them pull off some incredible stuff.
We've seen the history before, but the last time these two teams played, it was PRX who took the win and went on their run at Champions.
Well, let's go ahead and meet the players as we bring out PRX and FUT to the stage.
अभी चालू कल भी फैनेटिक का सपोर्ट मत करना क्यों भाई
FUT Sports
अभी तो दोबारा पुल के लिए बोल रहा वही लेके जाएगा जीतने के बाद अंदर से दूसरा आवाज आ रहा है
A lot of pressure for both of these teams here. PRX, they were our finalists of Champions 2023. And for FUT, that same event saw them go through an incredible run of their own. To lose here today, to be sent home here and now, would be an absolute heartbreaker for both teams.
That was the breakout event for FUT when they proved that they could do it on a global stage. They got put down by PRX, eliminated in the game. After that, both these teams are searching for another run, another opportunity to prove that they're not just a team that can attend globals, but who can play well, who can go deep in the playoffs.
Well, what do we think about this series layout here? We got Sunset Bind.
What's up, bye? Thank you for the membership.
That FUT decided to pick Sunset into PRX.
That's crazy.
And PRX are 15-3 on the map this year.
Oh, wow.
15-3. They've only lost 3 times on this map this year. It's crazy. They must have some good anti-stratting going on, because if not, exactly my point.
But there has to be a reason for it. There has to be a reason for it. They have to feel, some kind of confidence on this map here, Mimi, if they felt the need to go for it right out of the gate.
Sure. I mean, you talk about the year-long streak. They're on a 7-map winning streak here as well. PRX play a bit of a unique composition. They're one of the few teams bringing out the Sage on this map with the Gecko Breach combination as well. And I think really some of the strengths of it, they're attacking sides. They have a lot of oomph with that double initiator comp to get into space. And then their post plans are killer with the Sage wall, the stage slow. It disrupts the normal timings defenders want to play around when they're setting up for retakes.
And if there's one thing we know about FUT, it's, you know, throw a wrench into the spanner can sometimes throw you off there a little bit.
That's the saying.
Yeah. Throw a wrench into the spanner? I don't know.
Spanner into the works.
Yeah, that little chestnut.
There
you go, the agents. Let's see. Well, not much on the way of changes here that we're going to see, but of course, you know, Baby Bay, I mean, this is it, right?
Yeah, I mean, nothing new from the side of both teams. We expected this going into it. FUT, the last 2 times they played Sunset, it was some very, very close games. One was against Fnatic, and the other one was against Heretics. It was OT losses in both, I believe, or maybe a 13-11 in one of them. So it's not like they're, like, not good at Sunset. It's just, I mean, look at the stats.
Yeah, my question is on the defensive side. What is their solution? If your team wants to play into the Flood retake against PRX, which is
classic bhi second most sold hai na.
That's really hard playing into the Stage. Are they going to go for a lot of kind of like heavy site anchoring more? So they have to have something cooked up here.
But I think unke play style ke wajah se unhone pura aisa unique.
Well, let's see if the bold strategy pays off, Cotton. That's what I want to know. We're ready for map 1, and we're going to hand things over to your casters for this. It's of course Pansy and Steel.
Pansy bolte, Steel bolte.
And the desk, and you're spot on here. I think they alluded to a lot of the points we were leaning on earlier, and we were discussing ourselves. These are playoff quality teams meeting up here in the group stage, and only one can carry on. Again, a reminder, PRX made it to those champions finals before, fell just short, but still they made it that far. On the other side, you've got CNED, the man's got the trophy, he's been there as well. But now, as said, only one can live. Josh coming into this map pool got the analyst desk a little bit twisted on this one. So tell me, what does FUT need to do? If you're walking into this, you've got PRX with this exceptionally good record. Surely they can tighten something up.
Well, that we're seeing these teams on the elimination, not even a decider. It's on, I think, Yellow is so impactful for FUT on the defense, and we need to be able to see CNED getting conversions with his op. He was not hitting any of the shots before. It's on him now. Fast opening. Yeah,
great start for him there. A little bit of a confidence boost, but they're brawling, and you can expect this throughout the game. No one is going to come away unscathed. Yes, one will be alive, but they will be battered, bruised, and broken by the end of this game. First blood drawn, something's gone down, but PRX going to continue that pathing towards the A site. Was reticent in approach, happy to continue along this. CNED sitting a little bit safer, just shouldering the angle. Pain shot going to go in. That could be quite nasty if it does manage to catch. No, respecting it enough to fall away, but they're buying a lot of time here.
10 seconds for Forsaken to get stun up, but already closing the gap is Ada Captain in the back lines. They have everyone contained right now. This Sage Wall is everything in this hit. Otherwise, the stacks here for FUT, they should be converting this round. The stun line already pinged on paper. Stun line already pinged. Sage Wall ready to be placed, probably towards spawn.
Might get isolated by this. There comes a stun. He's the most vulnerable person now. Dealt with. Jing. Perfect. Almost on the follow-up towards Cracks. He's going to chase that down. He wants in. Wingman going to be pretty much evaded, and the plant's gone in. Even with all that information, PRX able to bring this back to 44 HP as well, though. Paranoia goes in. No one can pressure it until then. Yellow J takes away Forsaken. Jing with a quick up and over. Still firing. Still doing what he can, but FUT are in the door now. Devi in a 1v2. He got the first, he needs 2 more. Cracks is low, 10 HP. Desperate to try and catch him, but Wingman gonna be evaded again. 3 more bullets and another body found. A 1v1, he spotted him. And now the pressure's on Yellow J. The Sheriff, a little sweaty in his hand, getting a little more nervous. Devi doing the dance around we go. Buying time. Seconds on seconds, he's done so well. You may know what they're doing, but you still can't handle it. PRX with the first.
Brings a whole new meaning to Dirty Dancing right there around that box. Just playing it so safe, playing that time, and again, FUT's gonna lose another pistol round in a 2 versus 1 situation. This happened against EDG on Lotus as well, and it didn't set them the pace that they needed. It ruined their economy. They didn't get that op out on CNED, which is one of the win conditions. And here, yeah, I mean, man, that's a 5-on-4 that FUT had. They had that early opening pick. Like, these are all the things that FUT needs to be able to do better this time around than the last time we saw them here.
Yeah, it's a quick reminder of some of the earlier problems, right? You kind of dream of being able to have those positions and all of that.
Thirsty. Heavy
paper
stack है,
win cons,
thirsty है.
but it's PRX. There's always something about him. But danger here. Jing going to handle it well, and something to follow up. Really securing that forward positioning on. Oh, he's just It's just pistols. It's just pistols. It's fine, but it's confidence. And when we talk about the impact of confidence, you look at these two teams quite specifically as well. Both respond well to it. Both look to kind of harness that moving forward, feel out the game early, and of course a lot of teams would love to have that. You know, get confident early, get your players active. But you look at the likes of CNET, Jing, either side obviously, but a very similar coin that you're looking at.
FUT is, as you are completely right, they are hugely momentum-based. I wouldn't start getting nervous right now. Yeah, it's a flawless round, but it's still very early in. We're only talking about round 2 here, okay? We're going into this is the first test, this is the first gun round. There's no op going to be on the board, no economy to really deal with that. FUT, I think, probably just want to make sure that they can pick up a few rounds to work with. Their attack side, controlling the pace of the game is going to be something that they're going to look forward to. So it's about surviving into that second half. If FUT is able to pick up this map, this is probably their only real chance at winning the entire series, I think. So they need to make sure that round by round, they're setting the tone and they're not letting PRX run away with just everything, just creating chaos and getting away with it.
They thrive in it. And PRX throughout the map now. They've shown presence towards A off the back of the Dizzy. Orb collected over towards B, so a couple of question marks placed, but the one-way still in position. You've got a shouldering of the angle from Captain, and the showstopper is indeed here. Jing gonna try and levy the odds. Right to market weapons, run, Mr. Fallen, run. How far can you make it? He doesn't land. Yeah, keeps him safe. So already the site does get given up though, so a little bit of a trade out. The Danger Man really is divine out. Mind Freak, yes, as a Bulldog too. And the overwhelm towards, well, CT, it's just a brutal battle. The Cracks is winning. Clearing through, leaving just Divine now in a 1v4. Incredibly difficult and already tagged up. And the swing, perfect. FUT, you can already hear
I heard the Cracks.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Yetajay.
Yeah, the Balrog is with them. Love you,
you'll hear it every time. So Diffuse is there, they get away with it, one player lost. Investment you'll be happy with this if you're FUT.
Really happy with this, considering how their retakes went in the previous series against EDG. This is a night and day difference. This is what they need. They not only won the round, but they won with 4 alive. I have no idea how this guy's getting away from that showstopper, but somehow he does it. And now this is test number 2. Can FUT keep
0 damage? कैसे लग सकता है लेकिन? Ulti.
FUT need to get this map, but something's got that up. Okay, attack side get go up.
Pointless.
Contact.
Pointless लगता है attack side up. Pointless.
Yetajay is a pretty good safe pair of hands. If you look at him kind of being a bit of a rock for this team, he can absolutely.
Yetajay आराम से counter करेगा.
Got to be on red alert. Already a little bit of a deeper look for FUT over down towards kind of A main. They're just going to leave, I think, out of Captain there, refreshing that one way. They can loosen up one of the players to maybe hit a rotate early.
No Soba on the side of PRX means that this trip, you basically need to use paint shells to take care of it.
Very tricky.
Rotation.
You walk all the way out, basically.
Yeah.
Ah!
And that's the operator shown in a quick evacuation to make sure they don't get caught on the counter swing. Dizzy goes up. Mosh to be sent, but Yetajay threads a needle. He finds a pixel out of place, and that's Jing. Gonna somewhat deny that early springboard forward. Mr. Fallen has to swing and fight, manages to keep himself standing, but now the pressure's starting to mount here. This is that bloody battle we're talking about. The rotations are coming in, but Divide keeps some pressure off them, keeping it at a 4v4. Plants in play.
4v4 अपने पास क्या है? Double satchel, blind. Easy retake. CNET का 2 kill
on the side, but catching Forsaken, trying to backpedal. Stunning work from CNET. Paint shell as well. Something and that operator are going to have to be, I don't know, praying for a connection. It's not working. As Mind Freak now overwhelmed, outnumbered, and put down. Let's slow this down here, Josh, because that's 4 standing again. They're handling this well. And they could potentially get an operator if they fancy it.
Grammatically proper करना पड़ेगा.
As I write down about the difference between G2 and FUT is that G2's teamwork looked so good, and FUT, it wasn't there before, and that was one of the things. They couldn't convert a lot of these rounds, these situations where they had the man advantage. But here, again, I was thinking, okay, what's happening? Mr. Fallen's still in, but the rest of the teammates have backed Alpha into spawn. What's going on? They need to be on the same page. But I mean, they just won with 4 alive.
This is a really good look for FUT. PRX,
चाहे कुछ भी हो,
the Guardians,
सबसे ज़्यादा
Sheriffs,
most strong.
you heard it.
CNET down mid. They love this play.
Something we kind of had in our minds a couple of times throughout regular season over in EMEA. Doesn't find the value he wants.
They have the whole map basically under control. The only thing that's really weak is that B main area, but it's going to be hard to break into that with just Sheriff, Stingers, and Guardian.
But can they find CNET? COEX is trying to keep him secure, helping him on the cross towards...
Okay, that's a start.
What a shot! Oh, dearie me! This could be a tragedy in the making. Yeah, the weapons are a little bit deep, but they could be definitely recovered. So that's some huge upgrades. Massive for Forsaken. And he's got his ult. You've got the res with Divide. You've got so much to play with here. The only weapon they couldn't recover, I think, is the one by the market door. So yeah, you'll be chuffed with that.
Still a Rolling Thunder and a res available.
Massive. And it's just a constant reminder of, you've got to respect PRX for the mechanical capability at the bare minimum. Straight on him, Mr. Fallen going to find one on the cross. That's Forsaken gone down, but then the res. We noted it earlier, it's in play. Looking at the flank though, Jay, the timing, I think it's being considered. Yeah, already Divide's got eyes on it. Banging shot from Divide.
Yeah?
Gets himself a nice little upgrade as well. Oh, they are loving this.
You're going to need heroics,
Mr. Fallen now. The captain, no shot at that PRX. You are never safe against this side. A cold, quick reminder of it. Mr. Fallen going to have to face the music here. Can he take it on with him? Just 1-4 alive on the other side. Yeah, the res got used, but now they got fish off. They got all the upgrades. They've got to be smiling about that.
When I'm sitting here talking about this game right now, everything's on FUT. FUT needs to do this. Jay needs to do this. The reason why I'm saying that is because PRX are probably the favorites here. They have that teamwork. They know how to just move in together. They're so deadly. I don't know if FUT had any chance to even react to the first 3 of those deaths, just instantly taken out. It is definitely on FUT to be able to set a precedent in this game, and if they can't do it, PRX is going to run over them.
Early fish ult. Oh, they
Pokemon
exchanged. But it's seen it find something. So very early damage from that. Looking for more. But going to take all the space, want the ult back.
Into B site they go, though. PRX. We get that spike planted at FUT. Don't care so much about this, though. They do that defensive smoke. They're able to play out that spam battle. But this Rolling Thunder coming in late from Forsaken through market, I believe, is what's going to happen towards the end of this round.
Can they clear site? Yeah, so they're all going to come back around and clear.
He's going to go around the world. Oh, my.
Should just clear towards Pillar, so now they can focus the rolling. Oh, my God. The flank on the flank. Hold on. The flank on the flank. Device going to find CNET. Wait, Device still trying to brawl this out. And now Forsaken getting closer step by step, but time is dwindling. It's ticking. Here comes the ult from Forsaken. They have no idea about this. And suddenly, dazed and confused. It's all topsy-turvy. And it's PRX again. Perfection. With 3 standing. I'm so impressed with them so far, Josh.
That was a great read. They set that up so early into the round, and it's another round where FUT has that opening advantage. CNET getting that kill onto something, and then being able to keep that. It's not like they got instantly traded. Forsaken, though, just waiting in that tiles area, waiting for all the defenders to come out. They know, okay, defensive smoke comes into play. You send that wingman onto the spike for the defuse. Everyone's going to start putting the pressure onto main, not allowing any space to breathe. Forsaken's the backlines with the Rolling Thunder.
And now the earnest is on FUT to do the same thing back to PRX that they did to them earlier on. A hero rifle with cracks, a couple of sheriffs and a stinger.
If there's a round to do it, though, it's FUT on sheriffs. This is, I've seen it time and time again.
You're right.
I'm not going to talk about it any more than this. I don't want to jinx anything. It's just...
it has happened.
It's happened.
Would be, but very good work from our captain. Oh my God, and a headshot too. Okay, and now Krax is here. The hero's made his way towards the site with that rifle. Maybe the curse can be activated with just the slightest of references. Nah, it's all on you. It's crazy.
3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 4, 6, 4, 7, 4.
Forsaken and Mind Freak.
7, 5, 7, 5, 4.
Another weapon's got really recovered here. That's going to force them into an uncomfortable position. Mind Freak rewarded towards Krax. A little TP, but 32 HP. Clearing through, though. That's going to be a good couple of kills. 3 already for him. Eyeing up his 4th, and it's all on Mind Freak now. 30 seconds TP. He'll send him scattering. And he commits. Camera's still there.
Missed, though.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
टफ है, क्लच नहीं कर
Gonna
पाएगा.
get the plant. Where does he reposition? They are both low HP. 20 on Yedajay,
दोनों लोग
11
trade लेंगे
on
ना.
Mr. Fallen, but he's not sitting great himself. 32.
Grouping up from FUT. I like this. I didn't like how they were splitting up.
But now they have to make their choice.
There's have to be Mr. Fallen's 11 HP. Yedajay's 20. Who do you send in first?
It's a bit of a Sophie's choice, isn't it? Refreshing the one way. No, gonna commit for a closer smoke here. Wait inside it.
वो लोग random गोली मारेगा, ये मर गया.
See if he notes a player slipping on through. Time starting to dwindle. They gotta get a move on here. Stun comes in. He's gonna know where it's come from. Oh, Yedajay! Just hitting towards him in that smoke. They find it. The time not close enough to be a problem. Diffuse is there, and they do it right back to him. Josh, I can't believe you brought this into effect.
I've seen it happen too many times. I've seen it be able to be what FUT needs to get their foot in the door. I've said this line before. Everything's deja vu, and they are a momentum-based team, so getting around like this, it's this next round after it. If they're able to pick up this next round, then they start running away with round after round after round, and nothing sets you up a little bit nice like that. Except for that stinger lineup, right? Elbow, that set up the entire pace of everything.
Look, EMEA using stingers, I get nervous. If it's an NA player, I'm like, easy. That's probably 3. But finding both was incredibly impressive. I had a captain doing very well there. Again, he was one of the main players on that site. I think it was a very late rotate or a later positioning from Cracks to come back over. He was kind of soloing deeper towards elbow. So for him to find both, very impressive. FUT going to pump the brakes, so this is their timeout, and I think you were right in highlighting
7-5 for FUT.
It has to be kind of reciprocated going forward. It can't just end at that one-off. Can they string this together? Has it been enough?
map है ये अपना map है guys टेंशन नहीं अपन इनको आराम से आराम से वो लोग कुत्ते कर सकते हैं वो लोग देखो क्या कर ले सोचो क्या कर ले वो लोग कुत्ते कद्दू ने आगे पीछे करके मारेंगे
I mean, it's a very FUT thing, isn't it? Right? It just kind of like highlights what they need to do going forward. Because
Let's go FUT baby.
Apart from that round, it was 2 back-to-back for PRX.
Yes.
Right? These were very good, strong together
वो लोग
rounds.
जीते लेकिन गलत तरीके से जीते.
They had a good grip on the game.
We've been here before, though. I can vividly remember just line by line talking about how FUT was in so much control, and then when they played it slow and forced the other team to play their game, they were chilling, but then, you know, they get that lead, and then they start going CNET down mid, CNET push B main, they start losing the rounds. Have they learned from all those mistakes in that second stage of the EMEA split? Have they fixed those things? Because that's where they need to pull it out and make no more mistakes.
Right, it looks like a stun and gun here already. Mr. Fox, they're going quite deep on this. Wait, and look at CNET. His positioning is everything teed up. Oh, denied! Something! It's gone! They've got to get away. This has all gone wrong. FUT are going to be scrambling on this one. You did not expect that shot to deny CNET. Left them just condemned in middle, and now they get an early man advantage, still above a minute, with so much util invested. Cosmetic stuns everywhere.
I mean, what did I just say, though? And the saving grace here, though, is this is one of the rounds that FUT could actually win just because Yedajay is the player to defend a site right now. He's got his trips up. Not if this happens, though. Oh, there you go. Okay, that's an inch into the round. Op still up for Devi, but a 3 versus 3.
It's Devi on the operator as well.
कोई सीन नहीं दो बंदे यूट्यूब स्टार प्लेयर the Jordish player of the century बचा हुआ है let's go यूट्यूब भाई let's go
oh there we go first and second spotted timing actually hold on not clean for Jing and the slow eventual creep from Devi, but they are there in time. Working in unison, PRX right back to it. And you're right, you've kind of given me the nostalgia of what we were disliking about FUT at times when they overdid things. We got a little too aggressive when they played into it. PRX looked very ready for that. Or, well, I say ready or not, it doesn't seem to matter because something hit that shot and that was it.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, when that happens, it's kind of sad. It's, well, what can you do about it? It was a good play. That's what you are kind of thinking in your mind. But was it actually a good play? They called that timeout after they won on an eco round with those sheriffs. But now look at their economy. Was it really worth it? Sure, if you win that round, you can get another round under the belt. But if you lose it, this is the situation you put yourself in. Maybe that's what they need, though. 3 sheriffs and a stinger. I've seen this before. And it's Cracks as well is going to be the first point of contact. I saw him with this sheriff.
Oh, that paranoia. hold on, wait a second. It catches only one, cracks, still alive. Jing sent the rocket, but it didn't work out. It's Forsaken out of Captain once again with a stinger. Running and gunning and finding a body. Jing goes down and an upgrade gets found for CNED. Suddenly a 4v4, and they're surrounded on the site. Devi's got a lot of work on his shoulders, a lot of pressure there to make sure they don't get... That wasn't clean, but it's fine in the end. Mindfreak gonna find some security towards CT, focusing everyone back towards those other areas that could pose problems.
That elbow wall.
I feel like they might have done enough here. We'll see what Yeda JC and Nada Captain can do, but...
Why you support FUT?
Position's
Because
already
FUT
looking
जीतेगा. I
very
love
secured.
FUT.
Forsaken just has to keep the flank safe, which he's going to be doing behind that wall, leaving the rest of PRX to focus on securing the site. The smoke goes up. Almost a pixel spotted above Mindfreak, good for 1 and a second. He's doing well this round. Yeda what is that? And now a 1v1. Time is against him, though he knows it. He's heard the run. All of that for nothing turns into just tears in the rain for Yeda. Another round for PRX here. And FUT, I mean, they got close that time, Josh, but close is not good enough now.
Close isn't good enough. They're trailing by 3 rounds right now on their defense side. Yes, they get to finally get an opt-out. Round 10, they have a couple of ultimates to work with, but FUT, they can't make these mistakes. They need to convert these man advantages they get, and PRX is doing such a good job. They don't even have a Sentinel really, like, yeah, sure, they got the Sage. But it's that wall that's being used to prevent flanks right now, and FUT's trying to go for these flanks. Yeah. It's just not working with that wall up.
Uh-oh, free made.
Starting off with a look towards middle.
Extremity control for FUT, but PRX stole all of middle in the process.
Yeah. Finally get to see CNED with that operator, though, something that we were kind of...
Heavy setup, eh?
Bait play ho raha hai, bait play.
Didn't have a good game before, and another
bait
miss.
Play ho raha hai.
But he's trying to maybe play in Yeda J, but
a
little paranoid about it, a little bit worried about this.
Tujhe ka posi.
Does he get cleared? You better hope he does. That Dizzy doesn't find him, and he gets let loose. He thought the last round was good. This one's just as impactful. 3 back-to-back.
Oh my God, ka flick tha.
30 degree.
Apparently so. Something now in a 1v4. And you're seeing a real heat up here from Yeda J. You're seeing CNED starting to snap to attention. Something
मैं तो 7-5 FUT बोला था यार.
None of the util to bank on, so it is just the gun in hand, really. Making it costly may not really be his paramount focus. 6-3.
30 seconds left.
Looking like 4, quite likely for FUT. As they go towards market. Nice from something, and yeah, you put him on red alert suddenly. Not so confident. They backpedal away 19 seconds, so he hasn't got a lot of time to try and add doubts in their mind.
They used the Ash for this, though.
That's the question of respect. How much does it make him nervous? He's cleared CT, but he doesn't really have time for this. At bare minimum, Ada Captain can just wait. Yeah, ran too low on time. Give him maybe 20, 30 more seconds. Something could have happened. It wasn't to be. But Yeda J, what a start there for him.
This is the 2 things we highlighted for FUT before the game started. Yeda J, defense.
Impact player for
CNED will hit op shots. He missed the first one, made us start guessing, but then hits the second, which is a big flick. This play, the bait setup, the teamwork coming in for FUT. That was a question I had in the back of my mind. Is FUT going to display anything even remotely close to the teamwork that G2 displayed when they played against PRX? And if FUT's able to replicate this type of bait and switch setups, then they have a really good chance here. PRX down to Bulldog, Sheriff, just everything, whatever they can afford. And a fast opening towards B.
Yeah, Jing's right on in there. Stinger ready, locked and loaded. Plant's going to be coming through as well. That's secure. He wants in. He wants Yeda J, but Yeda J's been the man so far, but flashed up, he couldn't connect it. He couldn't gap close, and they're keeping each other secure. Some nice crossfires, some nice setups here. The fish denied. Ouch, that's upsetting. Oh, okay. More of that. Give me a couple more of those, and we're getting back on. But already, CNED just going to...
okay.
All right, a rocket or a pistol. It seems a pistol's better, free gun, etc., etc. Mindfreak 1v4. Okay, not bad. Need 3 more of those, though, and time's starting to tick here, and the smoke was going to fade. Nice try. 3 still standing. Made it a little bit dangerous. Got a little bit dicey, but it was fine in the end.
We are now getting to the stage in the game. FUT did not get the pistol round. It's 5-6 already. If FUT tie this up 6-6, now I might have to switch the whole focus of everything. Start leaning on what does PRX need to do differently to break
कौन
FUT?
जीतेगा? FUT जीतेगा
I do
map.
think when FUT gets onto their attack side in that
stream
second
like कर
half,
दो,
and
4
they
के
get
likes
to
करो,
set the tone,
50 लोग चाहिए.
what does PRX
जो लोग
have?
अभी भी
Really,
आए
they
हैं
don't have that
stream को
sentinel
like
ability.
कर
They
दो
have that sage
part
wall,
से.
but the pacing that FUT
Alt
like to
कैसे मिलेगा
employ
पता
on that
नहीं
attack
यार.
side is going to be really
Actual
slow.
में नीचे
So this
मारा था
last
उसको.
round is so important. Rez on the board, Thrash on the board for the attack, one off Rolling Thunder as well. This needs to be a one round for PRX here. They need the 7th round.
Similar beginnings. A little bit of a switch up. CNED committed over towards that A side. Going to take a lot of space from this Jing. Seems to be considering it, or at least doing his diligent look back. But this is a lot of space. That's a lot of space. Look at the freedom it's given the other players.
No trips. That enables CNED to take all this space right now. Took the extremities, denied that Rolling Thunder for Forsaken. So now they have to decide, are we going to go for the A orb? Or are we going to go for the B orb? We're going to go for no orbs. Here comes the Thrash through market. It's a stun on Mr. Fallen.
Gonna be held in some trouble here. Fortunately for him, Fish goes the wrong way and Jing goes in towards the side. So they have the players in the right place. The wall's gonna slow down the rotation, but a catch on the cross. Mind Freak gives it right back to them with 2 big picks for himself. Plants there, Rez comes in. Paranoia comes through. Rolling Thunder as well. It's gonna get chaotic here. Jing though leans forward, tries to lean ahead and gets denied by CNED. A 2v4 though. We're gonna get a masterclass from this man. Maybe we will, but it's all on him now. In a 1v3, he's carved out the first 2. Oh, nice try. But still, PRX on the half are gonna hold the advantage here. 7-5. The question I'll be asking you when we come back from the break is, will it be enough?
7-5 bola था कि नहीं.
FUT coming out swinging. PRX still in the lead, but this series is far from over.
Easy है, easy है. पिस्तौल राउंड जीतेंगे 7-7, फिर बोनस जीतेंगे 7-8, 7-9. फुट जीता है मैच. फुल आज मैं आज फुट का नंबर 1 फैन बॉय. गर्व है. मन कुछ बग्स भाई शर्म कर रहा है. एक्सक्यूज मी. Go PRX, go home. Go home. Where to buy this power?
बोल सकते हैं क्या बिग ये टाइम आउट
नहीं.
फिर टीम बात कर सकती है.
हाँ, वो भी चिल एकदम कुछ भी. कोच सिर्फ टाइम आउट में. इसमें वो लोग ये नहीं बात कर सकते. टीम भी चैट्स में बात कर सकते. ये ब्रेक में भी
ऑब्जर्वर सुनते रहते हैं क्या बात है.
क्या
5-7. Close affair between these two. The desk were worried seeing this map coming out for FUT. I mean, historically, PRX have a very good record here. The veto looks strong for them. But a solid performance from FUT. But Josh, is this enough? 5 rounds. We were talking about, what those markers are, what those kind of KPIs were going to be, those win conditions.
Chalo.
Is this a good enough performance in your mind thus far?
If FUT is able to go 1-1 for pistols here, tie this game up 7-7, we are going the distance on this map. There's no doubt about it. They love these just pace changes, these contact rounds, but the Sage Wall is the only real wall that they have to get past, and they can wait it out. They love to wait it out. And already, finding out the lane of least resistance by accident, contacting all the way through A here, it's going to be pretty much an open site. It's going to be a 5 versus 5 retake potentially, and it all comes down to how does PRX use those abilities. The slows, the wall, the stun, they have really good lockdown abilities. FUT needs to get into great post-plant positions, get those crossfires going, and don't allow PRX to even set up those utilities. Here comes the attack. Once they get that smoke off of, I mean, they have the smokes, they have the Gecko Flash, they have the stun. They're ready to just lock and load here. Maybe waiting for Yetajay to get a little bit closer, but here it comes.
Yeah, that Dizzy is doing work from afar. Note even something that far away. Yeah.
Olympics.
It's wild.
5v5 full retake.
We do have shot from something. Okay, he was the closest player to this, but he was already sitting very deep.
Gecko.
And it is going to be on that retake now. We're looking at the damage. Cena was on to cop that headshot down to 22. And here comes all the util scramble! Something has to play it forward, the rest play it back. He's now a little bit isolated from the others, but they're back fighting together. And here comes all the chaos. Cena on one, Mindfreak on the trade. A little bit of pressure from Yetajay, but still it's on the side that they're struggling. FUT holding it down, and they just crumble. FUT did so well then, made it just a blender to come back through.
FUT understood the assignment. They knew this is what's going to happen. Slow's going to come in with a one-way smoke, lock out Yetajay from that A-link, then they're going to be able to just come in and just converge on the site. The counter utility was perfect. Traded out, and just nobody could advance from PRX. They were stunned. They were paranoid. They could not progress. And then they went into that blender. The Sage Wall goes down. There's just crossfires from elbow, from sight, from A-link. Nothing they could do. Great start for FUT.
Especially after having so many issues on their pistols previous. Whoa. Such audacious tries. I mean, and you may as well. You've got Sheriffs and Frenzies. Certainly not the worst idea.
Hello,
but they don't get the reward they wanted. So PRX will be left trailing over towards the end. So maybe they can catch a player, but you're looking at really... I think they can lose two. Mr. Fallen out of captain. The only ones there. You want to keep cracks up, CNED up, and obviously Yetajay with that outlaw. So he is a little bit vulnerable here, Yetajay.
Planted.
He's still good for 2.
Steps. Yeah, absolutely did. And he's a bit of a nasty player with this weapon. We've seen it during regular play in EMEA. And he's ready. He heard the steps earlier. Yeah. Oh, he was on for another there, not to beat. Jin going to get himself an outlaw. And the rest of it can be very hard to break through. You've got a lot of distance to cover with those, well, classics and now an outlaw. So, yeah, not much more probably to be seen here. Again, they can afford to lose one more player. You don't want much more than that. And again, the loss of the outlaw, it's not the end of the world, but still, they keep the Vandal, the Bulldog, which is the main part of the puzzle.
7-7 will be the score line. This is kind of where we were looking to see if FUT's able to get into this position. When do we start talking about what PRX needs to do in order to take FUT down? Everything has been so far on what does FUT need to do to get into the game, to get that lead, to be able to say to PRX, hey, we're not going to let you have your way. And right now, the first 2 opening rounds for FUT have been kind of quick towards A, and it's not been met with like super hard resistance from PRX. It's now, I'm kind of wondering, does FUT kind of slow it down a little bit? Feel out the rounds a little bit, find out what that setup is, where that Sage Wall is going, or are they going to keep going quick?
Maybe.
It's their canvas. How do they paint it?
Maybe.
A couple of options to begin with and a good start. The bonus looking relatively healthy. There he is again, making a name for himself, finding Divide. And that's a big gap now. You've got 3 players very isolated towards A. It puts it all on the shoulders of Mindfreak. And the Dizzy's going to find him. He's surely screwed here, and he is. Cleaned out, CNED's caught him. And the site's open. They're going to double check with the ult. But they've got what they want here. They couldn't ask for a better beginning.
Just save if you're PRX right now. Surely. Save the weapons into the next round, because right now, CNED, he's looking for blood.
Yeah.
And he's going to get it.
Yeah, drawing more than just one. He's going to find 2 kills in this round, and he's secured the entirety of CT. If they were considering saving before, now it's a must. They got something, and Jinx wanted to keep the weapons that they have. And I think this is the turning point, Josh. You were discussing when do we start looking at it from, what does PRX need to do? This is now that moment. Losing out on a bonus kind of in this situation isn't what you want to be seeing. It was a healthy purchase for FUT, to be fair. It was a very strong bonus. But still, that first gun round can really kind of set you up for the rest of the series, or at least in the map. So from PRX perspective here, as they try to keep these weapons in hand, they might get a bit of a challenge. So we'll keep that kind of ticking over. But in your mind, that's a loss there. Yeah, something. Better try and keep hold of that Vandal as tightly as he can. What does PRX now need to do? This has become a bit of a critical situation. Do we see a timeout potentially? I can
never misuse your powers.
But in your mind, what would you like to see the adjustments be?
If not this round coming up, then the next round, PRX is probably going to take that time out, talk about what they need to do. FUT really only have two main openings they do. They do the 2-1-2 split like we just saw in this round, where CNED as Raze and Krax as Gecko kind of work towards that B main area, push it back, maybe deal with whatever trips are there, steal the orb if it's free, and then they have Ada Captain sitting with Mr. Fallen towards that A side and kind of locking down that orb, listen for the info, being able to pivot and react whenever they need to. It's on PRX right now. My opinion, they need to just stay calm. Can't let that happen. Can't let the emotions get to them.
Don't worry about Alex.
It's time. Let FUT get to a point where they kind of start making mistakes.
Which they do. They do. They get very hungry to try and get information, take map space. There is a lot of that we've seen, especially in EMEA, and they've been punished for it.
They've been punished time and time again. PRX, if they're able to start punishing FUT when FUT starts making these overextensions, that's when the momentum's going to break, and that's when PRX is going to start getting the rounds back into their pockets. Right now, it's going to be difficult to get to that point. The stylistic matchup in terms of how the teams like to approach the game, and then also when we look at the agents on the teams, I don't know how many reps they have against a style that FUT's doing with this agent composition, and they're running a composition that doesn't have Cypher. You don't have those cameras, you don't have those tripwires. It's going to be very difficult to actually defend a lot of situations. It comes down to how you're going to your retakes. And PRX is a team that likes to be very proactive. But when you're against this 2-1-2, very flexible start with the ability to pivot, and then you have Yetajay that's closing these rounds out, it's so hard. You have to thread the needle.
The problem is they're going to come back in with a shaky purchase. Now, it's one of those where you feel that if Jing's in the right place, there's a real chance that he's going to commit on the angle, but the paranoia are going to dissuade him from continuing down that avenue. So a little bit of an exchange of util. They're doubling down. They really want to try and play Jing in. He's fallen here.
Welcome to the
attempt made, but it doesn't work out. And the rest do have Sheriffs, but he was the one with the Vandal. He was the one to try and shoulder all that responsibility. And FUT are happy to just take this. I'll just stand there and go, okay, but at least they're going to pick up that Vandal, take it back through. But already, man advantage, above a minute. This isn't how PRX would like to have started this round.
Players were walking, but the other players in that CT spawn were running. I wonder if Yetajay heard all that information, places that pressure towards market, towards mid with that smoke, and now they come back out towards A, 5 versus 4. They spotted heavy defense by PRX. PRX thought, hey, they're going to go back to B. Guess what? FUT, they played it right. They like to let the round simmer in those mid rounds. They get onto a free site, 5 versus 4. They've got the weapons. Depending on who gets these last kills, it's definitely going to be CNED looking for them to get closer to that showstopper for the next round, just to spiral, snowball with that momentum.
Spot on, 2 away for CNED. So already, they'll be chomping at the bit for that, and PRX are at the door, knocking. But with those Sheriffs, you're looking at something to be the instigator, the main man.
Paranoia as well needs to be huge for Mind Freak.
The utility's still in play. You still got a Dizzy there for Krax as well. There it is, sent through. Does it catch something? No, but CNED considering it. Try to go for it, denied.
Opening.
Good follow-up, hold on. By the time, it's getting too late in the day. Those shots were fantastic. A valiant attempt, but you've got to feel the time just not on their side, and eventually that final line swings in, and FUT, they'll go down with the ship, but that's fine. 9 rounds for them, and this is the round you got to hope PRX were trying to prepare for.
Final breakup. Very nice.
But FUT has lots of money. They also denied CNED the ability to get that showstopper. He needs to get an ultimate orb or a kill now if he wants to be able to use it on this round. But both teams so very close to multiple ultimates coming online. This could be a very easy comeback for PRX to swing it back in their favor. It's not going to be, I mean, I just say it's going to be easy. They need to break FUT's money. And they have probably 2 more buys in a row. If PRX ties it up 9-9, it's still another gun round.
It's getting to those linchpin rounds though, isn't it? It's really starting to see the full weight of it. Early exchange again over towards A main. Something not becoming readable here. No, noted at least by the camp. Is going to take down, send Wingman in to clear the angle, allow Forsaken to try and play with this a touch, but got to be careful. Knife's edge. Doubling up towards elbow. Okay, a little bit of a setup here.
Both of
them trying to play off each other, but deciding against it and opting to slip back a little bit deeper. They're having to rescind, give up some of this.
Jing's down mid. His timing on Yetajay is everything in this round.
Oh, the step heard, and a man found. And now they speed up towards the side. CNED gonna just burst on in.
He's going.
Yeah, he's going to go as far as he can. He might catch it. Whoa, I got scared there. Easy, Tiger. All good in the end. Going to post it. Secured them the site.
Post plant है, one way smoke है. Oh, double blind.
This would be nice.
Oh my god.
The timing on this is now going to get awkward. No, he can't get away from it. Mind Freak going to catch out a captain in the heels. CNED now puts his life on the line. Going to try and swing through. Catches Jin. Oh, the flash could have been perfect, but no. PRX still fighting forward. It's 2 left alive on the other side for FUT. Cracks is 1. Oh, and then Crossfire kicks into play. Cracks looks back to the left. They know where these 2 players are now. Wingman sent. They try and look towards the right side. Finding Divide, but they can't take him down. Time starting to tick. If it's to fall in down so low, wall goes up. He's desperately trying to break it. He doesn't have the bullets left in the mag. Breaks the wall, but he can't take the player off.
Wall too strong.
Oh, down to the wire, but they live. PRX still in this series, claiming their first in the second half.
Not even close, baby. Not even close.
PRX needs to do this to be able to break FUT. They'll tie it up with 1. But here, Yeduje getting caught in that search from Jing down middle, wrapping that tiles area. This first kill opened this round up for PRX, and I don't think FUT is going to allow this to happen again. They're either going to go back to their 2-1-2 openings and just really make sure that they don't leave any gaps unattended, or Yeduje is going to change up how he approaches those lurks. He's going to change up how he gets either inserted. But here, I mean, Jing's just going straight in. Why not?
I mean,
they heard the wall. They know something's up.
Look at them looking around. They're paranoid, worried, nervous. Yeah, he's backed away.
Showstopper off the back of it.
That's the most
Holy.
Brings you back to almost like those Pearl days, those situations.
Holy.
They tried to throw that in. In round 18, they've gone, screw it, let's run that. Let's see what we can do. Throw was it a spanner in the wrench from GG?
Yeah, something like that. They were trying to figure out that old chestnut, or I think that's what he said.
Yeah.
But right back into B main, FUT goes. They realize, hey, that's no Sage wall. That's no retake wall. Yeduje spots him as well. He's going to live. He's got that op as well. Normally, we see that on CNED.
I saw timing on the slow, though. Wow, the trade. Yeah, Forsaken goes down, but it's 1-1. You still have the fish ult with something. You still got Jing with his ult as well. It's all about timing now. Once he decides to go, that's a player spotted. Bye-bye! CNED just left eviscerated. Spike loose on the site, and they try and backfill the space. Look at Divide's positioning, taking all of that real estate away. This is lovely. They stalled them out here, 20 seconds. Back to the wall, Valorant for FUT, and they don't have other options. They're trying to drift out of captain away, but it feels like this round's a loss. Keep the rifles, keep the weapons. You're getting nothing more. What a fantastic start for PRX in that round. I loved that. Getting creative in these moments.
That was a good time to use it as well. The op recovered out of captain once they lost those 2 players, 3 versus 5, whatever the situation was. Okay, I'm going to go with 3 versus 4. Yeah, 20 seconds left. I'm going to go get that off, guys. Trying to stay alive. They lost another player in the process, but 9-9. We're seeing an op up on the attack side here. The Rolling Thunder is activated. We're going to see a res, and Forsaken's 2 off his Rolling Thunder. So FUT, call that timeout. They need to talk about what's going on. They had that free birth of a few rounds, but now Yeduje is the first to take the first contact. Proactivity from PRX, moving around the map, trying to find out where they can find any sort of openings right now.
If you are if you are here, that means you're handsome.
Almost caught by the Sage wall, that boost up in B main, but finally caught at middle. Right now, it's on any.
It's anyone's game.
It's anyone's game.
Yeah, this is the turning point.
Yep.
The timeout obviously going to be from FUT side, but it does mean that both sides can check in. So it's not like it's just going to be a one-man show. But this is what we want from the series. I think a lot of us saw a really close game between these two. This map was a little scary because of the record historically how good PRX have been recently. As of late, it hasn't been their best. It's still been a good map, but they've been playing specialists. You look at Heretics, you're looking at some of the teams out in the area who've been very solid at this. They suffered losses to them, fair enough, but still, pound for pound, it was a scary round to start on. We're starting to see the fight back from PRX, though. The gap is now closed. What have to show, so they have something up their sleeve, a little one-off round, maybe a little set piece to run us. They've got to buy here, but that money's starting to run low now, Josh.
I do wonder if off the back of that timeout from FUT, does PRX do something a little bit different? Do they go aggressive again? They've been finding those openings, or do they try to do something different, a little bit slower, let FUT make the first play?
Yeah, there's been a hail of bullets over towards this side. both normally willing to really scrap for this space, but look how far they're searching.
That's Forsaken getting his orb. He's one off. That's one kill away from his Rolling Thunder. Would be huge.
Right there.
But Divine and Mind Freak have to be so on the money. They cannot drop the ball here.
The whole plan from PRX right now, let FUT take that site. Let them get that spike planted. The flank's going to come into play.
Lovely slow. The timing on this is great. It's just buying time. Look at the flank. The pack of players, the three of them searching, but you still need to see the 2 in CT stay safe. Yenergy is going to take down Jing. They now know about the flank. They know what's coming their way. And this is a battle on two fronts. Firstly, starting in market, Mr. Fallen in the way. Trade off of utility, and in we go. Something takes the first couple of steps forward. They're denied in CT for now. A little bit of an exchange of space there as well. They're all going to secure CT for FUT. They're going to make sure they've got time, or at least maybe a little bit of safety to play into. Market is no longer theirs. PACIFIC needs to start taking that space back here.
They don't know where to do it from, though.
And the first real blood drawn is traded out instantly. Here comes the pressure, and a captain trying to survive takes away Devi. A 2v3, and they're falling like flies. FUT find stability in an incredibly chaotic moment there. Pressure CT. A little bit of everything thrown into the mix there, but it didn't work out for PACIFIC with that hunting squad going through.
This is the last chance for PACIFIC to be able to get this round, stop the bleeding, and stop the advancement from FUT here. Right now, it's looking like FUT's going to pick up this first map, and we're going to be looking at Bind, where PRX needs to close that out if they want to see a third map, because right now, FUT is in full control. They have that op still out, and PRX, they're kind of running out of ideas at the moment. FUT doing such a good job with the teamwork, with the pacing, and they're closing out the rounds. These are things that they weren't able to do against EDG.
Forsaken.
Oh my!
Hey, welcome to the fam.
Keep going. I don't even care. I know it's an overheat, but keep going. And they're pressuring everything. It's a PACIFIC round, right? We're down. We're, you know, feeling the pressure back. Hit 2 shots with the Sheriff. Why not? It works.
That body's not resable, though. It's going to be a 4-on-3 in the favor of PRX. Guns up for everyone. Everyone's on a Vandal.
Yes.
But stun as well.
Okay, so the back lines are still secure. They still have the side front and the forward EMJ, who's been monstrous, keep in mind.
Slow smoke for elbow, all that fun stuff.
They can buy time here. And they're going to look to focus towards elbow. CT is where it looks like PACIFIC are trying to mount the retake from. Already NJ turns, right place, right time with the shot. Eventually comes through from cracks. No trade on this. No next layer of pressure. Sits towards the box, the time starts to dwindle. Jing goes down. These are individual attempts. Where's the swing off the back? Divine now comes around. Too late in the day. As Mind Freak in a 1v3, running out of time, running out of chances. A nice attempt, but it was too little too late. FUT again. Up to 11 here. A valiant attempt from PACIFIC, but not enough.
Not enough indeed. That is the last time out going to be burned from PACIFIC. They need to be able to pull something out right now. They need to pull a rabbit out of a hat.
A little bit of that PACIFIC magic.
Yeah, they do have that res, so aggression is still on the table. But what right now, I'm looking at how FUT is closing out these rounds. They were down a player. They got that hat info. They got into A. I love how they're dealing with these retakes from PACIFIC. They're moving together. First, okay, we're going to push back A-Link. We use the wingman to clear out the close. We use the mosh, create a little bit of buffer space for us. Now, as soon as we do that, we pivot back and we start fighting spawn. And we fight from elbow, we fight from sight, we get back crossfire. Once they did those moves together in tandem, that's when I knew this...
2-0. PACIFIC.
Easy 2-0.
अभी भी
क्या
अभी इको है लोग
नेक्स्ट मैप कौन जीतेगा अब वो तो हमको दोनों को पता
Sunset is one of the better maps. The Dusk was pointing it out. 15-3 on this map, 7-map, win streak.
Yes.
Is this the break to it? But this is also no joke from FUT. They're picking this map for a reason. It's one of their stronger maps.
They're really hitting
some magic.
Time.
Yes.
Buy
come into this. The second half has been formidable from FUT. Honestly, this has been a very high class game. And I'm going to be honest, you don't get easy games against PACIFIC either. Even in just the smallest factor of mechanically how good they are, you don't get an easy matchup. They are a very hard team to face. But right now, as you highlighted, as we said, FUT have come in, firing on all cylinders. Now, PACIFIC still have a small purchase here. It's far from what they'd want. You've got a Guardian Stinger, and actually another Guardian as well, and a Sheriff to round it out with something. Rez is still in play. You saw how close they got in that last round with those 2 Sheriff shots that gave them that opportunity.
दो मारने में पीछे आ सकता था ना वो.
The 2-1-2 opening.
रीड तो है उनका
CNET
यार.
cracks, taking control of B main.
No sentinel
sniffing
ना,
out what
वो
the
लोग
setup
देख रहे
is.
हैं किधर
J with that deep line.
कुछ
His
ability
outlaw
डाल
in
रहे
middle.
हैं, कुछ
We've seen
pressure
this
आ रहा है
time and
क्या
time again,
क्या
just
कर रहे हैं वो
controlling
लोग.
those angles, those peaks. I think FUT has a pretty good idea of what the setup is here. That it's going to be a heavy stack towards A with 3 players in a crossfire. That's usually what this sort of setup means if you're passive on B. No real trap potential. No trigger, no camera to set it up on B. And here it is at A. This is the fight.
And so far, a trade, not a complete miss from either side.
But that's the smokes down for the attackers. That means that they need to be able to do a split here to end the round. If they go straight up through a main, it's going to be deadly for them. Rez
to dega ki nahi dega.
Going to be in play.
No, but it's going to be the fish shot that could be a big difference maker as well. It can at least clear out the site, allow them some safety for the cross, but they've got to follow it up and feel brave to do so. CNET, the one to feel bold enough. Oh, the timing on taking out the pain shell. He's going to do okay. He's going to try and secure CT. The one-man army so far, allowing that plant to come in and keeping down the numbers for PRX.
That one's Rezable. FUT need to stay ahead of this. They can't fall back into B main here. The wall is still in play. The Rez is still in play. Is this the undoing of them?
It could be. Do they get punished on it?
Smoker ko rest de de to ho jayega yaar.
Waiting for this time.
Stun as well for Forsaken.
Yeah, there's the wall, there's Wingman, what do they have? Oh, it's so good! This is great, PRX! This is the lifeline! This is the thing that could save them here! PRX still alive! Still kicking! And a mistake from FUT when it mattered most.
These are things that we've highlighted. FUT making mistakes. We've talked about. We said how good they've been doing in these post fights, about converting these rounds, about how this is the FUT that we came to expect, the one that got here in the first place. And then what do? Right after we say that, they fall back into B main. They know all these things are on the board in play. They have the wingman for the defuse. They have that wall to defuse behind. They have the stuns up.
Hell, they had the res.
They had the res. They had all these things. I thought for sure FUT's going to stay up ahead like they did it on A.
Oh, Jing
down
is
middle,
flying
Jing.
down the map. Dizzy Sen, they've got no idea!
Oh,
and Jing just causing headaches. This man is just mad. And he's got backup too. It's not an individual effort. There were others with him. You had Forsaken coming down as well. Devi with that operator. The cross going to be hard again. Out of captain. Now removed. Means they don't have those smokes here. They don't have that ult with cracks to try and get them on the site. Is this the point where FUT falter?
Stream like karo.
Try and find a pick. Looking at the space, J is trying to carve away on the A site, already exploring up towards elbow. But the quiet, the peace and quiet is going to be so loud in the minds of PRX. Where have they gone? What are they doing?
One of these orbs is either going to go onto the breach or onto the raise if the A orb's still there, but it doesn't seem like it is. It's all on. Yedderjay needs to live. He needs to close this round out for the team. Let the other guys go first here. CNET in.
Mind Freak, does he live? Takes TP out, spotted in the end, but it looks like you're gonna see that plant coming in a second. Cautious steps being made in a pre-take by PRX. They're already starting to come on in. Forsaken goes head first, but it's Mr. Fallen to find it. PRX putting up numbers. Mr. Fallen and Cracks though still alive in a 2v3. 25 seconds of the plant just to be considered now. Divide with the operator and the res. 2 rifles with the others.
The timing.
All
look behind you.
CT. Mind Freak slips ahead. They annoy. Oh, it's so clean. PRX never down, never out. Back up in an even affair here.
11-11.
Do it.
They've already made their wish.
They have.
They've already made it.
You're right. Oh.
This is
2-0 PRX.
PRX, they're going to steal this away from them right under their nose, and it comes back to that round on an eco or like some low economy by FUT, kicking themselves again. We've seen it before. No more timeouts. No more chances for mistakes. Right here, next team to win a round secures overtime.
But I've seen PRX before. I've seen FUT before. Both of these teams have known the highs and lows, how bittersweet it can taste. And already they are so close in this. This is not firing squad at middle. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh!
CNET, the showstopper too.
That's so cool. CNET left in pieces. They didn't see it coming. And a quick approach through market, the wall goes in. You don't get anywhere fast here. Just icing them out of the round, and PRX starting to come alive here, but I'm scared though. It's still not over. FUT can still be dangerous, but Divide doesn't care. He's feeling confident. He's got Forsaken, he's got Mindfreak, he's got it all.
That's it.
बाप रे, मैच पॉइंट बोलेबल पैसा नहीं है. कैसे हार सकते हैं FUT? कैसे यार?
For FUT to make that mistake to slip up, and once that happened, PRX swung it around. They're in the lead. They've secured that overtime. They're going to steal away FUT's map pick here. Showstopper still available for the attackers. Res still in play, but not even needed. Also, Forsaken's one off his ultimate. Wouldn't be surprised if they try to secure that for him early and use that on a flank if FUT is able to get into a site and get a plant down. But they're off up for Divide.
It's
very impressive right now. But they're like, we're going slow here.
Yeah.
Omen ultimate.
And
that's it.
Also a lovely little bit of revenge there for PaperX.
It's 2 rounds in a row. PaperX was waiting for this mid. First round it's CNED, this round it's Yedajay. The 2 big hitters for this team. 5 versus 4 again. CNED equalizes.
Back. Here we go. He's going to take space. If CNED has to step up, take on the mantle of being the big man himself, he will. He's already on 21. He's having a good game. Trying to secure CT to give safety to the plant. The res going to come in. The paint shell goes over. That could be a little scary. Keep an eye. Any of the damage done? No, they're fine. But it looks like a refight. FUT won the brawl. They want the fight himself. And now this is where it gets dangerous. Jing clearing house. He wants this done. He wants map 1. And he might just get it. It's all down to Mr. Fallen, and he can't do enough.
Oh my God, baby.
Back from the jaws of death. 13-11. That is the PaperX we were waiting to see, but it took damn long to get there, Josh.
It was so poetic, the ways that we laid it out. Everything was making sense. And it happened in the last couple.
सारे लोग चलो, सारे लोग ट्विटर पे जाओ, मेरे और थैंक्स बोलो. चलो, पहली बार मैंने पावर्स का यूज किया, पहली बार. चलो, फास्ट 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 फास्ट. थैंक्स चाहिए. भाई वो क्या शॉट था यार. एटलीस्ट वो लोग को वो शॉट दिखाना था स्लो मोशन में, फ्लिक वाला. क्या एक्यूरेट फ्लिक मारा उसने.
इंसेन. वो वॉल वाले राउंड ने पूरा उनका मेंटल खराब कर दिया.
और उसका वॉल एकदम परफेक्ट रहता है, एकदम परफेक्ट. कब ऊपर जाने का है, कब नीचे देखने का है, कब गोलियां बेट करने का है.
पर वो राउंड अगर वो लोग नहीं जीतते तो खत्म हो जाता.
दवाई भाई अंडररेटेड प्लेयर. अंडररेटेड कहां से? यार इसमें कोई भी अंडररेटेड नहीं है. 5 भदीरों का स्क्वाड है वो. और ये बांग बांग करके ना सामने वाली टीम को ये लोग बांग बांग देते रहते. एफके में आया. देखो मेरा ट्वीट देख रहा हूँ. तुझे दवाले क्या है?
an exciting start that was to the series. I'm now joined by the head coach of PRX, Alex. Now, Alex, that round 21 device Sage War defuse was beautiful, and it really felt like a turning point for you guys. So talk me through what was going through your mind when you saw that, and how proud are you of the fact that your boys managed to actually clinch that out in the end?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very proud, obviously. It looked like they were running, FUT was going to run away with it because we were too individual. So the fact that they managed to combine at the moment, I'm very happy about it. Yeah, it was a turning point, I think. Yeah, you know, when you lose like that, a round like that, it can really break you. I think that's what happened to FUT. So I hope that we keep this momentum up.
I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much, and best of luck on map 2.
And what can only be described as one of the most exciting matches here at Champions Seoul. FUT and PRX brought it on Sunset. But let's start from the absolute beginning, because Mimi, I mean, we were seeing some great ideas across the board from PRX.
And this is how I thought the game was going to go. The Sage comp being so strong. You see here, a slow orb is going into that smoke. There are two players in spawn ready to defend something on site there, but neither of them can swing through and assist their teammate. And then in this late round, Devi, after segmenting off the retake with the wall, absolutely cooks them. And I think this was the story of the first few rounds. Slow orbs on the execute, stopping FUT from flood defending, and PRX winning out in the post plants with those walls to disrupt timings. But honestly, FUT, I think, found some great solutions towards the end of that first half.
Yeah. They were finding gaps. They were finding opportunities to really get in there and make an impact.
Yeah, they were playing together, and it was off of the back of the anchoring from Yetajay, who had a phenomenal map, honestly. And now we're seeing why FUT picked this map into PRX. The game plan on attack was phenomenal.
Yeah, it really is disheartening, because if you're a FUT fan, and for the FUT boys in general, because there were a point in time, Mimi, where I really did feel like FUT were starting to run away with this.
I think they were in control until some of those crucial rounds in the second half. It's another game where FUT is leading in the first kills. Yetajay, who you mentioned, CNET as well, both having great maps. But I think it came down to these PRX retakes, that wall round that Yunsu was talking to Alex about in the interview, and also some of the excellent reads towards the end of the game. The round where they're just spamming people down in mid, getting the opening kills there. PRX really locked in with some fantastic adaptation to close out this map.
And another thing, too, to point in mind, we were talking about this while we were watching a game, right? We were seeing way too many times PRX were just running as individuals. Alex even mentioned himself.
Yes.
That like, PRX is at its best when they deathball. When they get together and they shoot together.
And it's the same story for FUT as well. That's what started the comeback on the defensive side. They were playing retake all together, going in together. And even in the post plants on their attacking half, there was a lot of disruption that they were trying to do, but it wasn't alone. It wasn't solo warriors. It was utility, breach utility in the post plant, and taking the fight to PRX, because they know if they let PRX set up that retake and give them the spacing that they want, it's going to be nearly impossible when you got shooters like that.
But there was one player, though, that you did talk about, and that leads us to our Verizon high-speed moment. You got Yetajay with the 3K, and honestly, you could have picked a variety of rounds from Yetajay in this one. This one, though, was quite nice. He had a brilliant setup on the side. He had his teammates there to back him up, and even though he does get picked off, the job was done. He gets 3 for value, absolute thing of beauty, and
he's like controlling his spray so perfectly on that third kill.
He was the X factor for them in that map, honestly. He was constantly in the kill feed, Mimi. It was unreal.
Even with the attack operator, I mean, there's limited info on the side of PRX on their defensive side. Steel said that on the cast, and that's why he was opping. He had the outlaw first 2 rounds after the pistol. Then he was opping already, third, fourth round, and he got so many first bloods doing so.
Absolutely. But we talked a lot about this Sage comp already. Dre, I know that you were earlier in your Valorant career inspired by PRX's own fundamentals from this comp, because they've played stuff like this before. It's their bread and butter.
Yeah, so we copied their composition. They used to run this stuff on Haven, and that's when Fade was really OP. So yeah, all you do is you wall in, you nade one side, you get the spike planted, you have stuff for post plant with the breach utility, and it's great. It's a really good game plan to go into it, and it's cool that they're bringing stuff from like 2-3 years ago and implementing it now in 2024 at Champs.
Yeah, and it's so cool that they have like these really simple ideas, but they just execute on stuff really well. That's PRX.
Yeah, indeed it is. It was a bit of a disheartening loss, though, for sure, for the boys on FUT. So let's go ahead and see what Coach Gaius has to say as we get ready for map 2.
I'm now joined by Coach Gaius from FUT and Scarlett to do some translations ahead of the next map. Now, I know you must be very disappointed with the way how map 1 went, but I wanted to ask you, what did you say to your players just now backstage? How do you make sure they can move on mentally and focus on the next one?
Öncelikle yani mağlubiyetten ötürü hayal kırıklığına sahip olduğunu biliyorum. Maç arasında şu anda takımdakilere, oyunculara neler söyledin ki sonraki maça hazırlanabilsinler, mentallerini toparlayabilsinler? Ne konuştunuz içeride? Even if we get 13-0, don't fall back, don't step on the brakes.
दवाई by the most underrated player बात तो है.
Oh, against W Gaming, I like it. Thank you very much, guys, and best of luck on map 2.
मैंने फिर से player ही पढ़ा, माफ करो.
For the guys being known for W Gaming taking the fight to their opponents,
Maaf
it is
karo.
quite
Thank you
refreshing
for
in
the
the footage.
party.
It is a little bit more, that has been known to be a bit more stoic at times.
Are you back? Bind में होने वाला है hook का push. Bind में hook का push होने वाला है जो रोक ही नहीं पाएगी PRX. रोक ही नहीं पाएगी.
कॉम्प क्या है?
कॉम्प मैटर ही नहीं करता है. फुट मारेगा, मतलब मारेगा. PRX के लग गए.
Go back to the more classic PRX style people are familiar with. They were previously playing their Harbor Reina Raise composition where they had these really creative attack side executes with that Harbor pathing in unique ways. Recently in Pacific, they've gone back to playing the Euro on this map, which they did years ago. Before it was cool, and are back to trying that stuff out. And always, I think that the pinnacle of PRX on this map is a variety of looks for executes on their attacking side and just really solid team play on these executes. And PRX is doing none of that. The meta 100 Thieves comp. I'm a little surprised.
Wall वाला तो ये लोग ने कितना किया है, कितना.
And I'm just wondering if
तो PRX से जो wall वाला खतरनाक strats करते हैं.
Oh, it's the dawn of a new day.
वो जिंग वाला अगर उनको kill मिल जाता ना,
I mean, what
heavy हो
this tells me though is that PRX at the very least they know the
heavy
pressure's on. They
चाहिए नहीं
gotta
हम
take
लोग
this
को.
one seriously. They can't take these risks.
Absolutely. Everyone's playing this comp for a reason. It is good. But both these teams have to lock in for their execution. They both have aspirations of making it deep in playoffs. They've done it before. FUT had their breakout last Champions, and PRX put an end to that. If they can do it again here on Bind, they get to stay alive, have a chance to escape groups.
You can see the pressure. You can see the moment is settling there for Mind Freak. And as all the players start to get ready, this is it. Can PRX close it out? Or will we go to a map 3? Let's send it back over to Pansy and Steel.
Map 3.
That is the big question, isn't it? Are we going the distance, or does PRX with this slightly adjusted comp have what it takes? Josh, where does your mind go? You see these adjustments to the more traditional, I guess, 2024 comp coming out here for someone like PRX.
It's a really well-rounded composition. It lets you do many things. You can get a lot of space taken with the fade, with the Gecko, getting those initiators involved. The Raze obviously is just a staple on this map. And then the Gecko controller helps really dicing up the map, helping with the retakes. Bind essentially comes down to that. It's basically find out where the weaker side is, hit it, and then it's the retake for the other team. Right now, though, PRX, 4 people short A.
Yes, bye.
Not confirmed info from FUT, just knowing that there's someone there, but how many working up towards that hookah area. That B site is exposed right now. The timing is everything. If they
Victoria ने मेरा tweet like किया.
That Brim Smoke. That's the attacker side Brim Smoke, just to take this control.
Victoria ने मेरा tweet like किया, guys.
One who's got the Sheriff now, everyone else has the light shields and just the classics.
Han gets info. And a big 4-man TP could be the difference maker here. Does Cracks catch them?
I mean, he can only keep them present for so long, right? Like, surely... No, they're not going for the TP.
No paint shells for the defenders. Like, it's too hard to get through that, but it might be a 5 versus 5 retake here. The smokes are going to come down in a second, surely.
Device playing forward, though. I'm looking how close he gets to this. He was leaning forward in CT. You can see why. Has a line towards our captain. Just going to spam through the smoke, and it works. So on the side, but look at the pre-take. Look at the absolute prelude to chaos we've got going on here. PRX. I mean, yeah, you spotted him, Cracks, but you got to find all 5. Not going to happen.
मधुमक्खी का छत्ता है ना
almost
आग लगता है कैसे सारे मधुमक्खी
defensive smoke coming out to the front of the side as well. The timing was everything.
मधुमक्खी के छत्ते पे आग लगे तो कैसे सारे मधुमक्खी आ जाते हैं.
Getting that information from Cracks at short A, and still all the defenders are able to move through lamps, through spawn, and get out that choke point of B before anybody from attack is basically out on the site. That's just not good enough for FUT. Maybe they're looking at that last map. Oh, we let that get away. We can't make any mistakes. And now, are they playing, instead of playing to win, they're playing not to lose, and their slow approach is what's going to catch them?
And that is a worry, isn't it? The impact of that previous map. There's something to be said about close losses, how they hurt even more than just the clear-cut one-way affairs. And that one might sting. Already, something showing off where that Vandal may be. There are 2 Bulldogs to supplement, and just the Spectre and the Sheriff to round out. On the other side, purely classic.
What?
So,
Yeah.
you didn't like that.
Uh-oh! That's a big combo.
Yeah, they swing this. Yeah, they are so weak.
Oh!
And yeah, comfortable in the end. Get the round done. 4 staying alive. No loss of weaponry. They're happy.
You know what's interesting, though? FUT is a huge Spectre and, well, not Spectre, sorry.
Stinger.
Sheriff and maybe
yeah.
Stinger team. Right there, 5 classics. They're playing all in for this round 3. They have heavy shields on 4 players, only light shields on 1. They've got their Vandals and their Phantoms up. They're playing for this round.
Deep
PRX, 2 Vandals only, 2 Bulldogs and a Spectre here. So this is going to be a big test for FUT. Be able to, again, like they did on this last map, set the tone.
Nade se na? Texture का reaction one of the best reaction है
An aggressive start here. I say potentially,
उसका
absolutely is.
Dream View duo करता ना
But it's
crazy
Mind
है
Freak to be rewarded first, and the follow-up found for him too. They are asserting
ना नहीं
dominance.
bonus नहीं देख सकते
This is just chaos personified, but in the most perfectly executed way. They have,
in the smoke.
Yeah, they have everything they need here. And the captain falls. Oh, it's just perfect. PRX, they look so good at this. The aggression just profound. As Yedajay, you were monstrous on map 1, but now you're surrounded on basically all fronts. The spike couldn't be deeper in enemy control, but he can't isolate the fight. It's 3 clear-cut rounds, and I'm worried about FUT's mental here. I'm worried they're getting boomed. If you can't stop the roll, if you can't stop the aggression and handle how PRX play, you will be just blown asunder.
If they can't get even 3 kills on this round, yes, they've got Sheriffs, yes, they got a Stinger. If they can't make something happen where they get even just a few kills, I think round 5 timeout, talk about what's going on. Because right now, PRX, they started out 4 players on A on pistol, and here they did a 4-man B play where they're leaving Viper on an island on their lonesome. Yep. One time at B, one time on A. PRX really active, but need to identify that as soon as possible if they want to have a chance. Otherwise, oh man,
3. This is just an absolute masterclass. Finding a wound and then pressing down on it. FUT are just hemorrhaging in these rounds. Not even getting a chance to take any steps forward. Pressured down long, pressured through shower. The map's not theirs. Yedajay and Ada Captain being hunted down, being herded down, and the confidence is building and building. This could be the 4th round. It looks extremely likely, and it looks like it's going to be clean as well. Yedajay has barely left spawn. It's not a fun position to be in. This is the PRX that gives people nightmares. Nice try. It ain't good enough. A flawless round here, Josh. That timeout has to hit quick here. They are getting absolutely pushed around this server.
Pani pee lo.
Needs to come in. FUT needs to pick up 1 round in the next. They need to pick up basically 2 out of the next 4 right now. Otherwise, I think PRX is probably going to run with this. They stole map 1 right under FUT's nose. Coming back from that, you know, it was a close game the whole way through. But right here, PRX could steal this 10-2, 11-1 even. Easy. And defense side, this isn't the easy side.
Money finances are booming. The ults are going to come through as well. It's just
snowballing, yeah.
It's so hard. So it's this round has to be something. And FUT are walking on just thin ice. Now, they've traded effectively this time. They've won an extremity. That's something.
Plant ulti.
And Jing.
Very funny.
Conversion is must needed for FUT.
Ooh, Mind Freak. That's huge. Actually getting noted is big. They can try. Okay. You may see where he is, but it may not seem to matter. He's isolating fight after fight and they're falling like flies. Oh, what are we doing? No! An absolute fumble here. And how is it just on Mr. Fallen? He's read it right, but the timing's wrong. And PRX breaking FUT's hearts. They're crumbling, Josh. They're crumbling.
That was a 4-3. He's not isolating the fight. FUT is doing what they did against EDG. They're running, they're scattering around, and everyone's they're trying to chase down the kills, but they're not doing it together. We talked about how they played those pose plants on on that first map, Sunset, and how they kind of moved here together in tandem, did this, did that, shifted over there together. But here, what is this? One goes left, one goes right, one's in the smoke, one's over
in the mosh.
Yeah, and then he runs into his teammate's mosh, and like, come on.
Heads in the game, boys.
Come on. This is, and now PRX got these ultimates online. It's good. Yeah, this is just the toughest snowball.
Ult है, Fallen के बाद ult है.
Gotta see more. Got to see more. Set piece. Get some stability. Get some assurances. And right now it's Jing getting some, taken out a captain. Mind Freak finding cracks. This is looking like curtain call here. There's only so many ways to say this. It's just perfect work from PRX. 6 now. The difference between map 1 and map 2 is such a stark contrast. Josh, where's the timeout? They need a lifeline here. They need, I don't know, get out the resuscitation pads. What is going on? They've been just broken through this.
Comeback begins.
PRX has had a really good handle of the situation. Good aggression, good teamwork. It's not just mindless aggression. They're moving together, and FUT is making these individual mistakes. They're not catching their timing, starting with that pistol round. They missed their timing to get into B. Here, now it's just, they got to the point where PRX, they've got the momentum on their side. They're snowballing because they have their ultimates coming online. They're getting the momentum because their energy, they're winning 6 rounds in a row. Now, they've unlocked the ability to take a little bit more risks. It's not going to be that devastating for them because they always can do buy round after buy round after buy round. That they're going to go for these. They're going to be really aggressive. And FUT, they need to be able to convert these rounds. When they get those advantages, the 2-for-1 trade on showers, okay, cool.
That's a good stuff.
Hey guys, FUT has just taken a timeout. I think we are gonna lose this map and go to the 3rd map, guys. But it's okay, please do your best, okay? But we lose this map, thank you.
Unironically, they are. And they need the vibes, and they don't have it right now.
They are
crumbling, and it's going to be an internal crumble. So we have snowballs on 2 fronts. PRX snowballing in a positive momentum, and FUT just crumbling, spiraling.
Easy comeback.
No, it's clear as day.
Easy comeback.
FUT.
Rollback, thank you for the challenge.
Thank you for 449. You don't want to go out with a whimper. This is elimination. This isn't just another game. This isn't just another group stage. PRX. Yeah, setting up the firing squad, and this could be an execution waiting, and it absolutely is. Body after body dropped, and again, a 2-man disadvantage to begin with. Something holding the line. It's easy for him. They look so in the zone, so comfortable.
One tap they fall in.
As said, I can't stress it enough. One tap hai. This is the PRX that is nightmare-inducing, confident, aggressive in all the right ways, and hard to get a beat on. And for FUT, and for our captain, it's a formality. This round, he wants it done.
Almost
get back into it, get that buy up, and get going, because this is a landslide. And PRX are at the top of the mountain right now.
The second flawless for PRX in this half. I think maybe 2 or 3 rounds where they had 4 alive as well to close these rounds out. It's not even like it's a close game where it's like coming down to the wire, the clutches, the one-on-one situation where FUT's kind of faltering at the end. These are just so one-sided.
They absolutely are. And now, this is the round the timeout was for. If there was a concept, a consideration, a plan in mind, you bring it in now. But does PRX then say, hell, we'll go aggressive somewhere else? They're going to throw a spanner in the works, give them something new to look at. We're going to have the ult coming down towards long. That should shut off at least that area for now, funnel them in towards that play stack.
PRX starting with that showers hold, pivoting back into short. They saw up going aggressive.
It's audacious and it works. He's got the support all the way out. They got Forsaken, but they still caught CNED on the other side.
Balls off
Mindfreak confident, but gets punished this time. Mr. Fallen finds his man. They still know that there's going to be a player over towards B long. That Viper's Pit's still in play.
4v3 guys.
Nightfall as well. I would not be surprised if FUT come back into this B, use that Nightfall, lock down that Viper.
Logic dictates they head towards A, and that's surely going to spur them on now. Choices to be made, but they continue forward. The one man in their way, danger through and through. Personified at times is Jing, but he's noted and he's held back. Utility specifically to keep him contained. Device slow creep forward is already considered. That ult being on B long kind of Taylor makes his trajectory. The first fight not going to be his. Mr. Fallen reads it well. And now Jing in an uphill struggle, a 1v4.
The hero we don't deserve, but the hero we need.
Found their first here. These positions are strong. A high-low setup. It's secured.
Here is the first round. 4 more to go, baby.
We heard that roar from behind us as well. So maybe not completely mentally out of the game. 4 ultimates online for FUT. Round by round, if they can get it, I mean, 4 rounds in a row is not unheard of. If they're able to do this, 7-5, we have a game on our hands. PRX is in such a comfortable position still, though. They still have the money for the operator. They still have one of the ultimates, the orbital strike, available. And they probably are still feeling confident enough to take these risks, to look for these duels. Maybe 1 or 2 more opportunities for FUT to be able to get back in with those kind of risks that PRX is taking before PRX needs to kind of readjust.
And again, these ultimates starting to get
yes,
well-rounded from FUT. They have everything they want, but a double stack towards Showers has been given a lot of freedom here. PACIFIC are going to be behind the wire. Deep in enemy territory.
Don't sit in lamps. That orbital strike's online. You have to take some space. CNET at the front of it identifies this.
I think they noted it. Nightfall this time, and the next ult from Mr. Fallen as well. Fishhawk comes in, the re-aggressor Showers. Jing gets caught. They've got to know there was another here. He doesn't get what he wants. There's a fight still in him. FUT not down yet, not out. Still trying to hold what they can here.
Come back, Bolte.
There's something left to have to respect this.
7-5 Bolte, 7-5 Bolte.
He knows he's going to re-peak. It's something. Of course he is. They are hunting him down left, right, and center. They've got him. They've got their man. Finally, they strike back in full force.
A convincing round.
Big
execute. Showstopper invested, and the foresight to understand what was going on. Good positioning from Cracks here to deal with this Showers play. A good fight, keeping it forwards. PRX, they take this time out. They need to understand, hey, you know, there's a couple of rounds. It's like they got defibrillated and their heart got started again for the side of FUT. And now it's like, wait, okay, you know, now they're starting to shoot back. Now we need to make sure, okay, we have a good lead, 5-round lead. There's a few more rounds in this half. Let's make sure that we close it out really strong. We can still get a 10-2 here. So that's probably what they're talking about. Hey, let's make a couple of adjustments. We let slip a couple of rounds here.
Yep.
They have a real chance to come back in. Ultimates online. Let's not give it away. In the hands of CNET. Love's going for shower picks as well. So.
Such bolta hu main. I am always standing on the such side.
On those high days, but it's not been his day here. Mr. Fallen, Yellowjay closer towards the top of the board for FUT. On the other side, of course, Divine, Mind Freeze. They're all kind of hitting every single player.
Absolutely.
PACIFIC is in form here. It's scary to face. There is no weak link.
It's hard to kind of look at the two teams here, where one team, we're talking about Yellowjay, we're talking about CNET, we're highlighting these 2 players in specific. We're not even talking about the other 3 players on the team who are absolutely good and have good value as support characters. But on PRX, it's like, who do you even highlight at this point? It's everyone is just involved.
They
are the collective. They are the fire. They stand together, literally. And the high-low setup, again, it was rewarded last time. Does he get a reward here? A very patient beginning, maybe expecting some aggression from PACIFIC. Sitting in a very deep default.
Off the back of a timeout. Sensible. Judge and Hookah.
Nasty.
But the double initiator with that raise is going to be able to sniff out a few of these situations.
You'd hope so. You'd hope so. You hope that protocol list is there. There we go. Wingman at least going to come in. That should either force him away or show the judge. There we go. Now, does that shut down the attempt towards Hookah, or does it make them reassess how they want to approach this?
Now blind
try to work out what's in front of them. About a minute left.
Oh, a Dizzy could just crush this right now. This is risky for CNET right now. With the fake Viper ulti up short A.
That judge sees. It's good.
They don't know that nobody's behind him. They're afraid to peek.
So posturing.
Playing with fire.
But I'm also noting Divine, his positioning here, creeping through from shadows. He might get the timing right. It's about him and Zenith. When do they cross paths? If they do. And Jing just has to keep himself alive, keep a bit of space on the site. Prowler will reveal his position, the TP gets taken. Device crept closer. He's denied the rotation, and Jing's paint shell was on the money. Oh! The second glance and it works! PRX playing patient and it's paying dividends! Yenajay, left to his own devices, surrounded on all fronts with 5 seconds. The spike is not in hand, and he knows this one's wraps. Get out of there, get out of danger. PRX shifting gear. We credit them for their aggression, for their confidence, for their fast plays. We've seen them just show real discipline, real patience in approach, sitting deep, working what they had. Great timing on that push out from Devi as well.
They let FUT make the mistake again. Ill-timed. They run out of time here, tank this paint shells. Nope. Don't even get the spike planted. Afraid to go hookah because of the judge. Walking up, contact up along B. Can't find an opening. Gets tethered, haunted, everything. Funneled. I don't know what the idea was there from FUT. It was too slow.
Yeah, got caught just at the end. And then again, the aggression starting here. Taking control. Quite indicative that they found no resistance thus far, but there is a player keeping track of this. That is going to be Mr. Fallen, waiting with the Yenajay. The Dizzy, very good here. That reveals one.
You don't need it. Let CNED. He's still toying with it.
They have to fight for every step taken, it feels like, in this match.
But here, it should be CNED moving up off that info, having his teammates defend him to destroy this Prowler.
Oh, what a shot! What a dodge! CNED takes away Jing, and now the crunch through the TP. They get the man back on cracks. Follow
by one.
Just decimating 3. A glimmer of hope shattered in a second. And now the cross going to be watched and controlled by something. Yenajay left alone. Again, alone here. Spike so far away. And Devi, whoa, quickly brought back to heal as Yenajay, that shorty.
Mind freak. जैसे बोला लो है mind freak सीधा पट से shorty में.
He's going to give it a damn good go. 5 HP.
सीधा gun switch के mind freak में 5 से shorty.
So close to each other. It would have to be nothing short of a miracle, and it almost was.
Alex, एक और time out.
They live and die by the sword, and they get themselves up towards 9. Josh, this is looking like it's wraps.
It's so weird seeing this shift. It's like a second personality. You see CNED kind of moving up with this op. Where's that support? Where's the people to break the Prowlers? And then here it's just one by one they swing. It's so weird. You'd think like they would move up in different positions together, but PRX again just moving so well together, having the firing squads kind of calm the map down, moving together. The kill distribution is just on point for them too.
It looks pacier this time though. It looks quicker.
जो अपन एक बार decide कर दे तो decide करता है. FUT जीतेगा तो जीतेगा.
I'm looking at the positioning coming out.
Comeback
from something. Do they check on this? The Dizzy gonna reveal it. He has to take the TP as a quick way out, and the site looks vulnerable. Nice FUT going through that list well here. But hesitation might cost them that advantage they once had. Now you're going to see the molly coming in. Now you're going to see all the counter util, and you're right, that is in play, and it is going to be utilized. Mindfreak could get caught in this one. Jing still going to be doing the damage. Takes away CNED, gets a little closer, goes down. Mindfreak is weak, 10 HP, can't do the damage. And now numbers favorable towards FUT. Should have the time on their side. This should be the gate shut on this round and this half at a 9-3.
Rash out. So hard, 2 versus 4 to come back into this. Krax hears this as well. 1 hookah, 1 long, crossfire.
They should have everything they need here. Should be a slam dunk. Seal it. Krax. Okay. Devi. He did well before, but this is very hard. They are isolated, but they swing together. Make sure it counts. 3 rounds, Josh. I don't know if it's enough. I want you to break down when we come back from this. If you feel that it's going to be enough to tip the scales. But PRX came out looking lethal. This has been a half to remember for them. And it might be the one to secure their safety here in Champs.
PRX ऐसा टीम है कि आप भरोसा कर भी सकते हो और नहीं भी.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Throw करने वाला PRX.
Pistol is important.
आज पूरा साथ दूंगा मैं. आज पूरा साथ दूंगा चैट. ये एक ही दिन रहेगा कि मैं फुल सपोर्ट. मेरा सिर्फ देखने का था तुम लोग जो इतना बोलते हो मैं हूँ कि नहीं हूँ. एक दिन मेरे को ट्राई करना था. Today is the day. Is the 9-3 cards happening? It's happening, guys. It's happening. FUT is gonna come back. Just need our support. FUT only needs our support. Cameraman gaya. Cameraman gaya. Cameraman gaya. PRX, I will always love you. Excuse me.
9-3. A pretty condemning scoreline, I think, by most of our accounts. PRX coming out swinging, looking so deadly. Josh, I mean, they set the tone within the first couple of rounds. Aggression after aggression, pushing, controlling.
Cameraman वहाँ पे juice पिलाते हुए दिख.
You're absolutely right. PRX is looking so strong, but not only strong in their individual mechanics, they're so well-rounded. We saw the patience, the passive rounds. We saw the firing squads. We saw them aggression down long B. We saw them pressure one side, pivot to another. We saw it all. We saw them doing retakes. But what we saw on map 1 on Sunset was they had us in the first half as well, right? Anything can happen. It's all down to this pistol round. If FUT's able to convert this, maybe we have a game going on our hands. I mean, PRX had a 7-0 start. FUT with a pistol round could definitely close the gap. This is so important right here because otherwise PRX is just flying their way into that next round.
Nice little setup here, but the timing might be off. Got caught with his pants down, and PRX gonna walk straight through Shower. The Prowler gonna connect, the Dizzy gonna confirm it, and the pace is just unbelievable, but it's working. Look at this! They are just running them down! The only one to fight back was out of Captain, but the sight is theirs. Spike's already down, and you're looking at Yedaje and CNED, the big man himself with the Sheriff, but he's only got 4 kills so far.
CNED by 1 में नेड में उठा सकते हैं.
Lamps में अगर नेड गया तो barely breathing but still alive with a gun in hand. Something, a little tagged up, but still here. And the pain shell's good enough for something. Do they clear Forsaken diligently? CNED trying to take those steps, trying to get close towards Lamps. Spots out Mindfreak, but time is becoming an issue. They've got to get moving. Yeah, the J noted. And now they go, but look at the reposition from Forsaken. That's lovely, but he gets cleared. Another 1v1, but time, Josh, is ticking. Divide tries to play the game, and he does so well. Heartbreak from the outset. 10 found for PRX. Double digits off the rip.
CNED needs to go huge with this Sheriff right now. Otherwise, PRX, man. I don't know if there's much else to say about this right now. We heard it from the interview. It's like, even if you guys lose 13-0, hold W, keep holding W. And that's basically what they did. As soon as they, they get into that Viper Orb, they, one motion, through Shower, take down Mr. Fallen, continue, not even stopping to set up the wingman for that plant, just hold W.
Man, it is a treat to watch them, you got to admit. But FUT on the receiving end, it's a hard game to witness. And already being pushed away from B-Long, PRX, just juggernauts running through this. Ada Captain down a little low, you're looking at CNED, you're looking at Ada Captain with those Sheriffs. It's Yedaje to strike, but still cleared up so quickly. A comfortable plant in the end. As I said, just bulldozering their way through. Plants there, Mr. Fallen and Cracks, what are you going to do?
5 up long B, you got that Brimstone, triple smokes, 1 down on spawn, elbow, hookah, and CNED jumping through it too. I mean, his demise right now, PRX is just crushing it. Not much that these classics can do inside of FUT, where we might be looking down the barrel with 13-3.
Seems like he doesn't have
क्या level का coordination चाहिए ना, same चीज कर रहे, same.
Elimination, and we've had, as I said, a champions winner form of CNED on one side. A finalist in the other, of course, PRX falling short to EG in the end, but still, what a series that was. Oh, it won't make much difference now, mate, knife or not. Nah, he's just going to go for the spike in the end.
क्या किया है
मारा
इसको
क्यों
ये?
नहीं
The way
लेकिन
they've been shooting.
मार के मर जाता.
हाँ
Didn't want to give that orb up to something, give him the
Yeah.
thrash.
पता है ये,
I
समझ
guess
नहीं आया
that's
मुझे.
the
मेरे को नहीं
logic
मालूम.
behind
I
that.
mean, he was one away, so that's
Yep.
actually a fair assessment. Don't mind that. You're trying to play to the
लेकिन
smallest
मार
margins,
तो
but Josh,
सकता
the
था.
problem is the overarching impact of this is
उसको लगा
that
घूम के मार
scoreline
देगा
is just monumental.
और उसको लगा घूम के मार देगा, पीछे से नहीं मार पाएगा.
Well, this is it, isn't it?
This
This
is it.
could be the swan song of the
Judge.
entire run for FUT.
Judge on raise.
yeah,
That's going to
Bini
be
nahi
fast
ruk rahe
lamp
log
control
to.
into his own paint shells right here.
Gotta say, Jing, a master of this.
Oh,
and that's
but-
why. Just the buckshot to the brain of Yedajay. The upgrade found and sight control is theirs. As said, this could be the last real effort from FUT.
Four,
If you're
big
facing
four.
12, it might be too steep of a climb, but for now the plant is in. And the timer now set for FUT to try and take back this site.
Insult to injury with this thrash. How many does it get? One.
Oh, now they try and tighten the screws on the site itself. FUT, though, taking some good steps here. Something now makes his presence known, gets the upgrade and gets out, but they now know where he is. A nice little lineup there, can't deny it. That is going to secure so much time.
Over.
And just bit by bit, Mind Freak is playing to
Mind
that
Freak
clock,
नहीं हारता भाई
working
ये.
away at FUT, chipping them down, and
Mind
Cracks tries as best he can, keeping them in this series, barely
मैं ही चूतिया
alive.
हूँ.
Barely
मैं
is the
ही
key word.
चूतिया.
The economy
Oh, भाई
is just
साहब.
shattered. I don't even know if
मैं
they
ही
can
चूतिया हूँ यार.
afford to purchase more
जब
Vandals
game
here. It's
खत्म
going to be
होता
light shields, bulldogs. There's nothing else they can really do.
Okay.
PRX is just keeping
जब
the
game
pressure on
खत्म
him.
होता था.
I mean, we see that from Jing. He gets
हाँ,
the kill. It's
मारने
a
के लिए.
5-on-4. He switches to the Vandal. He keeps holding W. But I mean, why not? Right now, with this lead, with this momentum, with this confidence, keep
अभी नहीं
going
होता.
for it. You have the rounds to play with to do these things and really just crush FUT.
हो
At
सकता है,
a
comeback हो
certain
सकता है.
time, 11-7, 11-8, maybe that's when you get down to business. But right now,
Risk किच नहीं लेने का.
7-round lead. Why not?
Keep it going. Little setup here. Yeah, Jing knew it too.
Chat
He's
मेरे को
out
तो
of there.
smell आ रहा है लेकिन.
Forsaken overwatching to see if they try and re-clear that space.
Can I
But
say it out loud
good
यार?
start here for PRX, just testing the waters.
Yes, पर
This
chat
defensive setup for FUT's making me nervous. The one
Salary
person
cut,
spotted
Jinxer.
towards Hookah and the jiggle
कहाँ
towards Long
salary
B.
मिलती?
Tell me how the captain's at least got full shields. He does, but
Oh,
he
बिना
doesn't
performance
shatter.
के यहाँ पे एक
The
ही को मिला है
headhunter
salary
himself,
आज तक.
something taken away at a captain and leaving pretty much Mr. Fallen all alone, and the wingman will, if not with Dizzy. Oh, good
ऐसा देख के समझ
response.
गया ना जैसे
Seen it's
spot हुआ
quick to it.
fade और raise.
Help him out.
But they're starting to second guess. He backed away for a second now. Mr. Fallen screwed. He was all alone. CNED has to make up for that little bit of a mistake, that little hesitation. But now he's got no security.
Retake 3-3.
Has to fall away to CT and give up the site.
सीनेट पे अल्ट आ जाएगा उस kill पे.
ए कैस्पर तो ओजी में थी ना?
The rap towards Hookah.
गया.
CNED's going to take down Mind Freak. That's huge.
पहला
CNED starting to
अल्टी,
clear house.
पहला.
Forsaken though in a
पूरे
1v3
मैप का पहला
position.
अल्टी लगा है.
पहला अल्टी.
Unconsidered thus far. Can he clutch up and get them to 12? Oh, it wasn't clean on the first. And
पहला वाला clean
CNED
रहता तो
thriving
मारता
there.
तो.
Moved away for a
खत्म हो
second.
जाता फिर.
Left Mr. Fallen to rot, but he came back at the right time.
Big round for CNET at 4K. Round by round, FUT needs to do this.
Yes,
PRX
मेरे
still in a
chat
really
में
comfortable lead.
आपका एक friend है.
Maybe having to do a
कौन
low
है?
econ buy here, let another round slip into the favor of FUT. But
बहुत
I think
time
they have to get a little
salary
bit
लिया,
nervous. I think
performance
this is
crazy
this
सा था.
round, if you're going to use any to highlight the differences in teamwork between
ऐसा तो
PRX
एक
and
भी
FUT,
जन नहीं
it's
था
right
भाई.
here. We see how this player gets this kill in Hookah. He's driving it back out. No Viper wall
अरे
to
था,
come
एक था.
up early enough for him to be able to go. First of all, it was a split into a 2A, 2B setup. CNET doesn't even follow through to help him away.
कैस्पर
Still,
यस
they
भाई
end up with the round.
कैस्पर.
It's all stingers, all light
कैस्पर
shields.
तो है.
And why do I feel it might work? Jing's still
I
alive,
don't
so I
think we
still
can
hold my
make
breath. But for now, it's an effective trade in favor to FUT. They keep the man advantage, they keep control, and they've seen a lot.
The reposition as well
Best
from FUT.
Like तो एक भी जन नहीं था.
Getting into long B, CNET as well. Moving over, jump spotting for that Hookah angle, and the passive retake setup from Cracks on A Heaven right now. Really understanding exactly the only win conditions for PRX right now. That showstopper is also going to be in play, though.
That's Pixel spotted. Had a captain going to keep his head down. And here comes the problem. Here comes the danger man, Jing. Didn't check Octagon, but sends it towards CT and gets a trade. But out of captain. Safe pair of hands there. That's another step. It's an arduous road, Josh. This is going to be a slog. He's going to try and bring this back. The Verge is now going to come up here for PRX. They've got rounds played, but they need to run out hits before it gets too close. Keep them back in line. Give them that plan to move forward with.
11-7, 11-8. Those are kind of where you're hitting that red line of this is getting a little bit too uncomfortable considering where we were, where we came from. But still needing to play almost perfect at this moment. And I don't think they're quite there yet. They're winning the rounds. And it's not, though, off of good decision making, really. It's off the back of big heroic plays. So Cena getting that 4K in the previous round, getting that kill right before he dies to the showstopper here out of captain playing in the smokes. But what I don't like, what they did there with the 3B retake A, perfect. That's good. You're against stingers, you understand what's going on, you're doing this gamble stack. But these other rounds, they're playing 2A, 2B. What are you gonna do when you're against 3 or 4 PRX members and you only have 2 to defend right now? So FUT, they're kind of there, but there's still a way for them to slip. And PRX is just, they have 11 already. If FUT slips one time, that's overtime secured for PRX. There's not enough rounds to play with. They need to be absolutely perfect. And not only that, like, they're not even close to perfect right now.
They're not.
But
it could happen.
It could happen. I mean, it could happen. This would be really weird because normally Binks is an attack-sided map, and these are great compositions to be attack-sided.
Great attack-sided teams
and
as well.
that too.
I mean, stranger things have happened. One away from the Nightfall, one away from the Fish, one away from Viper's Pit. We've got a lot coming up for FUT. They don't have rounds to play with, as we highlighted. This is very much back to the wall now. Similar scenes for PRX as well. They should have a snowball round soon enough. We are seeing the operator coming out for CNED.
That deep showers line is going to help alleviate some pressure.
Social media is very...
Cracks. Spotting short A, ready to dip into showers to help CNED or just defend against that A site. And Ada Captain already shifting over towards A. That is not the opening you want.
That's an issue. That is a big problem, actually. And I wonder how FUT tries to respond to this, because PRX now, with a very early advantage, above a minute, taking map control. They haven't given up much on the rest of the other side of the map
actually where good loads, they understand.
Slams here to watch short A deep. Instead of having that showers line, that Viper wall going up would block his sight line. So good reposition.
CNED, what do you do with this?
Those are wearing good clothes. ऐसा नहीं कि पहला सैलरी आया तो सीधा
CNED having to respect it.
मतलब अगर मेरे को ओरिजिनल भी होने चाहिए ना 1.5 लाख का सैलरी आया तो मैं 1.5 लाख का सीधा कपड़ा थोड़ी दूंगा.
Is in towards shower, so that's still a big factor here.
1.5 लाख का ओरिजिनल कपड़ा लो तो
come down to deny the plant.
30 seconds and Gedajay's positioned if for that TP comes.
If you wear fake stuff,
Wingman doing his job as best he can, gets denied again. Now the Nightfall, now CNED strikes. Jing gonna answer back in kind. Man advantage now with PRX, but Crack's position could be huge. As can be said for Gedajay, but Mindfreak's watching it. Mindfreak wins, and now the problems begin. A 2v4, this is going to be everything. Jing takes away out of captain, and Crack's left to run to the end of this 12. Calling and answered by Jing. PRX, after the timeout, get the job done.
Match point, and FUT's been feeling the pressure all game. That's 7-0 down to start off this map.
Easy bang.
CNED, he moved from showers because his teammate's Viper wall would cut off his vision if needed at B. He moves over to lamps. The enemy Viper wall is right there. Loses that vision that way. Needs to have a better position. I like the reposition. Wait for them to rotate back from B to short A. You get that line on them. But maybe it needs to be from like on top of truck, in front of the truck, something like that. Gets a kill, is able to pivot away. Right there, he loses that sight line. Sure, he uses the paint shell. But the 20 seconds on the smokes, it's not enough. 6 rounds in a row is what FUT needs, and PRX, they just need 1 round here. They have economy. They can do another 5 round if they lose this, and they're so close to getting so many different ultimates online.
Yeah, just so playing along at home. 1 away from something's ult, so the Fish ult would be there. 1 away from the Viper's Pit. It's only 3 off for Jing as well. I mean, and that's not a million miles away from him. And 2 away from the orbital strike, you're right.
One of the things I noticed last round as well was that Jing was actually the one to pick up the orb at long B. I don't remember if it was last round or the round before that, but that to me signifies that they're in it for the long haul, because he was down to he was at 1 ultimate orb when he went for it, so it got him to 2. So they're thinking about just mass ultimates unloading at the same time. And right now, I mean, PRX, they can still gamble with a couple rounds here where they don't use ultimates and then just dump 4 at the same time, but need to use theirs off cooldown.
And welcome to the pace. Instantly off the rip, we're going to have a nightfall over towards B, and a quick take through towards Shower. Hell, it looks like the pistol round all over again, and they have no idea! Gone completely out of the hands of PRX, just making it hurt now. Foot down to Mr. Fallen and Yellow Jade to try and save the day, to keep them standing and breathing, but they have to give up the sight. Detained. He backs away. But what you do in this, a 2v3, and you're so far from the site.
They have that wingman, they have that Viper's pit. If they're able to get into the back of the site, pop that Viper's pit, get the wingman on the spike, use that Dizzy probably to get them to the space. Thrash is invested instead.
They're trying everything, kitchen sink included. Sends it in. Does catch his target. Does get a man. They need to deal with him quickly though. They've got to spam it and they're trying something, trying to evade. He's gotten down. 2v2. Time is now of the essence. They cannot miss here. And Mindfreak is hitting everything. PRX being the force.
Finally, chat stream ko like kar do ek saath.
And sending FUT.
Finally. Bye bye. बहुत मजा आया इस बार. Take care.
Insanely difficult
Best of luck matches के लिए.
Needed that round.
Best of luck, but
Sunset.
please OG को support मत करो.
ठीक है, done.
Soul को support करो, Soul को.
ऐसा बोला तो मैं OG को करूँगा. मैं neutral, मैं नहीं दिख रहा इस बार.
Kind of unlucky with the draw they got against G2 going into this. I mean, what are you gonna do? Like, that's the only reason that they're down here.
डर देख रहे हो market में?
We're so good.
मार्केट में डर देख रहे हो गाइस, हाँ? इसी बात पे लाइक करो, एक साथ लाइक का बटन दबाओ जाते जाते. लव यू भाई, आज इतना सारा प्यार मिल रहा है तुमसे. लव यू यार. पूरा गेम इसकी बियर्ड की उल्टा बोला मैंने. पूरा गेम थक गया.
The better team came out today on top, which is PRX.
प्लस कितने टाइम बाद हम लोग ने PRX को ये फॉर्म में देखा रहेगा चैट. इतना W दबाने वाला. हाँ? Heavy शीश. कितना टाइम मजा है. चलो गाइस, अभी जो भी है इंटरव्यू ये सब आप मेन चैनल पे जाके देख लो, क्योंकि मेरे को जाने का है. आज भी शूट है, फट से शूट करूंगा. रात को आऊँगा कि नहीं मेरे को पता नहीं, क्योंकि मेरे को मेरा हेल्थ का एक्चुअल में ख्याल रखने का है. बट इफ़ आई एम फीलिंग गुड और ऐसा कुछ मन हुआ तो आ जाऊँगा यार रात को, वरना आज थोड़ा सा मुझे माफ़ कर देना, ठीक है? बाय गाइस, आदियो चेडमे पादियोस. मेक श्योर टू लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब. टेक केयर. सी या. बाय. गुड नाइट. सी या.